ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC 2026. It's been a long time since we said goodbye in Hoved Arena over in Stockholm, Sweden. This year, we are trying something new. Some things will change, some things will look the same, but our devotion for talent in the NLC has not changed. But let's take a look at what is in store for us here today as we're about to kick off our brand new pre-show with a load of amazing content creators, and plans coming your way. Today, we will be joined by Sloppy Walrus of Team La Bombas to talk about his team, the plans, and what he has in store for this year in the NLC. And alongside that, we'll go through many other interesting topics. We'll be talking about a 1v1 we've been having in the off-season. We have a former pro player who even I don't know the identity of, been playing different streamers and content creators here in the league. I can promise I played him myself, and I will say the results were not great, so hopefully those won't be shown on stream as we progress. And we'll talk about the new people I'm joined with in the studio here today as well. So it will look good, it will be great, and it will be chaotic, fun, weird, and again, it will be different. And welcome back to the NLC studio here in Copenhagen. And let's start talking about who I am joined with, because we have had to say goodbye to some of the amazing people who've helped shape the NLC into what it's become here today. But I am joined by some brand new faces here in the studio. I'm sure you'll all kindly welcome here to the NLC. So let's start off by welcoming Leah, who's joining us here.
Hello, I hope everyone's well tonight. I'm really looking forward to being one of the hosts this year.
And joining her on the other side of the couch, we've got Toby, Freakman. You might have seen his Twitter as, anything you want to say to that?
It was a fluke, maybe? No, it was a little practical joke.
Did you pee or did you end up piss? Did you pee or did you shit?
I think I'm more of a piss guy.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And last up, we've got the best league player in the room, I will have to say, former SK Varosa jungler, Empress. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Well, very well.
I'm really excited to be here and see how the teams perform today and what we have in store.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very exciting mix, right? We obviously had to say goodbye to some of the teams who've been here for quite a while. Nord, Lost the Tones, no longer with us. We're joined with some new faces, some new talents, some surprisingly big names yet again in the NLC. I feel like that's been a trend we've seen over this past year, and it will definitely be interesting to see how, some people on 200 ping stack up, even if you've played in MSI finals against the local talent we've got from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland as well. So if you are, a fan of your nationality, there are definitely teams to cheer for here in the NLC. I am told we're about to go watch and explain a video by the lovely Broxa about what the NLC will entail this season and how the format will work. So let's take a look.
The NLC 2026 tournament consists of a 10-team single round-robin format, where the top 4 teams qualify for a double elimination playoffs bracket. The bottom 2 playoffs teams start in the lower bracket, and all group stage matches are best of 1, while all playoffs matches, including the grand final, are best of 5. We made it easy for everybody to follow. All the matches in the group stage will be played on one weekly action-packed match day. Mark your calendar, every first day from 8th of January. The last week of the winter split is Super Week. 3 days with playoffs, deciders, and the grand final. We kick off every match day in our brand new studio with new hosts, new guests, competitions, giveaways, and a load of league stuff. Our only promise, it will be different. It's still all about winning the title, but NLC 2026 is so much more. We're still the space for new talent and traditional teams, but we've also added new profiles, new teams, a wildcard option, and a load of banter potential. Who would have thought that Forsen, Dumps, Sloppy Walrus, Expetu, and a bunch of other profiles would be competing against each other? In NLC? Well, here we are. A new initiative is our guest spots, which will change every split. First team owner is Forsen, who will also be an active player in the winter split. For spring, we can only say that a new team will join, and it won't be boring. To add a bit of spice, we give all teams the option to swap in a true legend with an icon from one of the top League of Legends leagues. The team can decide if and when to swap a player, but they will only know the position of that player and not the name until the very last minute. Teams are awarded for participating in the fun, but they can choose not to go with a wild card.
So there we have it, the little rundown on NLC. I think that's good for all of us to get acclimatized to, yet again, a new format. I think that's a thing we've had quite a lot of here in esports. But I want to start by getting closer to the 1v1. I mentioned earlier, we've had a former pro, or still a pro actually, from what I've been told, who we don't fully know the identity of, the XD, who's been playing 1v1 against our streamers and content creators, and for some reason me as well, I guess, to show the bar and where the floor is. But I want to talk to you guys. What's your experience in playing one-on-ones? So let's start with you, Toby. How much have you been practicing your 1v1s in League of Legends? Would you be able to take on a former pro?
Really depends. Maybe if I could pick my pocket pick, but I'm not. I'm quite rusty.
What would that pocket pick be? Are you gonna run Garen and just go all in, pray for level 1 flip?
Nah, I think that's a bit basic. I play a lot. I used to play a lot of Jhin. I think that would be my pocket pick. It's also Jhin.
In a 1v1.
You know what? I think that works. I've casted way too many 1v1s in my life.
Full on sniper.
Yeah, I think it could work. I think it could work. AD carries are in general quite good in the 1v1 scenario. Leia, what about you?
I think I would have a good shot, peaking platinum, going 1v1 against a professional. I mean, I don't know, it could go either way really, especially if I get to play Misfortune. Nasty little pick in a 1v1, nice little lane bully, so.
I mean, if you've peaked platinum, you should be good enough to play in the NLC, right? With Force being here, so you might as well be up to the task.
True.
I think just quickly, Empress, obviously, you'd probably be, if anyone, able to put up a fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think I would pick, if I had to choose, I love a Lee Sin. A good 1v1 with
Yeah, flip it early.
Flip it early, go Ignite, and just see who's the best mechanical player.
That's an interesting one to look at.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, it's one of the matchups I've seen quite a lot, right? If you guys didn't know, like I've casted the Danish championships in 1v1s for many years now, and the Lee Sin 1v1 is normally one of the most, fun to watch. I think you guys are a bit more boring in your suggestion with the AD carries.
Boring.
That's for those who want to farm for 100 CS. I will say, I can promise you,
and
that's not what I do.
carry hate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because it's so boring, man. I mean, Orianna as well, like mages, if you just want to sit and farm, they're really broken. It's just like, come on, man, you can do better.
I think I could do a Syndra actually.
Yeah. I will say, I mean, we have someone here who's joining us soon who has played against the pro players, so I'm excited to hear when we have Walrus joining us here in the studio. We'll have more on that in just a few minutes. But outside of that, I think, Leia, you mentioned you peaked platinum, right? But what about you, Toby? Where's your skill lie?
Rank reveal.
I peaked gold.
You peaked gold?
Actually, I peaked diamond.
Okay.
That was in TFT.
Yeah, that don't count.
Respectable,
TFT is
that's
not real League of
definitely
Legends, mate.
respectable.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess it's a good chill game. I'm not going to sit here and be hating on it, but fair enough. I think we should have Walrus ready to join us, if I have understood correctly, and have a talk with him, because I'm excited to hear. Walrus, welcome to the show, man, from Las Bombas.
Hello,
How you doing?
what's up?
Hello.
Can you hear us well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man? How are you feeling about joining the NLC, first and foremost?
I think it's a very interesting experience for sure. I didn't expect something like this to happen, but I'm really happy to be given this opportunity, especially also to give players that maybe otherwise wouldn't have this chance, the chance to compete, right? And who wouldn't want to compete versus Forsen? That's
Yeah, exactly.
I think first off, I want to start with, because I want to get to the team later and the different personalities. I have some talent in there that I'm really excited to see, but I need you to answer me first. How are you going to be doing when you're off the Gragas? Where's your champion pool lie? Because obviously, when I think of Sloppy Walrus, I think of the Bombas, right?
You might be surprised. Maybe in the first game, I might get to play Gragas, who knows? But yeah, other than Gragas, I got some secret picks. One other Bomba champion that you might see, so keep an eye out for that.
Okay. I mean, that does sound interesting. Let's quickly look at the other players on your team, right? I know the bot lane. I've seen Miela play for SK Varosa. I've followed Little Hope throughout the past year in the Danish league. Saw him win the second division. Did very well in the first division, but your top side is something less known. Can you quickly just give me an expectation for what to get from them?
Yeah, my top laner, he's not really a public figure at all. He's just a community member from my stream who I thought would be good enough to compete. You know, I could just get in any community member, right? But they have to actually be good enough. But I have full trust in Cyclops that he will be able to pull through. I mean, we already did some scrims versus Team Forsen, and I would say he did pretty well versus Tutut.
Yeah, so, I did see you guys doing quite well against them, and I want to see how well you did in the 1v1, right? You've been facing off against our mystery pro player, the XD. Yes, yeah, let's take a look at who at an introduction of the XD and see who will follow throughout the split here.
Okay.
I mean, that's a nice little intro. Did you expect that's the guy you've been playing against when you played your 1v1?
No, that is like some real gangster, like German rap type intro or something.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Big fan of the smoke as well, all of a sudden coming out. How did you think your 1v1 went before we eventually end up having a look at it?
Ooh, without spoilers, I should have sent it more all in, like balls to the walls, you know? But I'm gonna be honest, that already my opponent went some nasty build right there. He went some really dirty games. But because of that, I was able to beat him, I feel like, because he didn't have enough damage in the end.
All right. I mean, from what I've heard, I think the pro player we have has actually been spending the whole off-season playing in-houses with the NLC guys, and from what I've seen, I think they've been doing pretty well. So it's definitely tough competition. I can tell you what was. I didn't do very well when I played against them, that's for sure. I think I got
it was tough.
I got put in my place. We'll have the video playing when we have it ready. I hope production is able to pull that up shortly, because I want to see how you did. I think if anyone should have a realistic chance of beating him, you know, we obviously had Forsen playing as well. I think it should be you, right? I mean, you're what, 1K plus LP challenger Pika. You're no joke at League of Legends.
Yeah, last season I got 1,400 LP, but now I'm washed or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's higher than...
that's how it goes.
Yeah, that's higher than Empress, right? You haven't quite hit the challenger yet, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no.
No. I think we'll have more on that video soon.
You can show us LP winners.
Yeah, we've got the 1v1 ready. Let's roll it then. I'm excited to see how you did, Moles.
All right, yeah. Little recap. Oriana with barrier. Okay, no! Show me who you are, Faker. This matchup is not great in a regular League of Legends, but maybe in a 1v1 scenario it's pretty good, who knows. Oh no! I have to optimize everything. It's still to 100 CS guys, but like, I feel like it's not gonna get to that point. I try to play for some CS, I really don't know if it's the right play or not. Okay, but boom, electrocute rate. I think it's gonna be real hard to kill because he has barrier. But the nice thing about it is that he doesn't have flash. So if I toss him into my tower level 6, there's no way for him to escape it. That is if I make it to level 6. Now, we're not playing on the Howling Abyss now, so it takes a little while to get to level 6. Very slow, very boring. Like I said, I'm gonna play for the level 6. Oh my, Nori! No, my cat. My cat is on my desk. Oh god. She's fine. I just gotta win with cheese, guys. I have to cheese her. There's no other way. Okay, I get all this XP. Do I recall now? TP. I'm assuming he's gonna do the same. And please, speed, I need this. Don't go Merc Threads or something. Please don't come back with some MR. It's my only chance to win if she doesn't buy MR. I think I can only Q. I can't E on this. It's too dangerous. I get shield. What the fuck? No! Okay, it's over. Little magic mental negative. Okay, my only hope is to just ult her into my tower. Ult into tower. Okay, maybe ult, but she stays too far. This guy's too good. This guy's actually good at the game. I wonder who it is. Like, the reason I hold the wave there is to pull the minions out of my tower, so that if I ult her in, she tanks tower, not the minions. Because that is the only way I win. I mean, my damage is pathetic. This is difficult, it's a hard game. I need him to push the wave here. Okay, this is good, this is fine. This is good. Trust. Can I enter here? Am I allowed to enter the jungle? She's recalling. No, don't recall. Attack my tower. No! I actually cannot win like this. Next recall is gonna be all or nothing. Should have popped the potion. Okay, well, there goes my only chance to win. Alright, I think it's over. He's gonna get to 100 CS now. I have to just go for it or something. Go for the kill. Oh, okay, hold on. I don't need to win with tower. GG.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
fair
was,
enough.
Wow, that was a
Last
Plot
minute.
twist.
Plot twist. Last minute win.
great.
That was crazy actually.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't see that coming. There was the CS lead, but I guess sometimes you can make miracles happen last minute.
I'll say I'm feeling pretty bad about how I did all of a sudden, right? I mean, I thought it was someone we're supposed to all lose to. It can't only be me, right? Hopefully we get, maybe Empress play against them, right? And we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I would win if I played against him, but I mean, I don't want to sound too cocky, right? But yeah, I'm not the best at the 1v1s.
You're fired up now?
Yeah.
I mean, the first half definitely had me. When you ulted Orianna back into the tower, I thought, hey, that was your only shot, and then it didn't happen. I was like, oh, guess it's just over. But I should have believed in you. Apologies.
That was
All good.
So, Walrus, I want to ask you here, did you practice 1v1 before? Because, I mean, you sounded a bit surprised by playing against someone who actually, really knew what they were doing in a 1v1. It seems like Orianna, from my experience casting 1v1 tournaments, is like giga broken. Did you not expect to come up against it, or were you expecting something chaotic?
I'm very used to like Howling Abyss 1v1s. So I was surprised by Summoner's Rift. I kind of got told last minute, oh, it's going to be on Summoner's Rift. So I was like, oh, hell no. But actually before I did this 1v1, like a month before, I played like about 100 1v1s at the Comic-Con. I had my own booth at Comic-Con and people came up and 1v1'd me in Howling Abyss. So I did have a lot of experience in that. But yeah, I got thrown off a lot by Summoner's Rift because Gragas is a champ with a lot of mana problems early game. And if you're an ARAM, you can just take those health relics and you're kind of chilling. But it's a lot harder in normal Summoner's Rift. But I'm surprised I won as well. When I saw Negatron Cloak and Null Magic Mantle on Orianna, hell no.
Yeah.
But it was fun, it was good.
I mean,
I'm really wondering who the pro player is.
Yeah.
All those suspicious
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll find out eventually. I don't actually know if our production plans on ever revealing it, but I mean, you did pretty well, right? You were the debut, got the kill. I mean, I can promise you, I definitely didn't do that well myself. I quickly want to ask you, before we have a nice little surprise, your expectations for the split. Where do you see yourself ending up?
Ooh, my expectation for the split. That's a hard one. Maybe top 4, top 3. Let's go for that. Sounds good to me.
not higher than that.
I mean, top 1 would be great, yeah.
Aim for the stars.
But I gotta see how the competition is first. I mean, we're for sure gonna beat Forsen. That's easy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what happened in scrims, right? You took pretty quick care of the team, didn't you?
I mean, I wouldn't say I did, I would say Miela did. Miela is such a good ADC, and my jungler as well, such a good jungler. Like, I think my team just really forms together really well, like very cohesive.
Yeah, I mean, Empress, you played with Miela, right?
Yes.
Can you confirm, is Miela a really good AD carry?
Yeah, Miela is such a good ADC and such a good player to also play with, giving very good vibes in the team. So yeah, with that bot lane, I'm sure you will get the top 4.
Guys, answers ready?
Nice. So that's top 4 approved. I have been told the surprise is ready, Walrus, and I'm nervous for this. I'm quite excited to see how this will play out because our production has a little bit of a surprise for you. And let me walk around our studio here, and it will be a bit homemade, but we have a garage door in the studio, Walrus, and I've been told someone who looks suspiciously a lot like what your favorite champion does. We should have Denmark's strongest man, looking a lot like Gregors, ready to introduce you to the NLC as a bit of a welcome. So, how do you feel about having IRL Gregors ready? He is actually the strongest man in Denmark as well. So, anything you want to say to him?
Oh my god. Bomba. Bomba! This is amazing.
Bomba!
Maybe one day I'll get to body slam him. That'll be my dream. That'll be amazing.
That'll be sick. I think we have a game as well, from what I've been told, and I think we have one of our production able to tell you what we need from you here, Walrus, to help us out.
Hello, chat. So, what we're gonna play right now is a game called Explosive Cask. And what you can see here is we have 5 different casks here, each weighing 30 kilograms each. And down here we have a designated area, which you can see we've divided into different zones that gives different points. So 1 point, 3 points, 5 points. Of course, we have the Bomba. 10 points. So sloppy. 5 tries. How many points do you think our Gragas can get?
In total, I'll go for 35. I'll play it safe.
Can I get that again, please?
35.
35 points. Okay, that means we have to hit the bomber zone at least once. So our Gragas here, he has 2 abilities. He has, of course, his explosive cask, and he has his, because this is a strongman skin, mind you, he has his above the head throw, which is his signature move. So as for the first throw, maybe you can strategize yourself or with chat a bit. How should he throw, or what ability should he use first? And should he aim for the Bomba zone?
The Bomba zone.
The Bomba zone,
aim for
alright.
the Bomba zone.
Okay, let's see if he can get 10 points.
Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
Holy.
Okay. Well,
Not
Close.
bad, not
Very
bad.
Okay.
close. Alright, before we draw the next one, Slot, should we try an explosive cask or should we do the same?
Let's try an explosive cask.
Alright.
That counts. Bomba! Nice.
Alright.
Bomba.
That's 30 points. Alright, and for the next one, what should we do here?
Let's go for an easier shot.
So, okay, so
Points again.
strongman throw for 5 points or what?
Yeah, right. Sorry, the points they cut out. Okay, I didn't hear them all. I think it was 5, right?
3 points. First one was 3. So
3.
we have 13 points in total.
Oh.
Ooh, another 3 points. Another 3 points.
Okay.
So 16 in total.
We gotta get another bomba. Gotta get at least 3 more bombas. Right? Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
3 more bombas.
Go for it.
Go
All
for the
in.
bomba zone.
Whoosh.
Ooh, 0 points. I
Close,
see.
close.
So close, so close.
I'm sorry.
He says sorry.
All good. Don't worry about it.
And so, for the last one, he's almost out of mana. But what should we do?
Almost out of mana. Just drink a mana potion. Go for 5.
5 points.
Yeah.
Strongman style or?
Yeah, strongman style.
Okay, strongman style it is.
All in.
Last one, here we go.
Look at those muscles.
Hey, another 3 points. There we go. So, 19 points in total. What do you think,
Not
you
bad.
Gragas?
Should be better for next time.
Okay, fair enough. A little bit more practice, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
give him a-
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, give him a round of applause. I think that was really good. That was definitely better than I expected.
That was amazing,
When we
yeah.
briefed this. I will say,
Insane
Walrus,
surprise.
I think you were a bit delusional asking for 35 points, right? That's near perfection. But
yeah, my bad on that.
yeah, I think you did all right.
During the...
Yeah, and I can imagine Mr. Strongman, aka Gregors, Mr. Bumba, must be feeling a bit cold from that. I'll have a quick chat with him, and then we'll be back to you, Oris, as I'll look to close this garage door. And it gets really cold all of a sudden, actually. So let's get some heat on you. First of all, can you introduce yourself, and
Yes.
what do you do outside of cosplaying Gregors here for Walrus today?
Yeah, my name is Anders Aslak, 29 years old and 4-time Denmark's strongest man. Besides that, I've been competing internationally at Arnold Classic. Got a 10th place at the Europe Strongest Man, and basically trying to become the strongest person to ever come out of Denmark.
I mean, I think like you're looking pretty close to it. It's 30 kilo lightweight?
It's okay, yeah.
Okay, I think I would like to have Toby over here. I'd like to have a real idea of how much your strength actually is.
Yes.
So from what I've been told, this is what we have Mr. Freakman. You might have seen his Twitter as well, you know. This is what he's here for. So let's try and see what a Bumba can really do. Are you going to do a Bumba with him, or...? Jesus Christ. Toby, how much do you weigh?
67.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say? I think maybe you have some socials you want to shout out?
Yes, if you like strongman or just like this sex appeal right here, go to Aslak_underscore strongman on Instagram, and you can watch me press a lot more than that. Fun fact, I have a Danish record in one-arm press at 125 kilograms.
That's genuinely insane. That's actually... thank you for coming, by the way. I have one last
so much.
thing. I want to hear your prediction for Las Bumbas versus Ruddy later today. Who'll win?
No brainer. Bombas, of course. Come on, that's a no
Of course,
brainer.
thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Anders, for joining us, the Strongman. Can you take this out with you?
Yes.
I'll go back to where I belong. So, how do you feel about your surprise, Walrus? Did you enjoy watching some barrel throws?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's insane, man. I did not expect that at all. That is so cool.
I can promise you, neither did I when we got ready for this. But yeah, he was bigger than I thought, to be fair. So fair play to him.
Crazy, man.
I know we don't
shout
have much more time with you because obviously you need to get ready, right, and lock in. You have a very serious game today. How are you feeling going up against Ruddy? For my personal last question.
Oh, Ruddy Esports is gonna be easy. No worries about it. We're not stressed. Ruddy Esports more like Chuddy Esports. Cut that out.
That's yeah. We can cut that, right? We will we'll cut that out. I think we have a little video to be playing, and let's take a look at that, eh?
All right. I created my own esports team to play in this year's NLC Winter Split, La Bombas. I will be playing mid lane in my team, but you might be wondering, hold up, aren't you a filthy Gragas OTP? And yes, you're right, but do not problem, I have some secret picks to whip out. Here's the introduction to the rest of my teammates. Bomba.
I'm Yella, and I will be playing ADC for La Bombas. Bomba!
I am Cyclops, and I will be playing top lane for La Bombas. Bomba.
Die!
We can herald bot after, by the way, I think. Push up bot.
Bombas. Hello guys, I'm Botish and I'm the jungler for La Bombas.
Hello, I'm Luke and I'll be playing support for La Bombas in the coming split. Bomba!
You might be wondering to yourself, who the hell are these randoms? But don't worry about that. They won't be randoms anymore after this split. Our first game is going to be against Ruddy Esports on January 15th at 9 PM CET. So make sure to not miss it. And if you want to stay up to date to the rest of our games, make sure to check out the NLC Winter Split schedule. Bomba!
That's a pretty good intro, I'd say. I think that hit the spot, right, for what you want to know when a new team joins the NLC. I want to hear the opinion of the rest of my lovely hosts here. Let's start with you, Toby. What do you think about Las Bombas so far? I know you haven't seen much of the other teams yet, but do you think they can do some damage?
I think it's promising. It looks promising. You said that it was great synergy between y'all guys. I think that's actually the most important thing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
In action.
Hell of an intro. I think the Yi clip was a solid for me. I was sold after I saw that, so.
What about you, Empress? I mean, you've obviously played again with Miela, right? So you have a bit more of an idea of where the team will be heading and the ceiling they can reach?
Yeah, obviously I can only say that La Bombas is gonna win because today, it's Miela and yeah, I don't have anything more.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Walrus, what happened with Luke? Why didn't he have any clips? I mean, I've watched him. I know he has highlights. Where were they? Could he just not send them all? I mean, it seems like there's something that's not sending either. I'm sorry, Walrus. I can't hear you. I don't know if the audio in our studio is.
Oh, my bad, my fault.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I asked him for some clips, but he just didn't have any. No, he doesn't save it on Twitch. He just streams, and he doesn't care about it. He just does it for fun.
Too locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, I think a lot of people are sleeping on your team. I saw a few tier lists placing you guys quite far down. And again, I didn't know much about your top side, but obviously you peak really high elo. And I think your bot lane is actually a very competitive bot lane for this level. So I'm really excited to see how you guys can do. And I think you might turn some heads. So I think that's all I have to say to you. Thank you so much, Wolf, for joining us. A huge pleasure speaking to you. And best of luck for the split and today against Ruddy. Any last comment before we let you go?
Bomba.
Would you expect anything else? And with that, I think we're about time to get into what you could call the NLC part of the show. Because from what I'm about to show you is that wasn't all, as I probably have to get the camera working. There we go. Technical difficulties. It is esports after all. So as I move towards what might seem more familiar, it is actually the desk that we've had with us in Copenhagen. We've had it in Stockholm as well, and we've had it with us around the block. But I move to the analyst desk now, and that means it's time to get into the nitty and gritty of the NLC. We still have 10 teams. We still have 10 amazing stories to tell, and I can't wait to get in, and I promise, not only talk about the Danish talent, and I think Empress will be joining me on the desk as well. You're more than welcome.
I will be joining you, and I'm very excited to see what the teams have in store.
How do you feel about making your first analyst desk debut? Right, you've played against a lot of these players, I would assume, in solo queue. But to be on the other side, is it a feeling of your hands being washed, or are you excited to get to talk about some talents?
I mean, I'm a bit washed standing here with you, right? But other than that, no, it's very exciting to be here and doing something else and kind of analyzing the teams and yeah, I'm just excited to see.
Yeah, let's roll a small ad and then we should get into it if I am informed correctly. And there we go. That should be us back on the analyst desk. And let's start getting into the teams, right? Because the first game of the day here is Four Swines and a Bum. You probably, if you've heard about any team that's been created this year in the NLC, it's probably them, right? It's not quite the Lost Phantoms in terms of star power and firepower, but some big names. And let's start with the jungle, right? Because that's obviously the elephant. Talk about the elephant in the room. A platinum peaker in the jungle, Forsen, in your role as well. How do you feel about that?
I mean, because it's Forsen, I believe in him. I do believe in him.
Okay.
I mean, it's just jungle, so you can full clear and you can just, full clear, get objectives and look for a gank, and I believe that he can do it.
Yeah, and I think that kind of ties into the meta, right? Because obviously he's a big Briar one-trick. I will say to any team banning Briar against Four Swines and a Bum, come on, man, you're like challenger players. You're playing against the platinum. Give the fella a chance.
I agree.
But regardless, if they ban him, right, the meta has changed a bit because just before the new season, well, more of these simpler champs, I would say, like your Aatroxes, or maybe not Aatrox, a bad answer. Let's take Malphite because he's actually really broken.
Yeah.
Some of these champs have found their way into the jungle. Do you think that's a helping hand to Forsen from Riot?
Yeah, for sure it is. Also, you can also pull up the tanks and you can pull up more stable, I would say, champs to pick and then kind of synergize with the team and being like frontline. Maybe he plays some Sejuani as well. And just going for the objectives. I think in the new season it's very important that you get your full clear, that you just play around the objectives. And that's a bit like the jungle meta right now. Yeah.
And I mentioned Malphite just earlier. I quickly want to get your opinion as well, because it's not just what I've been seeing in the LCK and what I've been hearing from people and what playing the game myself. I've been buddied by a few Malphite junglers, but he is actually first pickable, right? It is no joke. I saw KT first pick it as well.
Yeah, he is very broken. Like, he has a good clear. Obviously, everyone knows how to press R on the keyboard. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think even Forsen can press the R, but
I think so too.
Let's start looking at the other half of the team, right? Any player that immediately stands out? I think outside of Forsen, there is someone here who's I've seen maybe has played in something called the LCS, been at MSI finals maybe.
That guy.
Yeah. Well, want to talk about having Pobelter in our league? Is that not a peculiar thing to watch in the NLC, let's be honest?
It is. When I first saw it, I was like, there's no way he's playing here. But I think, no, he is a very respected name. And I think he has a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience coming into this team that really puts them on top.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when I watched the NALCS back in the day, I was a TSM fan, so I've never been the biggest Pobelter enjoyer. He was really good on Winter Fox though, back when that was a team in I think Season 5.
Yeah.
I did like them because of their logo, and I love Winter, but I'm very excited to have him in our league. Right now I get to cheer for him if he has to represent us at EU Masters. But I believe, by the way, guys, he's playing on 200 ping, so I'm not gonna lie, if he's still good though, I still think he should be among the top mids, even with that ping deficit. But
I agree.
I mean, we might see a few questionable moments if the ping is too big.
Yeah, but then you can also always blame it on the ping. He misplays, but he says it's the ping, so that's fair.
Yeah, he does have the excuse. Let's look at the rest of the lineup here, right? Because we've just seen them on their webcams. I noticed a former LEC, one of the top-rated prospects not long ago in the ERLs, Jack Spectra as AD carry. Outside of that, you have Vega V2 as support and Drut in the top lane. It's a peculiar mismatch of players. What do you expect from whatever we are looking at?
I mean, it's a good question because this roster is like a mix of so many different personalities and players, but I'm very excited to see the bot lane, how they synergize and how well they play together, and just seeing how they fight, how they play the map. I think it's gonna be so fun. Like, I'm so excited, especially for the top lane as well, like what kind of picks that he comes up with.
I think when I've watched Drut, I don't watch too many streamers, but I've seen him play mainly Akshan, and I'm not gonna lie. Please don't play that in comp, man. I hate that champion.
Yeah, I hate him too, but it's still like, it would be a nice pick. I don't know if enemy will ban.
It would be, and here's just a little bit of a fun fact actually. I guarantee none of you guys watching probably knew this, but Vega V2 actually has a history with the opponents today. DMG, formerly Domino Esports, a team that he actually coached for, I believe, 4 or 5 months back in 2020. So it is a familiar foe he's going up against. DMG, not long ago, or a few years, rebranded from Domino to DMG, has been a staple in the NLC. And what else than staple than their lineup, right? Keeping 4 players from the summer split. If that doesn't show a belief in them, I don't know what will, because the ERLs, you know it yourself, it's changes and chops like the weather. So how do you feel about this roster at first glance? Have you played against any of them, or any notes that stick out?
Yeah, I mean, no, not like, to be honest, not really, but yeah, I think it's a big advantage you have when you have played together as 4 people. Like, it really creates like knowing how your team thinks in certain situations, and also the synergy. So it's a bit exciting to see how they will play together, and also with the new member coming in. Like, it's, I don't know. It will be very.
It will be interesting, right? I think DMG, when you look at them as an organization, have never had standout success. When they were in Norway, it wasn't standout. When they came into the NLC, they've had some decent splits. They've had some pretty impressive splits for their own standard, but making a LAN finals last year wasn't able to happen. And they're very big on talent development, right? They have a national team in each of the national leagues where they want to have a talent pipeline. And while I don't believe any of these players currently are from that talent pipeline, unless I'm missing something, in which case I very much apologize. But it is a roster I am quite excited about, because you mentioned the synergy, right?
Yeah.
Because so many of these teams in the ERLs, it'll be new every single split. There is one team that's different. We'll get to that later. But it should give you an inherent advantage. And from that, I think, let's try and move towards the changes. We've touched on the jungle quickly. This is where you should really come in as the expert, right? Because season 16, I mean, the game's happening so much quicker. I'm watching like 2 items at 18 minutes when you're fighting for your 3rd Drake. Like, things are going crazy. What are your standout takeaways so far?
To be honest, the new season kind of feels like scrolling on TikTok. the game starts way faster, I feel like. The items, you get faster, the fighting, like, it's just way faster, and I feel like it comes down to like mechanical, like who plays the best mechanical in fights early, because the damage feels so high. And also, can we talk about the phalites, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely get to it, right? We have more time, but I have been told, and I can promise you this, there's one thing that has not changed about the NLC, it's the level of our casters. Let's throw it to the incredible Trouble and Hiprain.
Hello everybody, welcome to the caster desk. Look at that. We've got a bit of a vibe going on. Honestly, I'm being real lazy. I couldn't be bothered to bring out my backdrop, so you get to see my bedroom tonight. How you doing, Trouble? Been a hot minute. We've had a whole new season start up. Games change pretty dramatically.
Gramps are back.
Yeah.
That's allowed to say. And it's actually pretty exciting. We have new format for the NLC, new teams. We have some interesting personalities joining in, thinking they can be pro players. Maybe they are, you know, maybe they're better even than the pro players that they're going to be coming up against. A lot of changes in the new season. And if you haven't watched any LCK or LPL, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, no, the season is dramatically different, actually. Obviously, minions spawning a bit earlier means that the game kind of gets going a bit quicker. Home guards are bonkers right now. You kind of just... Dortmundo always had a car, but now everybody has a car. They just taxi around the riff real quick. It makes the pacing of the game change very dramatically. Obviously, you've got the quests and stuff, which do affect how certain roles and lanes are played, and you know the outcome of how they... Of the game, basically. Wow, my brain melting out of my ear. I think seeing a topless man throw barrels is genuinely giving me a headache. I don't know what the hell was going on there.
I bet you can throw the barrel that far.
No. Well, not one filled with cement. Definitely not. But yeah, so I mean, obviously we're seeing things like the lane quests. There's been a lot of focus, and I was talking to you this early, Trouble, about how I felt there's been a lot of focus on top and ADC and their quest. And I'm a mid lane main, so for me, I was a bit like, I don't get all the fun stuff that like top and ADC are getting. Our quest is the most broken. I genuinely stand by. I think mid is the most broken. You get it so much earlier. You're guaranteed to get it. Like I haven't seen many games where the ADC gets full items. I haven't seen many games where the top laners actually hit that 20. But every game mid laners get the upgraded recall. They get the boots. They get a lot of tempo control all over the map. Sure, the ending power of a mid laner isn't quite as grandiose as an ADC or a top laner, but the impact they have earlier and prior to the
what
top
he's
of
trying
the
to
mid.
tell you all this time, because he just waffled for too long, is that mid
Yeah, I
is
know.
OP right now with the quest, right?
I swear, honestly, I don't think everyone's gotten onto this. I think mid is actually crazy strong.
All right, as we're moving into picks and bans.
Sorry, I can hear myself, so I was just typing into production. Right, having a look at the bans, seeing Jace. That actually is potentially a Jace jungle. I've been hearing murmuring.
Jace jungle,
about Jace
Aatrox jungle, all that stuff has come back.
Yeah, Gwen jungle also back. It's a lot of jungle bans, actually, to be honest, when you really look at it. And there's the Ivern getting picked up first of all for Forsen.
Right, Ivern being locked in. I mean, I think earlier on they were speaking about this on the desk, and Empress, if I'm not wrong, said, hey, maybe he can just take a step back and kind of be the facilitator for the team, be the one who's throwing the shields and the slows and the roots out there. So I feel like Ivern is the perfect champion to do that, and he's also like a full clearer. He becomes jobless really quickly as well, so he can actually interfere a little bit with the lanes as well. So I think that's a fantastic pick.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously now looking a little bit more towards what DMG are actually locking in, obviously the Orianna and the MF, giving them a little bit of wombo combo in that comp. And I did hear some voices in my ear, and I'm assuming everyone at home could also hear those voices. So to me, we're getting the teams as they're chatting through. So we'll have a listen to see what they're saying.
Okay, I'm looking last second. You guys can think about it.
I'm down, bro. Like, how bad could it be?
I'm just talking draft logic, right? Akali with Ivern versus double immobiles.
I agree.
In my head, it's OP draft-wise. But
Why is she good? Why is she good with Ivern?
Just like melee,
you shield me, I go in.
Oh, okay.
Your choice, bro. Otherwise, you can go
Yeah,
Victor.
fuck it, bro.
I think Akali looks really broken.
Okay, can I go the Staff of Water then? First item instead of Redemption?
Not first item, no, not first item.
Okay.
Second, maybe. We need redemption. It's too good.
It's a bit troubling when you give them like proper coaching in draft there, but obviously forcing maybe a little bit less
Where they are
experience as the rest of the players.
They're letting us counter pick support for no reason.
I mean, they're
Okay.
going to turn on 4, and then they're just going
Now we've moved over to Team DMG, so let's see how they want to respond to
Okay,
that.
just ban the Renekton. Oh, we can ban Renekton Jax, and I can go Camille.
That's what I usually go.
Yeah, ban Renekton.
Don't think we were going to go to DMG there, but having a look at the rest of the draft, let's actually start doing a bit of what we do. Trouble.
All right, let's do this.
Our casting. DMG have a big wombo combo, right? You've got the Magnet Storm, you've got the Bullet Storm, Bullet Time, you've got the Shockwave. Like
it will be a Bullet Storm when the wombo combo with.
Yeah, it is a Bullet Storm. You are right. It's trademark wombo combo, where I think on the side of FF15, locking in a little bit more of kind of personality picks and, you know, individual carries, like Jack Spectre locking in the Akali here. Something, you know, very flashy assassin in the mid lane will be pretty good versus the Orianna later in the game. Obviously, early laning phase can be miserable, but being able to punish a Orianna who's a very immobile champion makes a big impact down there. And
now,
DMG, honestly, this is just ease of execution to me from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, we might have brought back a few items, but Gale Force has not come back, okay? So an Aphelios is still as much of a sitting duck as he was for the past season. However, right now he has an Ivern. You can lock in a lot more supportive champions to actually bait the Vi ult coming from the other side. You see DMG are really trying to lock down one target or multiple ones, starting for a single target with the Vi, and then multiple ones coming through the CC with the Rel and the wombo combos that we mentioned. However, I'm not sure who was quite speaking from the side of FF15. Having a melee champion in that mid lane with Ivern is absolutely incredible. And there was a reason why Ivern sort of fell off, because a lot of the melee champions were not played last season over in the mid lane. Yone sort of fell off at some point, but Akali coming back here with Gunblade being back is going to be an incredible combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And seeing also the additional Camille coming back. It's been a while since we've seen really Camille have a place in the meta, and all towers having plates, the acceleration of the game. Top laners being able to not just have to rely on teleport because they can take a second summoner spell and then they get teleport for completing the quest, means we're kind of seeing a bit of a redemption in the story arc of our split push top laners. Things like, you know, obviously the Camille, the Fiora, Yorick. Obviously, I don't think they're going to be like constant go-to lock-in meta picks, but I do believe they have a little bit more of a place now in the meta than they did before.
Yeah, and it's primarily due to the quest as well. So right here, you would say that Akali is pretty unplayable into Orianna. The poke that Orianna exerts in the early game is really miserable for Akali. However, Akali has Ivern. What Ivern does really well is he clears his jungle super quickly, gets rewarded even more this time around with the quests and the smite being earlier and all that. So this has been a long time coming for things like the Ivern, especially because all you do is just you clear up your jungle, you just walk down mid lane, press your shield, and then Akali can take super aggressive trades onto an Orianna that is very squishy. If you lose your flash early on, then you are in trouble after level 6 for the Akali. However, the Akali still has one weakness, which is getting to that first item. It used to be Rocket Belt, it can still be Rocket Belt, but Gunblade has sort of like closed that gap ever since he came back because it was the OG Akali / Katarina item.
Yeah, you're a Kata main, or used to be back in the day, before you kind of just became a TFT main. But, you know, how are you feeling about what do you mean? You're insane at TFT. That's not an insult.
Okay,
that's the truth.
Okay.
You're like, what are you? What rank are you in TFT right now?
Right now, I think I'm D2, but I'm Master and Grandmaster for the last 8 sets or something.
How could that be an insult? How could that be an insult at all?
I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
If you were like if you were like plat locked, then maybe a bit more of an insult. Coming from the guy who's currently plat in TFT. But yeah, no, I'm curious how you feeling about the addition of Gunblade, because I obviously don't typically play champions who pick Gunblade. You know, I'm a GP guy, so not my
when
area.
it first came out, I looked at the stats in general, and I looked at a couple of websites, and they said that it was very gold worthy. Like it was carrying a lot of extra stats for the price of the item, but I feel like the most important thing for things like Akali and Katarina are sticking power. The reason why those two champions, okay, Akali has a lot more sticking power than Katarina because she has a lot more mobility with different spells, right? You've got the Shroud, you've got the E, you've got the double R, so you can actually make it work. And back then you also sort of had like Rocket Belt that would close that gap. You could never really play Rocket Belt on things like Katarina. It just wasn't really what you did on the champion in terms of like scaling and playstyle. So it really hit one champion. Akali still remain in the meta, just not as popular. But I feel like right now these two champions can be pretty playable, man. Like you bring out Veigar, you bring out Talia in the mid lane, suddenly Katarina with a Gunblade is just it's just it, you know. And last time I saw Katarina in pro play, it was NLC 2022. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. And it was the finals. It was finals.
If there's ever a time where you might see a Katarina again, I feel like our current like more content league style might actually be the world where you actually do see a Katarina. So maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe I'll
bring Cativolve back. Can we bring Cativolve in one of the teams? Hey, maybe he's one of the wait, maybe he's one of those Joker card players where you just swap out your mid and suddenly Cativolve just shows up and plays Katarina. That'd be sick.
Where are they from? Where's Cativolve from?
Oh, the US. The US.
Oh, yes.
No, Canada.
Probably not then. Canada. Yeah. Still probably not then. Let's be real. I'm assuming.
I'll say North America.
I have no idea who our.
I'll say
I have no idea who our players are, by the way, but I'm gonna make an assumption they're probably from our region. I don't think we're gonna see Cativolve showing up or Solar Backer on GP or anything like that from.
Hey, he did it last year. He was playing for Prime League. So, you never know.
Yeah, true. Okay. It's still closer. It's on the same landmass at least, where they're on the other side of the pond, mate.
We're on the same Earth. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for you.
About our brains have melted, by the way. Go on.
Right,
I think we're redoing draft, by the way, so we're just filling some time.
4 swines and a bum. Now, I don't want to start this conversation by pre-assuming that Forsen is the bum, okay? However, I'd like to rather play a game with you and with the viewers in Twitch chat, and whoever's watching, maybe Forsen stream as well, whatever. We're going to be choosing every single game that this team plays, who are the 4 swines, and who ends up being the bum. Now, the question is the bum the worst player, or is the bum the MVP?
It's the worst player. I think what you should do, and for everyone at home, this is very much just a reverse MVP. Like, who let the team down the hardest?
All right, bet. You know what? That's better than MVP. Who cares about MVP, man?
Who wants to be the biggest inter on their team?
It's usually more controversial, right? It's more controversial to give MVP because it's like, hey, sometimes like 4 players are really worth the MVP, but one guy will always run it down. So it's pretty clear who's the bum every time.
Yeah, but let's say all 5 players do well, then you still got to give someone the bum. Who's gonna pick? That sounds so bad.
No, someone will have messed up a team fight, a teleport, even like the
it's
KDA.
NLC, mate.
Even if the KDA looks good, right? Yeah. See,
it's
I went to
NLC,
Jack Spector's stream earlier, and I told Jack Spector, I was like, "Hey, mate, good luck and stuff like this." I was like, "Can you please run it down for the memes, like just so we can, have the experience." He's like, "Don't worry, someone on team in my team is definitely gonna run it down." And he seemed like he knew what he was talking about. Who do you think it is?
Should I say names on broadcast? If I speak, I get in much trouble. I will stay quiet, but I think everyone can assume.
Right.
Yeah, I've been told in my ear that we got about a minute till the game. That was actually a few moments ago, so let's spend a minute, I assume, until we get onto Summoner's Rift for our first game of 2026. It's a weird start to the year. Obviously, things have shaken up massively. Even on our side of the screen, there's a lot less of us kicking about, which is kind of sad. Sad to see a lot of people not here this year. Obviously, we still have Aragon in the form of a coach. You know, he ran it down as
in
a
the
top
form
lane,
of
and now
ass
he's gonna,
coach. Ass
yeah,
coach.
he's now going to run it down as a coach because, you know, that's all Aragon knows how to do.
Oh no, he didn't get it. He's just too old. You know. Okay. The whole joke is that he's ass coach because he's assistant coach. But if you shorten the word, it's ass coach. Come on, you had one chance, man. That was it.
Trouble. I watched a topless guy throw barrels of cement for like 15 minutes. My brain is absolutely melted right now. What do you want from me? I don't know what to do. Everything's changed. I'm old, and it's not how it used to be. I can't play my Game Boy in the back of the car anymore because it's all on the phone. Everything's different.
Bro,
Old man has
you
a
sound
crash
like
out.
you sound like my grandma. They don't used to make them like they did back in those days. You
Trouble,
wanna
I don't
see
have to
us?
buy batteries anymore. Everything just plugs in and charges. I used to go buy batteries and then drop them off at the shop. They had a recycling thing for the batteries, and that's all gone. It's
More
everything's
environmentally
different.
friendly to not have
I know.
batteries.
I know it's
crashing out for no reason. It's
better.
crashing out for no reason.
The cars run on batteries and not all dinosaurs. Like,
End the show. End the show.
the show's different. I don't know what to do. Oh,
Okay.
having a full-on meltdown.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you guys what we're gonna watch. Okay. We're gonna go some really cool League of Legends. DMG versus FF15. DMG you probably remember from last year, and a lot of names are returning names as well, right? So we have Lulash, who previously was in Bulldog last year. We've got Fateski, we got Kamsky. So we have got some really, really, really good players that are gonna be going up against what you think is an influencer team. But in reality, they're actually pro players. A lot of them are super high elo players, players with a lot of knowledge. I'm not talking about Forsen, of course, with all these categories. I'm just taking him out for now. But the rest of them, high players, pro players, high experienced players. You take your pick. I'm particularly interested in Veigar V2 because I'm kind of disappointed I didn't see a Veigar. And I'm like, you're going to have it in your name. You might as well freaking play it. It's a best of one. So if you don't play now, when are you going to bring it out?
It's actually interesting when you do a deep dive on the draft because a lot of, like you were saying, DMG is NLC kind of storied players and then big heavy hitters on the other side. And, you know, like you said, a lot of influence on them. But for anyone who doesn't really use Twitter that much, I don't particularly blame you on that. But Veigar V2 is pretty touted and pretty well known as a online person when it comes to kind of just general knowledge on League of Legends. Yeah. I know lots of people have taken coaching off this guy over the years. You know, if I was to be, I have zero insight on what's going on FF15, but I'm going to assume that Veigar's probably the guy making all of the calls in this game. Like, they are a very, very switched on individual when it comes to the game. I feel like Jack Spectre and Pobelter, wow, can't even say his name, Pobelter.
Okay, Pobelter. I'll be saying his name.
He's only been on the scene for years, and I still can't say his name.
It's fine, man. It's fine.
But, you know, they are incredibly
dyslexia
storied
real.
players. Dyslexics are people poo. That's all I can say on that. But, you know, Jack Spectre and Pobelter, wow, really struggling with that for some reason.
Right.
Incredibly storied players have been around for ages.
Take it.
Yeah, incredibly storied and experienced players from high level have been around for a long time. Obviously,
Pobelter.
Yeah, I'm doing it deliberately this time.
I'll be your mouth for that one. It's fine.
It's, you know, obviously from more NA side of things, so Jack Spectre, a bit more of a local. In fact, Jack Spectre's been a guy I've been casting for years now.
He's won an EMEA Masters in 2022.
I was looking at it today. I quit my job to become a full-time caster in 2016.
Because of Jack Spectre?
No.
Oh,
Not
okay.
because of Jack Spectre.
Okay. Well, I was trying to make the link, bro.
I've been doing this for a decade now.
All right.
And Jack Spectre, I have casted so much over that time. I know, I'm actually old. I'm turning 33 this year.
Damn, you're ancient, dude.
I'm actually so withered. I'm so withered away. Hence why I was complaining about batteries earlier. And I'm just kind of, I think I have turned into our resident.
Discs.
Oh. Do you remember how much of a big deal? Do you remember how much of a big deal they made about floppy disks? And like, we were taught how to properly use floppy disks. And
you know what? Keep it.
Shutting grabs
I want
They're silencing the man.
I want to see you put your hands on your mouth like this, and I'm gonna send it back to the studio. Please save us from him.
They're silencing me.
Welcome back to the studio with a little bit of a quiet introduction there. We couldn't quite hear what they said, but I assume whatever they said was probably all right. But, you know, game one, delayed. What would you expect? It is esports after all. Something has to go wrong. I think I tried to put in a disclaimer warning to you guys before we went on, right? This would always happen. But we didn't have much time actually in the pre-show to just get to know you guys. You're all still new on the NLC, and I think I would like to know a bit more about you. I mean, I met you guys this Saturday, right? Like, I don't know too much about you either. How did you guys end up playing League of Legends? I mean, I know you've been really good at it, but I don't even know how you get into it. I think I'll start with you, Toby. How did you end up getting into this game?
I was just like...
Microphone and technical difficulties. It's not just the game that's bugged. Leia, then, what about you? While Toby tries to fix his mic.
I think I just forgot playing a console games. Oh.
Oh, really?
Ida, så tager vi dig.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead, Leah.
Amazing. I grew up playing a lot of console games, and then I stumbled across League of Legends because I had friends playing it. But I had a bit of a funny start, actually. My friends at the time kind of pranked me, and it was my first time playing an online kind of game. They hyped PvP up to be something that was you had to be really good at the game. So for a whole year, I was playing co-op versus AI and was told that I wouldn't be allowed to play PvP draft until I could 1v5 intermediate bots. So that was, I don't know, like I was just playing with my friends. I mean, whether it was, I didn't know at the time, like AI was just like that. I was just like, okay, I guess this is just how the game is. And I was too scared to touch draft, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, that is kind of crazy. Spending a whole year of League and everything against
I know.
bots.
I was like 12 though, so like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, final boss.
The early days, the OG.
days, the old-
What about you, Ida? I mean, out of anyone, I think you've probably spent maybe the most time on the game, at the very least in terms of being good at it.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing in 2013, in season 3 actually. I played a lot of Twisted Treeline.
Yeah,
back
that was
then.
based. My first game was in Twisted Treeline too.
It was the best game mode. I played GP a lot. The old Gangplank, it was so nice. I loved it so much. But yeah, and then in season 7, I started to pick up the game. I started to try hard way more. I played it more seriously, and yeah, I started to play jungle. I played every other role back then. My first Penta was with Jax. Yeah, I have a clip of that. That is a horrible executed play, but you know, back then.
Yeah, it was mechanically insane.
Yeah,
I mean, mine was with Master Yi, so you know, don't be ashamed. And it was in an ARAM as well. I bought a skin for him afterwards.
Yeah,
I went to my mom and I was like, I mean, I got Pentacle on Yi. I need to use my allowance to get. I got like the lightsaber one way of like the inspired.
Okay, but that's also the best Master Yi skin.
Come on, man, not nowadays. The Christmas one is better.
No, it's not.
I remember using all my pocket money, or like my first the money I got from my first job. I would like just gift skins to my friends, and we would just.
Oh, not even to yourself.
No, but we would give skins to each other because it would be way. I think it was like financially smarter to gift skins than actually buy them yourself.
How old were you when you got into League of Legends?
I was what, 14?
Were you saying they're doing ROI investments on like your League of Legends? For like pound for pound, I get more value by buying a skin to my friend.
That's smart.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But that's like stuff I would probably expect to do when you're like studying economics.
Also, it was random because I think it was random skins.
Yeah, it's random skins you get. Yeah.
So
And that's when you get it cheaper, right? I use that to give to my friends, like on their birthday, I give them a random skin, like, happy birthday. But sitting there calculating the value is crazy. Did we have an update? Were we ready to send it to the casters? Should we finally have the game on?
Hey, here we are. Beautiful. Got to cut Duckling off mid-sentence. No better feeling than that. As we are into the game already. Obviously, minions have spawned. Minions spawn way quicker nowadays. As teams are obviously not particularly seeing many invades or any kind of early shenanigans nowadays because you just don't have time for it. I can't remember, though, off the top of my head, Trouble, what is the quick jungle clear now? Because remember, like, 330 was always, like, the rough time you were aiming for, and anything below that was better. But, man, oh, what? So you see Jack Spectre getting in a bit of danger here. He's okay. Okay. Sorry, Trouble, you can ramble away now. Old man's had his moment. Oh, Binky!
Another old man apparently has had his moment. Not that Jack Spectre is old, however, he's done his circles in esports, right? So now we can call him old because we can.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Fatesky and Kamsky have been playing together for so long, and they are a very, very strong bot lane, extremely aggressive, especially when Kamsky gets to play on things like the Rel or the Leona, and of course Fatesky on the Misfortune. With a paired up support that likes to engage and find opportunities, you can really be oppressive. And again, Gunblade might have come back. Gale Force has not. So, Aphelios still a sitting duck of a champion.
Yeah, standard Aphelios weaknesses there. Speaking of standard weaknesses, I'll say for Poe Bolter on the Akali. Does have the standard getting shoved in by the likes of a control mage like Akali. Not Akali, Orianna. Wow, my brain really isn't working today. But
there is an Akali.
Comes over. There is an Akali. Brain functioning. I'll get there. Don't worry, we've got 5 games of this. I'll figure it out eventually. Forcing came over, made sure that the wave did get sorted. Can see that Lula, she's looking for a potential invade, but there are no camps spawning up anytime soon, so just going to pop that ward. Maybe look towards that crab angle, or looks for a potential gank onto someone.
I think he's waiting for bot lane.
Yeah, he is.
Spectra, even though he did die, he didn't expend his flash, but now they've walked way too far forward in that tri-bush, and they could get caught.
Yeah, it looks like they found Vega already. He is incredibly low, being forced to flash away. Jack Spectre is going to be able to get the Calibrum off and just zone off. But that's the flash burnt there onto Vega. And Jack's the only one with a single summoner spell on that flash left. Every other summoner spell burnt down in the bot lane for FF15.
All right. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the last season. If you guys are new to watching the new season of League of Legends, at least competitively, LPL and LCK have demonstrated just a little bit how things work. Don't expect way too many changes in terms of the champions. Still, like the Cassantes and the Rumbles of the world are out there and they're extremely strong. Like, Cassante was a nuisance anyway. Can you imagine a level 20 Cassante? What he can do? Yeah, that'd be really fun. So, a lot of champions that are either lane dominant or scale really nicely into the late game, like the Sion, like the Cassante. I'm hinting at Baus right here, will do fantastically well. Also, stepping into this river doesn't count anymore as being in your lane. So you actually have to be laning. You have to play more lane dominant kind of champions if you want to finish your quest over the top of the map.
And I don't know if anyone's been on Twitter. I've talked about this Twitter twice today already, and I don't even use that. But it was Watley, actually, who was playing in the league, did have a pretty good series of posts about how the top lane quests and how restrictive it actually is to top laners. If you want to complete that quest, you have to stay in lane. You have to buckle down and just hold it off. As Goldman actually going incredibly low here, gets the belly bop off on to it goes for the flash forwards, almost finds the kill on, has got Forcing coming forwards, he's able to trade it out, kills the kill, throws the ult wide, gets the lockdown onto Forcing, and I don't think the tree's going to have the damage to finish up the Gragas. Forcing needs to be ultra careful here. A little bit too slow to the punch. Meanwhile, DMG continue their dominance as they're looking to jump in onto FF15. Jack Spectre gets caught by the exhaust. The slow will pin him in place. He throws down the barrier as DMG can't close the gap and secure the kill. Poe Welter is here, though, for a potential tidy up, or potentially going to get himself in a bit of danger. Caught there by the Q from Lulush, and he is sent packing.
Yeah, he just made a 360 right there, going towards the bottom of the map, see if he can actually catch out a struggler. But there's no strugglers. That was a pretty clean dive coming out from DMG. And again, Jack Spectre playing the Aphelios right here is bringing 2022 flashbacks because this was one of his most prominent champions back when he won that EMEA Masters, made his LEC debut as well. However, again, a very big sitting duck into a Vi who's got a point-and-click CC to reach any target. Might get a little bit scary. However, Rakan, Ivern, once they've got a couple of items, they become one of the best protectors in the game in general, and particularly Rakan is one of the most anti-dive supports that you can have over on the bot side of the map. Now, can Jack Spectre not fall behind enough to allow then Vega V2 and Forsen to protect him in those teamfights, and of course have some juice on him for himself as well.
Alrighty, well, seeing Fate Ski on its way back to wave. Did get it held there by Calm Sky. Teleports coming in from Vega. So you got the unleashed spellbook, so we'll be able to switch around on those summoner spells quite nicely. And I'm honestly quite scared for FF15. Already getting pretty heavily caught out here in trades and fights across the map, but DMG are very much a level 6 comp. Once they get those ultimates unlocked, that's when they start to pop off, and it's now just the bot lane who are level 5 right now, closing in on that level 6 mark. The wombo combo, the kind of just headbutt your keyboard and one-shot an enemy team, is going to be very much unlocked soon here for DMG. And I worry if FF15 are going to have the ability to actually hold against it.
Yeah, and Forsen also had the idea to go Staff of Flowing Water first. I'm not sure who corrected me right there. It could have very easily... Listen, I think it was Vega V2, but whoever was that person was Swedish for sure and sounded like Treats. But wasn't Treats, I can tell you that. So I have a slight suspicion it might have been Vega V2 where he was like, no. You still go Redemption first and then go whatever support item you want. Now, Forsen might have been caged here between Lulas and Phantomisto.
Looks like they have found the knock-on onto him. He is absolutely cooked. Phantomisto goes down. Lulish able to secure the kill. Lulish, you are right. He kind of just spectated that. Didn't even bother. Now gets caught by the Daisy slow. Has to flash away from the binding. Daisy knockup doesn't make the connection. Fatesky does have 6. Calm Sky not quite close enough, but he finds the lockdown of multiple people. And in comes the bullet time. Followed up by Lulish jumping in. The Magic Storm has finally been unlocked. Pobelter flashes forwards, trying to finishing up Lulish. Gets him with a perfect execution. As now Calm Sky is going to try and peel his ADC out of this mess of a fight. DMG end out losing hard on that bot side.
Super miscoordinated start to finish right here for DMG, and FF15 super luckily pick up a few of the strugglers from the set of DMG. I feel like mega error right there from Lula. She just wasn't paying attention to his mid laner, or it wasn't quite communicated that Phantomisto actually found Forsen in this bush. I actually felt like Forsen was pinched between Lulash and Phantomisto, especially when you've got the ult with Vi. You can very easily kill that Ivern early on with the wombo combo. However, it wasn't quite the case, and both Lulash and Phantomisto ended up being picked up by FF15. Kills and assists are very useful right now for Jack Spectra, who's fallen about 1.1k gold behind.
Ooh. Little pause, just to open up the week on. I say open up the week, this is our only day this week. Feels weird, doesn't it, actually?
You can say to open the season. There you go.
Yeah, open the season. It does feel weird, though, but we're at a point where, you know, one game day a week.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious.
Drink right there from Pobelter.
I'm curious why Lulish was more fixated on that control ward than he was his mid laner getting ganked.
Okay.
I assume it was just a mistake.
I can tell you from experience, a lot of people are not very good at comms, okay? So if you're expecting your mid lane to say, for example, hey, Ivern in the bush, if you're not necessarily looking, if Lulish, for example, was very focused on playing towards bot side, because he started the dragon and he was also looking bot side, he could potentially be looking at what state the bot lane wave is at to see if he maybe should gank or if he should start the dragon. If the fact that Phantomisto found Ivern in the bush was not necessarily communicated somehow, maybe Lulish was just a bit in the dark about his mid laner being jumped on. And this is where the communication errors happen, right? I've been fortunate to be behind a lot of teams that scream. And unfortunately, these are things that people probably need to work on. The communication, which things you should be putting forward to your team and which ones not. Because junglers have, in general, so much to do. You're literally constantly looking at 3 lanes, choosing your path, remembering which of your camps are starting. Where should you open to top, mid, bot? Should you go to your camp? Where did your opponent start? Where are they right now? How are the lanes looking? So this content is just so much in a jungler's mind in general that it's generally really good when you've got really communicative teammates as Facekeep.
Oh, out of mana, but he gets a nice slow off there.
Here he
He
comes.
may just chase in. Lulish got the ability to close this, has ultimate as well, so Jack going to get himself taken out there by the fight. Nice little turnaround. We did have it was a little DMG comms issue, actually was what caused the pause. So I think that kill onto Phantomisto might be somewhat explained off the back of that.
I think there might be a small bug with the overlay as well. I don't think Jack Spectre has summoners, or he would have used them right there. He could have very easily gotten away from the buy. There's an ultimate Lulash. However, I'm pretty sure that he blew those when he got dive the first time around a couple of minutes ago. So that flash, I think it should be up and available. Correct me if I'm wrong, League Ops. We do have a Wild Cam Sky scouting enemy jungle, setting down a bit of vision, putting that control ward down over the bot side of the map, just to make sure that they're establishing a lot of control over the bot side, which the first dragon obviously spawns. I would say playing around that Misfortune, that is a 10-minute Bloodthirster completed for Fate. He's extremely strong.
Oh, nice ult there from but do you see that Goldman able to get a good ult off just to send him packing? There you go, getting his base interrupted here by Calm Sky. And yeah, I guess for anyone who hasn't really been paying attention, we talked a little bit about like the top lane summoners and how they get affected. Oh, well, sorry, the quests, and we talked a little bit about the top lane quest. You can see that both of our top laners in this game are currently running the teleport. So you can opt into not taking teleport, and then you get it later. Might have to hold that, though. Nice flash interrupt coming in on the Gragas, and that is an easy kill. DMG absolutely dominating here off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had some pretty good results last year as well, where they took some teams to a big roller coaster during their games. And particularly the main focal point for DMG has always been their bot lane, but adding Goldman to the equation right here, Graga is one of the strongest top lane champions, a lot of sustain, a lot of wave push, a lot of anti-dive ability playing even under his tower if you have to, but you also see that he has the rights to outplay all the scenarios with the body slam, with the ultimates. We are looking to the Abyss, all the way in the screen right there. And the Abyss ended up being a dragon for DMG.
Seeing a potential look for a fight here. Vega gonna try and zone Calm Sky off. Teleport's coming in though, so the backup, it's gonna be a 3 versus 4. Throws out the quickness. Magnet Storm is gonna get connected. In he jumps. They find the lockdown though on to Pobelter. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The waves crashing in even harder, and Fateski now playing safe, knowing that Vega had used ultimate in that previous skirmish.
Calm Sky spawning right here. Let's see where he chooses to open. He usually supports choose to open through mid, and he's gonna head mainly towards that. But I feel like Phantomista does have a push.
He has no mana.
No mana.
Fateski, you don't have the mana for this, buddy. There's redemption. Oh no. Wait, Graviton's gonna lock him. They can W. I think he's in danger. I don't care about top. I think Misfortune's in real danger. Looks like they pulled it off. I don't think Vega had the mana for it, but you can see that Forsen's on the way over. Fateski hasn't got flash, has got barrier. They've summoned up Daisy. Calm Sky's gonna look for the lockdown. There's the knock up onto him, but Fateski's able to put some distance between them. They don't have the damage. Jack Spectre wasn't in range. It's an Ivern and it's a Rakan. They don't have the damage to deal with him.
Well, look at Jack Spectre's inventory. He just went to a car boot sale and just bought whatever he could find there for the few coins that he had in hand, right? Whilst on the other hand, Fateski just shows up in his Ferrari. Full Bloodthirster already. You can very easily be... You're super tanky, you lifesteal a lot, and he's able to get out of this one without dying, particularly because Ivern and Rakan don't really do any damage, man. They're there to protect, they're there to attack, but they're not there to do any damage. So Fateski gets to walk out. He will have his flash available very, very soon. And especially for when the next dragon spawns, that might actually be useful with things like Akali being able to join those fights.
Well, it's been a weirdly action-packed game, but you are seeing that the kind of power of the tempo changes in the game right now. New season obviously introduces home guards, but take you way further into the lane than they did in previous seasons. So teams get a punish or a kill, and honestly, you have to make sure that you're really set up to then go in for like tower plates or a punish off the back of that, because that was a nice little trade onto Fateski. Forced him all the way out. He resets, and not a single plate was picked up by FF15, and Jack Spectre, on the other hand, being zoned off just from the presence of Lulash being in the area. They do spot it out. Fateski slowly just chipping and whittling away at that tower. There's not really much FF15 can do. They just have to watch.
Yeah, I feel like Fatesky feels a lot more confident, right? Now that he has his flash available, he can actually evade and engage from that Rakan as Lula's jumping on Forsen.
Forsen is getting absolutely obliterated. Magnus Storm comes through into the bullet time. And that's going to be a kill for Fatesky. Down goes Forsen.
Okay, that's minus aura because you're bullying the plat player. Come on, man. Minus aura for Lulash.
I mean, take the kill,
that was
get the tower. I know. I don't know. I'm too old and disconnected from the
That's a
internet.
3,000 gold lead on this Misfortune. 3,000. It's going to be 2 items versus a couple of components. Wait. What? Where you go? Oh. There was a little bit of a delay. There are items purchased for Fatesky right there, but it kind of looked like he left. Let's see which side the Atakan will spawn. Said no one ever in 2026, because that is gone. If you haven't kept up with a lot of the updates. And
We are also seeing...
there, but hey.
We're also seeing Fatesky's definitely completed his quest, his lane quest. So he's getting extra experience and gold from minions, where Jack Spectre actually isn't. So that gold lead actually accelerates even further now, because Fatesky's going to be getting just that little bit more, while Jack Spectre's still playing catch up. His boots are still in his inventory. I know, it's brutal. And it's only going to get worse. This is the one thing, one of the kind of little micro things about the bot lane now is that a snowball on an ADC can actually accelerate to a point where it comes very hard to catch up to the other ADC. Fatesky going to be that much closer towards getting the next item, getting the next level, where Jack Spectre has only just finished his lane quest. So that is now done up for him. Both mid laners have finished it, taken the Merc Threads. No surprises, item is giga broken.
But talking about items being completed, Akali is officially online and she's a champion. Gunblade for Pobelter being completed in his inventory right now, and you will see the power actually of Gunblade. Again, it's not the active damage that it does, it's the sticking power it provides by the snow. As FF15 are starting the dragon, EMG are scouting around. Misfortune super far, which means the dragon goes over to FF15.
Yeah, not thinking about it. Quickness has been thrown in. There's the Magnus Storm. Phantomisto making his way over. Shockwave only hits onto one as Veigar falls. Forsen, no flash available. That is a dead tree. The Gragas takes 2. 4-1 to Goldman.
And you know what was really funny? During this whole fight, Phantomisto pressed his Shockwave and then pressed B. He was in the bush off the Ivern while they were still killing 2 members of FF15 in this pit, and he sprinted towards the tops of the map to not lose any more of that tower. Of course, the crystals that are spawning on the tower are making your attack empowered. So you definitely don't want to be giving away a lot of those. Phantom is going to defend the topside tower, and Kamsky will just make sure to lay down a couple of wards for extra vision. And Pobelter might be in trouble here. That's a flash.
Got flash, got ult. Shuriken flips away. Actually goes in for the full engage onto Phantomisto. Flashes away there. Exhaust lands onto Pobelter. Just going to wait out that perfect execution. Puts as much distance as he can. And the execution goes to safety there from Pobelter. No way for the kill. Thanks to the exhaust. Really, really well played from Kamsky. They're absolutely crushing it on the rail, to be honest.
And I was about to say, I feel like a lot of the weight falls onto Drutus and Pobelter. As I'm saying this, Lula spun himself a tree.
Jumps through the portal. Fatesky's in range, and they're going to find the lockdown. That tree is 1-4. That's rough.
-2 aura right there for Lulash. He did it again. Stop bullying the plat player, man. It ain't cool, okay?
Hey, man. Forsen signed up for this.
That's true.
It's not like he's on a Smurf, man. You jump into the lion's cage, get ready for it.
Absolutely, as a DMJ looking for the
I can't believe I
topside
just
tower
called
as well.
Lulish the lion.
The worst part of being behind with a team that has immobile carries, such as the Aphelios, is that when your first towers, when your tier 1 towers start to fall, so does a lot of the safety for said carry to walk forward to push up the wave. So specifically where the Spectre stepped up to right now, DMG could have been very easily ready to jump onto him, right? You have Gragas, you have Vi, you've got Rel. These champions are very elusive. They can jump through walls. They can very easily get to you. So it becomes really scary to walk up a lane when there's a lot of fog of war around that.
Well, 20 minutes on the clock. 4-10. Gold lead, absolutely monstrous. Across the board. Mid is actually equal. Pobelter doing a pretty good job of actually keeping this somewhat closer than maybe it should be. Has handled the Phantomisto lane very well, especially when considering you are going to go down just naturally in lane to the Akali, to the Orianna. But spotting out the Camille in the bush there with the ball is Pobelter being zoned off. We're going to get the charge off here. Curious to see if this Camille actually full sends it in, but Phantomisto comes in for the shockwave. There's going to be the bullet time as Camille launches in. Base key's low. Goldman tries to find some level of safety for his ADC, but it's not going to be enough. Phantomisto with a clockwork wind-up will secure himself that kill. Auto-attack after auto-attack being threaded in, but ultimately, FF15, they get a kill, they get a shutdown. They're still going to lose the tower.
Yeah, that's, I feel like, best case scenario here for FF15. Unfortunately, they do have to live with the repercussions of their actions, and they do lose an extra tower, but the 1-for-1 was pretty nice. I feel like Fatesky kind of overextended in this particular fight, so Druid found the angle to dive onto him, and Goldman's TP was super late, so until that Gragas actually joined the fight, there was no real threat to dive into the backline and get onto people like Jack Spectre or Pobelter when he jumped in, right? So pretty good stuff right there from FF15 to actually trade that kill, find the angle, get the shutdown, as you mentioned, to the Misfortune as well. And I was just about to mention how I feel like the whole weight falls onto Druid's and Pobelter's shoulders. They have to be the ones finding that Misfortune, eliminating that Misfortune. And luckily for them, they're both on backline diving assassin type of champions that can very definitely do that.
Pobelter really is the that one kind of that golden ticket here for FF15 to get back into the game. DMG just feel like they have such a colossal pressure and power lead right now. I will admit they did give a shutdown over to the Camille, and with A, the crystals, and B, just the way the plate system works and how much damage you can actually do to these towers, I feel like split pushes are more enabled than they used to be. So there is still an avenue through that Camille to potentially play into the side lanes and take down towers. But right now it is 0 towers to 4. So gonna be a hard road here for FF15 to pull this back.
Man, some names are really hard for you, aren't they? FF15, Pobelter. They happen to be the same team as well. Pobelter 18 at FF15. But I guess we're gonna fix that as if you noticed while the Dragon was going on down the bot side of the map, as FF15 had sneaked one prior, which makes it much easier to actually slow for an extra 5 minutes. We have Vega to walk up to try and get some vision safety for Pobelter, because this is like a tower that they could potentially take over on the top side of the map. Not gonna be the case. Calm Sky is gonna walk up, clean it up. Jack Spectre walks a little bit too far forward. Goldman has to blow his ult, and then Jack Spectre is flashless again.
He is not getting to play the game. He's on a very immobile ADC, and he is being bullied.
I went to his stream and I was like, hey, can you run it down for the memes? Just to see how it is. He said, don't worry, someone else will do it for me. Oh. Maybe he meant
Goldman's
it.
in a bit of danger. They're going to throw everything out, though. Get the slow off with the barrels. Phantomisto is in the area. Shockwave could be huge here as Pobelter launches over the wall. Shockwave makes the connection into the Magnet Storm. It's not enough to secure the kill. Lulush, very low, bleeding out. Redemption to heal up the Camille. They're able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but Faceky joining in from the flank, able to secure himself one. It is going wrong on every front here for FF15. Vega V2 being hunted here by the Misfortune. Got the strut, got the movement speed, got the triple.
Triple kill right here for Fatesky, and I'm gonna say that was probably the best case scenario fight that FF15 could find. When you're playing with so many assassins that love different angles and isolated targets, that's what DMG gave them. However, there is so much CC on the side of DMG, and they're so far ahead that now Pobelter has to probably 1v2 to get out.
Yeah, they're able to find the lockdown onto him. Pobelter trying to play the escape here. Shuriken flips to safety. DMG won't get the kill, but they get towers, they get pressure. I'm gonna be real trouble. I think this game's looking a little rough here for FF15.
4,000 gold lead. Yes, I did go up. I made it 4K even. That's 3
Rounded up.
items completed, plus 2 extra components for the Misfortune. That is absolute insanity in terms of the strength difference between the two AD carries. And yes, there is the whole 200 years of experience, just let Aphelios scale. However, he can scale all he wants, but if the game is over, you don't get to scale as much. And you see all those crystals that have accumulated on the towers of DMG. FF15, because they have lost the towers themselves, and with the state of their carries, they cannot overextend to actually get those autos on the tower to claim the crystals.
And get himself some play gold, some level of ability to come back. Fate skill level 15. 2 levels, not just that gold you mentioned. It's just the experience lead is too much. And now Camille being hunted down here. Goldman finds himself a lockdown into the barrel, into the ulti. Gets a bit of safety off here. Is able to jump over the wall. The Q shield gave him a little bit more. As Lulush caught there by the W slow. Calm Sky still continuing to chase. They've got another Q coming up. They're going to find the interrupt. The hook shot makes the connection, and he is out of there. Meanwhile, looks like on the top side of the map, we're seeing a big old bullet time. Veigar goes down. They blast cone over the wall. Teleport's coming in for the slow. Pobelter, I don't think he has the damage to deal with Fateski here. He's losing way too much HP from a single auto attack, and he's running towards the rail. They're going to spot him inside the bush. They're going to find him with a Magnet Storm. Down goes the Akali. Out goes Forsen. And I think we may just see a Baron very early here for the side of DMG. They got the gold, they got the pressure. Why don't they?
That was great teamwork and map awareness coming in from DMG. Not only was Fateski behind Fatomiso to defend him, but they instigate into the jungle of FF15 as Goldman is steeping on the top of the map. They literally sandwiched them into a triangle. DMG are playing their hearts out in this game, number 1.
A team who have kind of, I feel like DMG and a lot of these players have always had a lot of potential here at the NLC, but have been overshadowed by various different rosters. I think last year's a bit of a write-off for everyone, to be honest. We had one team in particular take all of the glory. But DMG, you know, this feels like, you know, an amazing start. It's not like this is inherently an all-bad team on the side of FF15. Jack Spectra might be in a little bit of danger. Throws out the ultimate. It did nothing. Fateski is too much right now. IE now finished up.
I think I might have done a very bad thing. I think he took my message quite too literally. I said, hey, dude, for the memes. I don't think this is the memes, you know? I think he's just doing it. It's just happening. Fateski's just gapping him together with Calm Sky. And yeah, this might be the diff of not playing Veigar down the bot lane, you know?
Incredibly rough there. See, Calm Sky finds the lockdown, gets the pop off. They do for a redemption out to try and buy some space. Oh, in they jump actually. Maybe looking for the turnaround. Another lockdown, as that's going to be a kill picked up already as Phantomisto has joined into the fray. Forcing took a tower shot though. Fateski is ripping the base apart while all of this is going on.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
He's going to be able to get the reset off. And honestly, a 1 for 2 when 4 people are tower diving you, I'm pretty happy with that, especially when you're answering with a tower in the base.
But again, you see how good of a champion this Gragas champion is, especially when you're playing defense. 1 versus 4, returns a kill, buys enough time for Phantomisto to TP top, as Jack Spectra, Veigar V2 and Forsen are trying to find anyone in their jungle that anyone can
He's dead! He gets one shot by Fateski into the ultimate. Finding the knockups here. The slow comes down. Fateski's just going to throw the auto attack out. Jack Spectra's health bar is just disappearing. Pobelter will look for the kill, but Fateski finds himself the triple. There's going to be the shutdown into the shockwave. Quick Zonyas will buy him a bit of time, but it's not going to be enough. Lulish finds the lockdown. Magnestorm comes through. Phantomisto will not be falling today, but Lulish may go out with a bang. Durut finds the lockdown onto him as they continue to chase forwards. Karmsky is keeping the pressure up. Not going to find the kill.
Damn, that backfired real quickly. They were trying to find any remnants of DMG inside their own jungle, but Fateski is so fast on the map with his Misfortune. Almost a 7,000 gold lead individual, I want to add, gold lead. That is a 5-item Misfortune 29 minutes in.
Absolutely
Look at anyone
crazy.
else. They've just completed the third item. He's got 5 completed and a cloak. It's disgusting.
Is this the fated 6-item ADC game?
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? Is obviously Bloodthirster is very key to Miss Fortune's build. That Serpent's Fang, very nice into the shielding, but a typically an unnecessary item for someone like a Miss Fortune. But you can actually get the double non-crit items because that 6th item will be that 100% crit. So just the power of the upgrades for the ADC role. And then what happens when they get themselves an almost 7k gold lead at 29? It's sub 30 minutes and they have a 7k gold lead pretty much.
Yeah, it also makes it much easier when he's that far ahead, right? He doesn't actually have to sacrifice damage. He's still getting damage through the items, but he also gets really needed utility to just help his team actually finish what they started. As I say this, they are onto the inhibitor tower over the tops of the map, and every team cannot even stop them. Goldman's just playing bait here.
Gonna be able to take the tower. They actually don't look to go for the full send. They're gonna try and take out the Daisy there. Phantom Misto was forced to flash away. Vegas coming in, but they do have that flank there. Camille potentially coming over the wall. Cass goes wide. They look for the lockdown into the bullet time, and that's going to be a quick kill onto Pobelter. Sent back to the grey screen. DMG. Health bar starting to look a little bit wary, though. As those Infernums are hurting, is in the jumps, Camille shut down on the 2-1. Phantomisto will fall. Forsen's going low, but Faceky remains untouched. A double kill was picked up for him here as Lulash takes down Jack Spectra. The base is going to fall, and this is DMG taking game 1 of the season in an absolutely devastating stomp. FF15, it felt like they didn't have a hope in hell.
That was a very, very dominating win from DMG right there. Obviously, I'm going to give minus aura points to Lulash because he was always looking for the plat player. But hey, you sign up yourself for it, you're going to get slapped, right? Forsen got a little bit slapped, I wouldn't say. However, there was a few mishaps also in the both sides of the map. I want to say that Kamsky and Fadeski, again, when those two guys actually pick up in the early game, they're really hard to deal with. They've been playing together for almost 2-3 years. At this point, you can't break apart the duo, and they showed how dominant they can be in the early game.
Honestly, it's very hard to break that down. That was just absolute devastation on all fronts there. Every role struggled. I feel like we did see some life in top, but it unfortunately wasn't enough. Now, I believe I just heard in my ear, it's our time to throw it over to the desk and over to Duckling in the studio.
Well, I'm going to correct you right there.
No.
We're going to go straight into the replays before we throw it to Duckling and the studio. So DJ, roll the replays just to see a little bit of how this game has gone overall. I feel like it was a pretty, again, we said dominant game from DMG start to finish. And start with this one, right? When you blow your flash onto Aphelios, you are unfortunately a City Duck into a Vi-Rel team that can very easily come down.
Well, I mean, again, this is kind of just where it all started. They tried to send it all the way onto Lulash, but Fateski, full health, just every fight, he just felt like he was so hard to get to because the front line, the Vi, the Camille, not the Camille, sorry, the Rel, you also had the Orianna kind of giving that zone of death on the ball. It just made it so hard to kill Fateski, and this is the one time they got him because he didn't have that front line in front of him. Instead, they had to send it from in, and then Phantomisto is able to secure himself the kill off the back of that, and it's, you know, it just kind of snowballed out of control very quickly here this game for the side of FF15, and you know, I think they've really got to go back to the drawing board.
Keep praying before they go back to the drawing board. You know how it is. It's 4 swines and a bum. So
yeah,
we actually need to nominate bum of game 1. Or your nominees.
I mean, I think it's both a bot and Forsen. I'm a nominee.
Yeah, okay, so our nominees for bum of game 1 are Jack Spectra, Veigar V2, and Forsen. I'm gonna give Forsen a little bit of leeway, okay? First game, competitive, playing versus Lulash. Okay, listen, man, I can also influence people, okay? I'm just doing my mantra here, okay? Just let me. So I'm just gonna give some leeway to Forsen. I'm gonna ask our lovely analyst desk if they can hear us this time around.
They can't
Who do
hear
they
us.
think
They're not gonna
the
know what
bum
we're talking
is
about.
for game number 1.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. And that was one way to kick off the NLC. I mean, if I remember right from the pre-show, I think Leia was a pretty big fan of Misfortune, right? I quickly want to hear what our two about that game. Any quick thoughts, guys?
100%. I mean, well, in my professional opinion, Misfortune, eh? We love to see it. I think it was a beautiful performance, and it was a very good game to kick things off with.
A huge Misfortune stomp, I would say. But what a great way to kick it off. Back to the analysis.
I mean, good analysis, right? I mean, mine would probably be the fact that Fateski is Danish. I mean, it's in the genes, it's in the DNA. But I mean, no, I think the story of this game was very much the pre-existing synergy, right? We talked about 4 of the members played the entirety of the summer split together. But when you look at the bot lane, what the biggest difference were, well, Kormsky and Fateski spent the entirety of 2025 learning and getting to play with each other. And I think, I mean, you could feel it, right? They were gapping them in the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy. I didn't expect them to play that well. I thought they would actually have a good chance, but no, they played insanely well, as we can also see here. Yeah, just Fateski completely smurfing on them. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So we've quickly mentioned DMG. I think that's a brilliant start, right? Obviously, that's what they want. You have the pre-existing synergy. You want to hit the ground running and really showcase what you've done throughout the off-season, knowing each other for longer. But for FF15 or Force Wines and a bum, anything major to take away? I think Poe Builder looked pretty good, but you could feel the 200 ping, right? The mechanics weren't exactly clean, even though you could see he was good. But Jack Spectra, maybe a bit of a letdown for me, but obviously he got to find Vega V2 and the synergy in the bot lane, and they were playing against such a synergized bot lane. But I don't know, what were your main takeaways?
I mean, I agree totally in what you're saying, but I also think that it really shows in this game that they have the synergy on the DMG. Like they really have this synergy, especially the bot lane, especially the jungle and the bot lane. They had a lot of good. They had a lot of good plays around bot lane. Also, the dive on bot was really great, and I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, you can see where most of the action was, right? It was around that bot lane, and then I think that big heat map in the middle there is probably the big fight where Fageski was critting everyone's face off before then being taken down by Poe Builder. Huge shutdown goal meant that obviously there were small leads in the top and mid lane for FF15, but DMG, I mean, what a statement for them, right? And they have been, I don't want to sit and say a quiet organization in the NLC, but I really feel like if there is a split where they can end up getting their best ever finish, let's be honest, it probably is this one while they have such a big advantage with 4 good players who know each other. And I mean, Goldman for an NLC debut, he looked rock solid. I mean, I don't think he put much of a foot wrong.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I really agree. And I think one more thing to take away from this game, also seeing like the first game here in the season 16, the first Nash looks so strong because you have the items, you are really strong, like the game is way faster. So the first Nash, when you get the first Nash, it looks like the siege is so strong. It's super so strong. It's like weird.
Yeah, I mean, it is very strong. There is no doubt about that. And I think that kind of sums up game number 1. I think my MVP would be Fageski. I don't think there's any disagreements to be had.
I agree.
Danish, insane plays. And I mean, they were genuinely insane in the 2v2. I think that's why you would have expected FF15 to be able to hold on. I don't think Vega V2 is a bad player. I've seen him play in the Norwegian scene when he at times has subbed in for some of his friends. And I believe Rich Gang and other teams amongst those to help them out. But that's the mid lane, and obviously support is a different can of worms. But let's look towards game number 2 now, because this is a game that really does excite me. Dear Gaming, Dums' team, they say they represent Finland. I mean, they have a core of Danes. That's what I perceive them as. So Dums, you better change your team to Danes, man. I'm really looking forward to this team, and they are playing against another team with massive ambitions in Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, as we also spoke about, right? Like Bulldog is gonna take it all. I think. I think they will actually play super good. And I think they are also training very hard. They're scrimming a lot, and they really want to, just be number 1.
I mean, we'll talk more about that. Bulldog have their sights set on the crown with a huge power vacuum in the NLC. But let's take a look at a quick little ad first. So before we really get into one of the maybe pre-tournament favorites, Empress, let's start with the Agani, because I think it's a team that I don't know if I want to say people have been sleeping on it. I think a lot of talent is in this team that people just haven't seen enough of yet. And obviously, they've got Doms behind them. So I'm happy to see these great players get, some extra spotlight on them from that content creator, making sure he's co-streaming the game. So if I were to start and highlight something, I think I'd look at the Danes, of course. I mean, I've had Scuffed on my own team just last year, and I know his mental and passion for the game has been higher than it's ever been to really reach new heights. He got into the NLC last summer, but wasn't really able to showcase what he wanted to do on a pretty chaotic Chaos roster, living up to their name. But I mean, it's someone you mentioned as well, if you've known in the Danish scene. Any comments on Scuffed?
No, I mean, I've watched Scuff play for many years now. I think he always played very consistently, but he never reached the top, and that's why I'm also really excited to see what he has in store now.
Yeah.
For this roster and for this team, and how he kind of synergizes with the jungler as well. I think that's very exciting to see. Yeah.
It is very interesting because he did actually look, I want to say, individually good just last split, but on such a chaotic roster. I'm going to go next to the top lane, and this might sound like bias, and I'm not going to lie, it's probably because there is some Danish bias, but it is also someone who UK folks should look out for, right? Because he has played in the UK EL 2nd division, won it, completely crushed it with Hunt actually in the mid lane as well, getting promoted into the UK EL 2. So one of the brightest Danish top talents we've got in the scene at the moment, and this is his first time in the NLC. So these are the two I'm looking at alongside Fykling, their coach, as I don't want to say the core, and I haven't seen too much of Yaki. I know he's made it to EMEA Masters before, but if you look at the ELO and where they're laying and challenger these people just before the season reset, they look really solid. And I mean, Doms' hype video definitely made me sold on the team. They look really good.
Same. I'm super excited to see how they will play it out. And,
I kind of want to move quickly to the coach before we head to Bulldog, right? Because I mentioned Fykling, he's someone who I've seen work behind the scenes on my own team, and I think he provides a solid foundation. As someone who's been in a team environment for many years, what does a coach bring? Because sometimes there is the belief among viewers that a coach, what do they really impact, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question, and I think to be a good coach or to have a good elements in coaching is to have a very stable mental and to to just kind of bind the team together and finding the strengths of the team and how the team wants to play, who is the main character, what is different, just what is the identity of the team. I think that's a good way of how a coach is doing. So.
Yeah, I mean, it can be pretty hard to put into words, but obviously draft and other things go into it, right? I think when you found yourself in a team environment, there is so much of an impact that they have, and that we see that too. So that looks more like a Swedish room, I'm not gonna lie. I know we talked about that behind the scenes.
I don't know where he's playing from.
Maybe he's a traitor, who knows? We'll obviously talk about the Swedes later on. They have a very interesting team if you are Swedish, and I promise to be nice about them. But obviously, Dia Gaming, I think they should be aiming for the playoffs, if not even further.
So
if they develop well enough, and I believe they have a solid foundation with Fykling as the coach, and I believe he has one of his friends as the assistant who he knows from his time in the Arabian League, if I am not wrong there. They look really good. And I mean, Yaki is someone who has experience of making it to EMEA Masters. That's obviously getting your stars and stripes out in the battlefield, right, in terms of ERLs, because getting to EMEA Masters, well, that's the ultimate goal for anyone sitting in this competition, participating. So very excited for them. But I previously mentioned, I think there's a bit of a power vacuum in the NLC right now, because Lost of Tones, well, they won every single split so dominantly last year, right? And we have some of the remaining teams here. None of them have won an NLC title, and there is this huge power grab or power vacuum that these teams now need to try and capitalize on to put themselves at the top. And I think one of the teams who are doing that is Bulldog. Their roster looks very strong.
It does, and I'm seeing Hunt this Danish mid laner who I knew from playing Rengar back in the days in the jungle. But no, I think they look really strong, and of course they have Kasing, which is the greatest, oldest player in the scene. No, I think he's having him on support is really great for the team and kind of binding them together on having a very stable and experienced old player. And I'm just excited to see how they also play together. And,
I mean, they are very experienced just in that bot lane at all, right? You only need that support, and then you have it's more than 10 years now of experience. I remember watching him at Worlds in 2015
exactly.
for H2K, and I even believe he had his breakthrough the year before that in 2014. So he's been around for ages, grown up watching this guy, now the face of Bulldog, who came back last year after their history consists of mediocrity in the UK and UKLC days where they had something good, they disbanded now and then and came back. But now here in the NLC, they're building a great community. They have their streamers as well. Now one of the owners. We obviously have Jolly in Twitch chat. He's obviously one for banter and playing into the rivalries. Let's say it like that. We have the Bullsack Derby, I believe, just in a week's time. But if I look at the players, you've mentioned Hunt. I think my first thought is probably Noodle as well, who's had a few stints in the NLC. Got second, or I believe actually first rather, in the Aurora Cup with Verdun just last year. No, last year, 2024 rather, at the end of it. And he's someone who really brings a lot of stability as well. He's rock solid, I want to say. I think these two are provide a very solid mid-jungle duo. And I mean, the bot lane as well. Sisifek has been to EMEA Masters. He's really mechanically good from how I remember him. And when he's with Kasing, can you really doubt him, right? Think back to last year, Exofeng was the wonder kid they brought up. And with Kasing, I mean, Exofeng turned into a superstar. So
exactly.
You feel really calm in what they've built. Do you think they are maybe your favorites when you've looked at the teams quickly, or is that too soon to say?
I think maybe it's too soon to say. I mean, I see both both teams very strong with like different strengths, but I think it will just come down to actually just seeing how they will execute mechanically fights, and just the synergy they play together. I think I need to go with Bulldogs here if I had to pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Dear Gaming, and that's probably just my Danish bias, and because I've had a player who's playing in this game on my team and the coach on my team. But I think Bulldog are on paper slight favorites here. I think again, a very strong roster. An organization behind them who I've heard from Jolly, their ambition is not just to win the NLC, but it's also to be competitive at EMEA Masters. And with, Lost Tones out, who was really the team doing that at Nord, those both being gone, it's interesting to see if we can have any team with the capabilities. And it's so nice and reassuring as an NLC fan to see Orcs investing into that and having that ambition of not going out and, embarrassing us on the international stage, which gives me, a calm breath, you could say. If that's
small hope.
I mean, we're probably not going to retain it, right? We lost it to Carmine Corp just last summer as well. So we kind of just have to hold on to the hope we have. And I mean, we've had years where we've been bad before, but still developed some great talents. I mean, I'm thinking 2023, we had Vladdy winning the split. He's now won an LEC, and he didn't do much at EMEA Masters. Neither did Venomcrest when they made it in 2024 or Ruddy, but those talents on those rosters were still very, very interesting. So even if we don't perform too well there, I do still believe there will be some talent in here who will go on to do great things. I mean, it is a pretty big list right now of talent in the LEC who's been in or around it, who have come from the NLC. So I hope some of these will be the next. Maybe it's Lex. Some of these guys I don't know much about. But
me neither.
I think it's time to move on more to the meta, right? You mentioned the Phaelites just before we had to send it to the casters last time. How much of an impact do you feel like they have?
I mean, I feel like Phaelites are very broken. I think that it's something that should be very contested in the river because it gives you that information about jungle. So seeing, I think we will expect to see some fighting around river, some vision fighting and getting control wards there are very important. But basically, I don't know. I think the Phaelites are very OP.
Okay, get broken. Does that mean you have to be first on the objective then to be able to abuse them and get so much more vision for setup? Is that crucial?
Yeah, I think it is crucial. And I think fighting for that vision can be as crucial as fighting for the objective,
Yeah, I mean, we'll end it on that and send it to the casters and see if Dear Gaming or Bulldog will come out on top. I'm interested to hear if Trouble or Hiprain has a favorite.
Hello, we're back. Have I turned the lights on? I have. I was worried I was sitting in the dark there. Very, very dominated. Very, very one-sided game number one. Very, very one-sided, dominating game one we had here to the season. Game two, on the other hand. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about the matchup going into here?
I feel like this is going to be a much more even-scaled game, I want to say. However, I have seen Noodle. He's a very aggro jungler, and we all know that Kasing is a super good support to have, especially when you go rookies in the team or people who are playing together for the very first time. He's extremely vocal. He knows what he wants within the game, and he's very good at leading a team. So even though I am leaning slightly towards Bulldog, Dear Gaming is actually really exciting to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I obviously talked about it a little bit on the desk side of things, but you know, Kasing, who is part of the furniture really now in this scene, has been around for a very, very long time over here.
Man,
I think he's done more years.
This was 10 minutes of Empress and Duckling calling him old. Please don't.
That's just pot kettle, man. Because if I call him old, I'm also old. So you're also a grandmother. Let's not forget about it.
Production, new team now.
No, we know it. Everyone knows it. Me and you, we're the old fogies of the show now.
No, man.
Kasing also joins us. Kasing also joins us in the old fogey. I swear he's been doing more. He's done more seasons of like UKLC into NLC than he did of EU like tier 1. So he's been around. He's kind of just one of the regulars at this point. And one of the things that he does so well is when we do bring in newer players and stuff like that, he's such a good teacher. We do see so many good players kind of pass through him, and he's very good at giving them advice and making them be the best player that they can be. So I'm excited to see what it's like, because whenever he gets a new roster, new people to kind of shape and mold, he does always do a really, really solid job of that. Honestly, on the other side, I definitely know of Scuffed. Virtuoso,
okay,
yeah.
But
a lot of gear I actually don't know.
Listen, that is Dum's team, from what I know.
Yeah.
And I watched the announcement video that he made. My personal favorite one, and I might be just a little bit biased right here, is Yaki, because he introduced him as Yaki Love, okay? And Yaki Love is currently in a hiatus, okay? So he's not playing in the LPL. However, if you are missing the LPL, we have Yaki Love at home. And he's going to be playing for Deer.
Well, have a look at our players getting ready to go into their game. I'm a real judger. I'm a very judgy person, Trouble, and I judge people on how their bed is in the background of these shots, because a lot of people playing in their bedrooms. Have they made their bed? Because there are some people.
Here's a skirt.
Who don't make. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is someone who's working with curtains. But I think it was oh no, was it Yusa? Yeah, it was Yusa, who used to be ADC for at one point Eminem, but a few other teams back when we were the UKLC. Yusa always had an unmade bed with Power Ranger. Wow, that's a good camera angle. Yusa had an unmade bed with Power Ranger bedding. He never changed it for an entire season. I was like, mate,
wait, maybe he had multiple, and he pranked you. Maybe he had multiple. Okay, also, that sofa.
I think that is.
I want that
that's
sofa.
Nice. See, this is a chill setup. This is the man who, that's after his stuff. Kasing.
Classic. All I have to say is classic.
Kasing.
He's done his bed. He always does his bed.
There's not much going on in the room, is there? We're turning into a little bit. Maybe we should quit esports Trouble and just become like interior designer, like hosts. Have a TV show where we just go around people's houses, but like gamers' houses.
Brother.
And be like, right,
brother,
you need to have a feature wall here. Everything's white in this room. Give us a feature wall.
Brother, I have one talent only, and that's chatting. Okay? Now whether
that's all. Have you never seen those shows? It's all they do. They just chat. They're like, you need a feature.
Wait, you want to do a reality show?
No, not a reality show. No, like a housing show. We go to gamers' houses and we fix them up. Fix up their gaming rooms. I mean, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but you've given away the whole concept now. So anyone who
the problem is
our concept.
Yeah, we work in esports and we don't have the budget to be able to do that ourselves. So
if you have the budget, go and be a millionaire. It's a great idea.
We're your guy and gal for that. I can't rename anyone who does shows like that.
Gramps and
there are loads of shows that do that, but yeah. What are we talking about? League of Legends. That's it. The game. I do think you are correct, though. I do think we'll see more of a fair matchup between our teams going into this game. Obviously, FF15, they have big names and kind of exciting stuff like that, but they also do have a platinum player, and DMG is actually a very experienced roster here within the NLC. So you gave Fate's gear a big enough lead, he's gonna be able to make it work. On the other side, Deer versus BDG, this is definitely a more kind of like equal playing field of teams. And we're still very much in the early part of the season where we're in day one and we're still trying to actually figure out who's strong. Because I saw Jack Spectra, I saw Pobelter, I saw Veigar V2, and I was like, this actually has potential to be a good roster. And I'm not saying they're doomed because they've lost one game. They've got a whole season ahead of them.
Yeah.
But these early couple of weeks, especially when we're only playing one game one day a week, this is your time to really kind of get a good feeling for how these teams are gonna be sitting throughout the days of the season.
Yep, absolutely. And also you said 1 game per week. It is 1 game per week for them, right? They only get to play that 1 game per week. So especially when you're playing against teams that on paper you should be beating. I mean, you've got all season up to the point where you don't. Like, you need to get those wins. Again, I did join Jack Spectra's stream right after the game. These guys are straight onto review. So it was, you know, hats on, lock in, watch the VOD, learn from your mistakes, what went wrong, you know, the level 1s over in the bot lane, a lot of the teleports that were late. So again, these guys, you know, like a lot of the times you're like, oh, they're not taken seriously, or they're just influencers, or it's just for fun. They're actually pretty serious. They were locked in, they were doing their reviews, and now it's time to see Deer and Bulldog. We're going to be going into draft very, very soon, that I've been told. So hold on to your horses for just a moment more, and let's talk about potential champions that we might see. Because for Kasing is like our Hylissang at home. You don't want to see him on Lulu. You don't want to see him on Rom. You want to see him on something that starts fights and engages.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hear in my ear, but we're very close.
You did a little rhyme. Well done.
I know. Sometimes I do fun things. Sometimes, not always. But yeah, we are getting very close towards the draft for this game number 2 of the day. Or 5 as well. Oh, we're going to midnight if we carry on at this rate. You guys are in Europe. You're an hour ahead of me. It's only 6:30. It's 6:30? Oh, Mrs. Simpson's son of 6. Honestly, I feel like this season I'm just going to descend into madness more and more. I don't know what other games we've got cooked up. I'm still recovering from a man just throwing barrels on what looked like a driveway. Like, it looks like our studio's in a garage, and outside is just a driveway. And they're just throwing packs of cement in a barrel. I don't know what was going on. It's just all going wrong.
This is not a try not to laugh challenge, because we would have both lost.
I was on NLC 3 years ago.
But then
go on.
It translated into an animated guy throwing barrels in game number 1.
Yeah, looked all right as well, actually, to be completely fair with you. Yeah, Gragas is. I was gonna say Gragas is good, but like, Gragas is always good. He's a lane neutralizer. I am melting here, Trouble. I am melting.
Okay, I just want to say something to get it out the way, right? Especially when we talk about last year, we had Los Ratones in the league, obviously, and one of the pinnacle moments of that league was when Baus was game to play one of his favorite champions, which was Cyan, Gragas. And magically, you know how they say, oh, Riot Games always makes the patches before Worlds to be a little bit more on the side of T1 and Faker and all that stuff, you know, all of those conspiracy theories. I think this patch is very Bausy patch. You know, the Science in the top lane, the Gragas in the top lane, the Cassantes in the top lane, like all of the stuff that he plays, I feel like are really damn good. So getting towards like Gragas and stuff like this is really funny. Talking about Gragas, there you go, for your pleasure only.
I'm sorry, Trouble. I think I talked about it too much.
They're actually showing it.
Yeah, they're showing it. How do you say that name? Anders, I get that bit.
Anders Aslak?
Aslak? Anders Aslak? I wonder what the scripture, because that's like Norse scripture, right? Like running across the under the boobs. Wonder what that reads as or translates as.
Does anyone know here?
No idea. We should
I also don't know if we're talking over audio or if we're just.
No, we're not. No, we're not. It's just us having a yap. Just us having a yap.
It's just that. Okay.
I'm hoping we're gonna get into this draft fairly soon so we can get on with game number 2. We were told 2 minutes, and that was 2 minutes ago.
You liars! Where's Dave? Bring it right here.
I do need to get a proper look at the kind of like the metas right now and where everything's looking at. Like,
Trust me, you don't. I've seen LCK.
Well,
and I've seen
yeah,
LPL.
to be fair.
It's the
Also,
same
we
stuff.
don't play meta. We don't play meta anyway. Like, I feel like even less
I don't play
so.
at all, buddy.
I've been playing, not to great success, but I've been playing. I swear mid's broken. I think the problem is Pobelter was in a rough game last game where like he actually was neutral. Considering how bad that game had gone, for him to be equal on gold and actually at one point up in level, it actually showed that how much power you get from the enhanced recalls and the ability to rotate around the map. But here we are into draft finally. See where all of our players are right now. The Rumble getting banned away, the Ambessa, the Syndra getting banned. There goes the Jace as well. This has been nerfed on the upcoming patch as well, so probably we'll start to see less and less of these Jace jungle nerfs.
Yeah, let's not forget there was some Aatrox popping up at the end of last season. I want to say it's kind of crazy that we have actually moved on to a new season, but not much has really changed. So let's see what Bulldog is choosing to prioritize right here. If I'm not wrong, on what's the first game, FF15 chose to go for an Aphelios first pick. If I'm not wrong, that didn't go very well for them. So we'll see what is prioritized right here from Bulldog.
Well, looking for their final ban off the back of that. Obviously, Malphite jungle being
Also,
one of the
real
biggest
quickly,
pickups. Yeah.
Real quickly, guys. The names of the teams and the players are kind of swapped. So whatever you're seeing, it's the other way around. Bulldogs to the right.
Oh yeah.
Bulldogs to the left. But we'll fix it. We'll fix it. Bear with us. Bear with us. Wukong, Shaco, not really. We don't get stuck on these.
Alrighty, well, I think we want to have a little listen in on the comms and see what the players are saying.
I think that's the best.
Yeah, I'm done with it. Do you want your Nara or the Cocky?
You don't want Turkey?
No, I want the Nara here. Okay.
We can go. Wait.
So we're playing towards the Johnny, right? So I want Johnny and Nara.
No, we are going in here.
I mean, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, I think we go Sensao, and then we go Yuna. We can just lock up.
Okay, if he goes Oriana, do you like playing Azir into that?
It's not the worst.
You should think about yourself like on mid. If we don't lock in Oriana here, it's a very high chance that we're gonna pick it.
Yeah, we can't plan this.
Just pick ADC, stick to the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I just ask for him.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we're going with the Ionia comp. We just need to know what the perk is in this game. Is it extra XP? Is it extra HP and damage? If you guys are saying, what the hell is she talking about? I'm talking TFT code.
And then we go
If you know, you know.
Then we go Sahib now free, and then we have to force him in.
Pick mid here? Or what? Only?
I think we're actually going to be swapping over to the other side to hear what these guys are saying.
I can also pick Jax here, by the way, because it's good into Zin Yunara. What do you guys think?
Nope, still on Bulldog.
Or you want to pick Aiden?
Yeah, I also.
Okay, well, we're talking about playing Oriana.
Yeah.
Oriana
Okay,
is
sure.
locked in for Bulldog here. And then we're wondering if Azir is fine into it. The middle laner said
can
yes
go.
from the side of Deer. So we'll see if they're going to choose to go with that
Now
Azir.
we want campers for like Jax or Oriana. Depends what they're gonna pick.
Does it play Akali, by the way?
A tiny bit.
Okay.
I always thought that these things would have a lot more conversation. It's actually very chill. They're kind of. I always was under the expectation that the players were a lot more yappy. Maybe it's just the games we've seen, the sample size we've seen, has kind of looked like this. There's the Ahri getting locked in here. They are going full Ionia trouble.
They are going. I think it's the XP one, and they're playing Fast 9 here.
Oh.
Side of Deer Gaming. So Ionia locked in, +1 XP per turn. It's gonna be GG real quickly. You get Fast 9, you get your Ziggs,
But
GG.
do we
However,
need to ban
in
Nico
league
in that
terms-
case?
In league terms, what you said about them communicating, a lot of the times, especially since it's a best of one, a lot of things have been pretty sided, right? You kind
Because
of
in-
know the draft you want to go for, and there's only like a couple of choices you can make. That it's pretty chill.
I mean, they are very, very chill with the kind of like decisions they're making. So what do we think? Obviously, into the ban phase number 2, the Caitlyn being denied here. I assume on the side of Deer, they're going to be looking to just take away more and more of these ADCs. People who can outrange that Yanara and deal with her in the earlier laning phase, where on the other side, Bulldog looking a little bit more towards the top lane, knowing that the last pick is going to most likely be that top lane counter pick, although there is a world where they could save counter pick for support with this Jax lock-in. They know that the Jax is going into the top side, so they may actually look for like a support counter pick as the final move here for Bulldog.
I feel like right here, Kasink has multiple options if he wants to go for engage support. However, I see sort of the same situation happening with Bulldog, like it was happening previously with DMG, where they're going for the wombo combo deal. The Wukong, the Jax, the Orianna, they have a lot of CC, they have a lot of combo potential. So again, I'm mainly just looking for things like potentially the Misfortune could still come out right here and play for a very, very strong lane. However, since Deer is on red side right here, and they do have the counter pick, you might want to reconsider maybe grabbing the strongest support and then slamming equal carry.
Alrighty, well, final bans are all through into our last rotation of picks here.
Bulldog is on red side, but they're picking first. It's the new pick and ban system.
Oh, God, I forgot how that works. I actually can't remember how that works. Crazy. Okay.
All right. Push, push, push. Potentially coming through from the side of Deer. It's going to be locked in. Xayah hovered from the side of Bulldog, and I wonder if this is like a Xayah Rakan slam right here. I don't necessarily see the danger for Xayah to be locked in right here. However, it might also be more of a comfort pick coming through for the bot lane of Bulldog. However, Kasing, no stranger to the Rakan of his best champions throughout his entire career, together with that Alistar. I believe Alistar probably his best in his entire career. And we'll see what the answer right there is for that bot lane. Could be a Leona, could be something like a Nautilus, anything that pretty much can cause engage for the side of Deer, but also kind of pin down Rakan if you have to. Or scrap it completely.
Oh my, you said the Lulu.
Purple. Okay, this is a fast 9-6.
Lulu.
You got the Yordle, you've got the Leona, you've got Mundo Zone. This is GG. They're taking a page out of Rodon's textbook right here.
Is Ziggs a quick striker? No.
No, he's a long shot.
He's a long shot. Yeah. Need a quick striker for that Yanara. We are honestly, this is like speaking of French to people who don't play TFT. Completely lost. But here we are. So let's talk a little bit about win conditions and what we're expecting. Bulldog have, again, another kind of big wombo combo comp, like what we saw in game number 1, where DMG, you've got the Orianna, you've got the Wukong, you've got the Rakan, you've got lots of things that can jump forwards, enable the big shockwave into the feathers coming in from Noodle. I feel like the ease of execution is very much there for Bulldog, where Deer on the other side, I feel like they have lots of threats. Like, Charm on Ari is very much a threat, right? Like, you jump forward, you can get your mobility cancelled by that charm if you jump forward as like the Jax or the Wukong or something like that. You have the ability to scatter the fight with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah. I'm kind of worried that Deer is a little bit unkillable as well, though. Mundo in the late game, put the extra 2 levels on, if you will. You've got a Lulu, lots of mobility with the Yunara, the Ari, the Shinza with the ult right there. I feel like it's going to be really difficult for Bulldog to actually, in a 5v5, take down targets, especially if we go 2 to 3 items, and the front line is super strong from the side of Deer, particularly with the Mundo plus the Lulu with the shielding and the speeding up. So I feel like if this game goes super far, Bulldog might just struggle. However, as we know, at least Bulldog from last year, these guys are not particularly good in the early game. They're good at bringing it back. So when we had lane swaps last year, they were a little dizzy. When lane swaps were not a thing, we're like, hey, they'll find their footing in the early game. They didn't, but they're so strong and finding mid-game fights. And that's due to Kasing and the way that he leads his team around the objectives and finds those angles. And with Rakan, he can definitely do that.
Well, the good news is as well is lane swaps are dead. So, you know, while
for a very long
it's
time.
not much solace really, but they are dead right now. So yeah, I do feel like, you know, Bulldog, they've given themselves their first game of the season. They've given themselves this ease of execution comp. Like it's fairly simple on paper how to pull it off. Obviously, you lose the lane too hard. It's that Orianna Shockwave is just going to tickle. The feathers aren't going to do much. It takes some time. Something I am interested in is build paths as well. Because ADC especially, there are a few like new mid lane items, like we saw the Gunblade coming back, but also Essence Reaver is kind of back, and it's got its Spellblade effect back on it. So they've added it back as a Sheen item. Not typically an item, but you do see on Xayah nowadays. She did have an era of running that. It's normally the wild arrows, but that's not the items I'm thinking about. You've got I can't remember the name of the one which increases your range. Obviously, you're not really going to take the ult one, which is more for like a Zeri or a Vayne angle. But there are like multiple items in the game that are now potentially here in the build path for the likes of Xayah. Because, last game it was pretty stock standard MF build. And Velios. No. Rapid fire is its own thing. This is a permanent increase. This isn't a... It isn't an energized increase.
Because in my brain, I've got Ornn items.
Hold on.
If I'm like, which one does it mean? He clicked artifact augment. Which item does he mean?
No. It's Let's have a look. Actualizer's crazy, by the way, if anyone's played that.
Suspense. All right.
So Fiend Hunter Bolts is when you ult, you get guaranteed criticals that do extra damage. Not really great for like a likes of a Xayah. But Yanara Fiend Hunter Bolts are actually really nice. You pop Fiend Hunter Bolts, those ults are going to start to pop off. It's the Hexopix C44. This is an item, so it is 50 attack damage, 25% critical strike. You get a extra damage based on, so from 0 to 10% based on the range, how far away you are from a champion. So you do more damage if you play at distance. Scoring a takedown versus an enemy within 3 seconds of damaging you grants you 100% bonus attack range for 6 seconds. So the point is you get the auto off, you get extra range, and then you try and play at distance with that extra range. Could be good on a Xayah, because remember the feathers then will get placed further back. I haven't played any Xayah or seen any Xayah since the new season, so I don't actually know what the builds look like on her.
I'm more interested to see how she fares up in general, particularly in lane, because usually you want to pick Xayah, one, into very high threats that dive you into the backline. You're one of the best unkillable AD carries when you're being dived on. And two, if you want to be a complete nuisance to short-range AD carries, which Yunara can technically be in the application for one, but not necessarily. So I feel like the Xayah versus Yunara matchup is one that I'm very interested to see in general, particularly after the first item as well. And I'm also very worried in terms of killing Mundo in the later stages of the game. You've got a Wukong, which is going to be tickling. Orianna is not necessarily really good at killing tanks. So your Xayah needs to really take off in that early game and take advantage of the Yunara scaling on later on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very bizarre game. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of dive for the side of Bulldog. I don't know if I said bizarre. Bizarre's not. It's going to be a very interesting game, very dynamic in the way that the comps interact with one another. A lot of dive and a lot of kind of forward momentum on the side of Bulldog. On the other side, they've got lots of tools to find either the picks via the charm, the Xin Zhao knockup, like single target pick options. But you also have that big disengage button in the Xin Zhao. Everyone jumps forwards, you sweep them away. That shockwave's not going to hurt you because you're going to be out of range of it. The Xayah feathers aren't really going to be doing too much to you because, again, you're going to be out of range of it. So I do feel like Deer have actually given themselves some pretty decent tools. And one person we haven't talked about is Mundo. Mundo level 20. I promise you that Yanara is going to struggle. No, sorry, the Yanara is going to struggle to get through a Mundo at level 20.
Well,
he is
luckily,
be an absolute
she
beast.
doesn't have to, because the Xayah is against the Mundo.
No, he's on...
Wait for it to kick in.
Are you right? Isn't that
Yes,
Ionia team?
Dude, I'm always right. What is our question? I'm always right.
She's not always right. She's
Oh,
often wrong.
Cap.
She's often wrong. Where's the game? We had a timer. we had a timer on our screen. It popped up like up there, and it was like 3 minutes to game, guys. Okay,
right.
So I have an update. We are in game, but the game is paused. So in classic NLC style, we are still on us. I was told that I wasn't going to be on camera much this split. I feel like I've been on camera more now than I've ever been in my life. And it's the one time I didn't put the backdrop up.
Okay, you're done now?
Go on. Yeah, I'm
okay,
done.
cool.
I'm done.
All right, guys. Just to reiterate, this is going to be Deer Gaming versus Bulldog Esports, okay? So these are the two teams we're going to be seeing. One is Dubs' team, and the other one is the team that has held on to Kasing for dear life, the guy that leads them potentially into the future and maybe a title on the NLC. Who knows? They were very close last year, and we're going to be getting into the game super shortly, I heard, which is now.
Well, we're both a little verbose there as we were getting ourselves ready to go into the game, but here we are. On to Rift for game number 2. Deer and a Bulldog going toe-to-toe. I am excited. I feel like the last game, you know, there is no really beating around the bush. They had a platinum player. It's going to be a hard angle for them, but we're seeing teams on a much more equal footing with very interesting comps in how they will interact with one another that I think there is a world where we can have a very, very close game. There is also a world where we get a Giga Snowball, which has also been a go-to for our teams.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be really difficult, particularly in the bot lane. For Bulldog, they are playing against double Brains. Rakan is not really a champion that is super strong in lane. He's not really someone who dominates early game. However, with Lulu plus Yunara, you can really just keep pressure constantly on that bot side of the map, which also allows Exile to path from top to bottom in case they do meet each other down bot lane. I'm pretty positive that Deer Gaming are going to be having that push over Xayah and Rakan. So I feel like for Bulldog, the balance lies between finding pretty good angles, I feel like, at level 6, where you actually have your go buttons in terms of your ultimates, and then getting your advantages through there, because laning phase is going to be pretty tough down bot.
Yeah, laning phase is definitely going to be a bit of a rough one off the back of that one. I'm going to quick pause very early into the game, so nothing really major to talk about or has happened. I guess we can have a quick look at jungle clears, both starting on their top side, clearing downwards. Which means we could see a little bit of action coming in off the back of either the crab or if we see them go for a gank angle. The problem is a lot of the laners are very much locked into their lane, especially like 3-3. So for anyone who doesn't know, you actually don't get that much experience for getting a kill if you're a mid laner and you roam into river pre-3. Any minions or kills or anything or gold you claim, if you are pre-level 3 as a mid laner, you actually just don't get as much as... Oh, listening in onto some team comms, apparently.
Yeah, I think so.
This is Deer.
That's it from me.
Okay, we see Wukong now. He's on Raptors. It's clearing towards bot.
Rakan is low. Bro, messing up.
So Wukong and Raptors.
Yeah.
Very early game, though. It's a pretty chill stuff. Let's hear what Bulldog have to be saying
I don't know
as
if
they're getting ready to go into them.
V16 puffing.
Yeah.
This is Bulldog.
Maybe they are basing. Let's try to base also, okay? I have cool in base. Yeah, I will. Nice.
Mid is pretty Armageddon right now.
Okay.
All right, so pretty chill early game, I would say.
As expected.
As expected, yeah. They did spot the Wukong, so they do know that Noodle is pathing towards both sides. And you guys, if you want a really cool fact about Noodle, this guy is a psychopath in the best way possible. He's the guy that back in 2022 would start red buff, flash over the pit, and then invade blue on things like Viego. That was his go-to move until he found out one too many times, and then it wasn't his go-to move anymore. However, he did establish it, and it was pretty fun to watch. As I actually said earlier on, that with Balkan having the advantage here, it would be a pretty easy scuttle crab for Exile. However, he's now getting double scuttled because his bot lane chose to reset for that extra call.
And that puts him behind as well, because we talked and you know, I'm gonna quite a lot today bring up the quest because it's first day of it, but jungle is 35 stacks on the egg now instead of 40, which it was last season. For killing it, you get extra experience. It's 10 experience and 10 gold per camp you kill, which, you know, doesn't sound like a lot, but if you get it a little bit earlier and maybe steal away a couple of camps, you're going to get a pretty big lead. Now, Virtuoso, W pop there, got a bit of healing off, has to flash away, gets the slow with the cleaver, and is just going to go in for a cheeky reset.
Yeah. Also, Mundo, a great matchup into the Jax because you've got the anti-CC shield, which only Counter-Strike can break, which means you do not get stunned when Jax jumps on top of you to CC you. So that's why Mundo is a pretty great matchup into Jax. And if I have seen enough of Aloys, which, trust me, I have, this matchup also turns a bit Mundo favorite. I don't know if it turns Mundo favorite because of Aloys playing it that well, but I'm pretty sure on like 2 to 3 items, he says you can take over the lane. So we'll see how good Lex can take over this lane so far. If I'm not wrong, they have about 2 levels different. I don't know if they're both level 5. I can't see very well because it's white on white. No, they're both level 5. Titan Crash. Take it away.
All right, well, Polymorph will connect in there. Heals have been used actually in the middle of this by the side of Uden. I think I'm just going to be chasing forwards a little bit more off the back of that, but... Wave cleared, fight dissuaded. Two teams are just going to settle off, but it does look like from the pings we may see a little bit of Zinzal action here. No flashes available, but no mana to speak of here. So yeah, that is just going to be the flash out. Exile's able to secure the kill. Down they go. How on earth do I say Zaya's name? That's just a jumble of letters.
Sisyphec?
Sisyphec, there we go.
I think so. Like, this is my Greek coming out to kind of guess, you know? I think it's much more difficult for you to figure it out, but I feel like being from a Balkan country makes a little bit more sense, you know? Or Sisyphec.
That just looks like someone's spilled alphabet spaghetti there.
Yeah, but that's also because you're also dyslexic.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Dyslexic Brit
Right.
like this. My brain is not coded to work with those kind of words.
All right, now Dragon's been pinged right there from the side of Deer Gaming. As Kasing is pretty much clearing out vision on the both side of the map. Both junglers over towards their top side quadrant of the jungle. These are the camps that are going to be respawning. Skullcrab available as well. And it's going to require a lot of mid lane attention, as you can see on your minimap. Hunt is the one to move first, and Exile might be in trouble.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get collapsed onto here. Shockwave is flashed away. Scuff looks for the charm, makes the connection. Exile launches in. Hunt just flashes away, but Scuff throws down the Spirit Rush, makes the connection on the wind become lightning, but Scuff has the backup as Lex has made his way over. And that is just going to be a nice and easy kill onto the Deer jungler.
Yeah, Hunt was also level 7 as well.
Oh, good. Polymorph's going to stop any E coming in. And Yankee's damage is too damn big. Able to secure the kill. Nice and easy.
Wait, we do have Yaki Love at home. You might be missing him in the LPL. Trust me, I'm missing him too. What's this? Yaki Love, baby. Again, Virtuoso is going to shield the Counter-Strike coming through from Lex, but that is a very important kill onto the Inara. We said that Xayah would sort of have to snowball, especially when you have to deal with targets like the Sinsao later on and the Mundo. You have to be super strong to go through them, and the Lulu shields and all of the supportive abilities through her, right? But currently the Xayah is sitting 0-2, 700 gold in a deficit, and 2 summoners down. So a little bit of a rough game in the early game for Bulldog. But again, if you are a Bulldog fan, don't fret, because the early game from Bulldog is traditionally horrible, but they always find those mid-game fights, man.
Always do. Absolute madness. It's one of those things where you see Lulu. Lulu is just a champion who is so infuriating to play into. Polymorph is possibly the most annoying ability in League of Legends. I can't think of like more abilities that annoy me. Like blinds are pretty rough. Like not Teemo blinds, like Graves W and stuff. Really miserable to play into when you just can't see anything. I'm trying to think of who has got the most annoying ability in League.
The most annoying ability?
Yeah.
I don't know, Trundle? Pillar?
Do you think? Oh.
Yeah?
Scuff's dead. I feel like that's not... It's obviously a pretty undodgeable ability because it just like appears at your feet and the slow is miserable, but I feel like it's not that bad.
I feel like the cooldown is very
worse.
short, and it's very annoying. Anyways, talking about very annoying, trying to walk into a Lulu right there. Well, top lane.
Virtuoso is going down. Noodle's going to flash away. Lex is just going to be grabbing plates here on the top side and waves. Deer will answer back, though. They'll be able to secure themselves this dragon off the back of that, so not a total loss.
Okay, tell you what, Death Taxes and Kasing roaming mid lane, I mean, this is something you should be expecting if you watched Kasing at all on Bulldog last year during 2025. He was always all hands on deck for mid lane, getting those mid lane ganks through, because you do want a very strong Orianna that can actually stand in lane alone versus that Ahri. Now this Ahri is in a bit of trouble, right? The tier stacking, the Lost Chapter as well, infinite mana to bully and poke from the Orianna, as well as the stacking ability early on. So really great roam right there from Kasing. You know that your bot lane is suffering, so you do focus your attention somewhere else. Now they have been spotted in the tri-bush from that ward going down from Deer Gaming. So Kasing is just going to walk up, clear this bush, Fey Light right there. And an extra ward going down for Deer Gaming, which means they're going to be very safe towards the bottom of the map.
Teleport into an instant charm. Gold lead still relatively close, 1,000 over the side of Bulldog, so nothing too major. And if you have a look at where that gold is, it's entirely on the Yanara. A Scuffed getting really bullied out by this Orianna. Hunt 2-0 here. 1,500 gold lead. Going to be able to gather for himself at least one plate here to make a step closer towards completing that mid lane quest. Getting that empowered recall. And that faster just mobility around the map and ability to kind of maneuver. Just going to get a cheeky reset off, maybe. Decides not to, actually, with the Blackfire Torch already finished up. Look at that mini-map.
There's two members of Bulldog in blue territory right there. Kasing and Hunt, we're looking for maybe potentially a gank towards the bottom of the map. I mean, Virtuoso does have his flash available. Not going to be the case. They're actually entering jungle. They do know that Exile is on his top side of the map. Ooh!
Nice ultimate coming in from the Zen there. Throws down the Noodle. Gonna jump in, throws down the spin. Able to secure the kill. Virtuoso getting caught by the knockoff as well. And Bulldog probably gonna make quick work of this. Although the healing is pretty miserable. Able to answer out with a 1 for 2. Not bad from Kasing.
Yeah, gets one in the end right there. The tower was ramped up, right? And Kasing tanked one too many shots. And I really like the adaptation right here from Bulldog. They understand that bot lane's cooked. They gotta get out of there super quickly. What they've done is, you know what? Once, hold up, Scuffed.
Scuffed is able to get away. A sliver of health. But he made it. Able to make an escape off the back of that one. Meanwhile, Exile's going to come in for the healing. Now, I am actually curious because Hunt is rocking a tier as well as the Blackfire Torch. So there's a lot of mana items coming in. This could be Actualizer onto Orianna.
We'll have to wait and see as the boots get completed.
Yeah, you want those sword boots.
2,000 gold lead onto Yakilov, which could be potentially the focal point right here for Deer Esports. You definitely want your AD carry to be stepping up and be ahead. And right here, 2,000 gold lead over on over his counterpart, Sizifek, onto, or Sizifek, if the chat wants to correct us. Please feel free. It is a hard name to pronounce. Was that
How did you say it?
Sizifek?
Sizifek makes sense.
Think of the wisest eyes. That's what I do. That's what my Greek brain does. As a scuff force
That's
hold
not
right
bad,
here.
actually. Oh, yeah. Jumps away. It looks like Lex actually jumping on to Virtuoso. Gets a nice bit of damage off onto him. Pops the ult for the healing. Lex not going to be able to find that kill. Just going to have to back off.
Very, very strong on the top lane for Lex. Phantom belts right there for Virtuoso, which eventually are going to turn into that Warmogs. but currently getting absolutely bullied. They're pinging top side. Is there a TP coming through? There is no TP coming through. However, as you can see, Exile is wrapping around into a level 11 Jax.
He's gonna take it. I feel like he's even gone for the smite, actually. So another Wind Become Lightning for him for the slow. Lex just wall hops away to safety. Exile being a menace more than anything, but he's going to be able to walk that one out nice and simple. Both top laners have taken TP as their summoner spell this game, so opted into the massive health shield you get for taking TP when you use TP. So instead of taking an additional summoner spell, going for the lane. I am excited to see an Ignite top laner at some point.
And meanwhile, Yakulov taking another plate top side of the map. They have actually bundled up around him. Exile is around. That's his ultimate available. We'll get engaged on.
Oh, picks up, gets caught in there, throws down the ultimate for a brief second. Xing gets caught by the knock-up. He's going to be able to jump away to safety with that battle dance. As Scissorfect chasing forwards here onto Udon. Udon's not going to get caught. The Scuff has made his way over. Nice slow from Yaki. And down goes two. Scissorfect being hunted here by the damage. And Yaki secures himself a double kill. That is a very scary Yanara.
Oh yeah, that's a 3,000 gold lead on top of his counterpart. Second item completed very, very soon. I'm only going to assume right here, and he gets a bunch of free time with his tower. Level 10 to level 8 over Zaya, and for Deer Gaming, it was going downhill. However, because we know of their scaling, we've got the Lulu, we've got the Mundo that eventually is going to be tanky. Shinsa has kept pretty neutral and has been pretty active on the map as well. So Exile has been doing his job at being even. Later on, it's going to be so damn difficult to break that front line from Deer Esports.
They are getting pretty terrifying. The gold is going where it needs to go as well. Mid lane's doing some level of a comeback. There was almost a 2,000 gold lead between Hunt and Scuffed, and Scuffed has somewhat pulled it back. Not too much yet. It's still a lead, very much in favor of the Orianna. I am looking at that now. Blade of the Ruined King. Got himself a Zeal and a BF sword as well. That might be new items. I can't think what the... Oh, I think it's not...
Okay, Grams, let's go to something you know, yes? Warbox completed for Mundo. And the extra Giant's Belt in the inventory. Slowly but surely getting to the 2 to 3 item territory as Exile. He's starting that Rift Herald up top. When you have a 2.3k gold Yanara, you definitely want to force these fights. However, they don't have all their members there. It's 3v5.
They're able to find the knock-up here. Exile goes in for a good ultimate, sends everybody absolutely packing. He goes down, though. Meanwhile, Yankee's going to get blown up. Scuff's going to try and find a turnaround. Flashed out to safety as we see Hunt is able to just about disengage Scuff. No ultimate charges available to him, but a good charm and a kill might find the reset there onto the ultimate. It's going to time out. Bulldog make their way out of the fight, and they were able to get 2 key shutdowns off the back of that.
That was a gargantuan mistake from Deer. They're stepping up to an objective. They do not have the numbers to them. And they end up losing the objective. Oh, actually, they didn't. So I'll take that back. Deer do secure that objective, but at what cost? You get the shutdown onto the Yanara. You give up free time on towers. The TP is going to come through. Is going to be Virtuoso on the Mundo, wrapping around Hunt on the Orianna, and there's a Lulu Yanara sprinting at him.
Yeah, I think that Orianna, who is 2-0, might be giving up a bit of gold here. Virtuoso going to go in for the flash forwards. Pops himself the shutdown, nice and easy. Mundo only gets bigger. So Dusk and Dawn actually finished up onto Lex, which is it's kind of like a Nash's and a Lichbane combined with a little bit of... It's just everything Jax wants. It's attack speed, it's on hit, it's lovely. And Scuff...
I kind of feel like a lot of items are what Jax wants. What Scuff doesn't want, though, is 4 members with Bulldog on his head.
Nice little disengage.
Forced
You
to
may
ult. Yeah.
charm once. If he looks for it, Noodle gets caught by the slow, they throw the charm out. It hits onto the real Wukong. Scuff gets a refresh on the ultimate, and they could potentially chase a bit further forwards. Down goes the tower here. It looks like Deer are happy just to strip Bulldog of that pressure, of that power. Charm from Scuffed goes down, doesn't make the connection, and another charge. More tower plates going over. Deer just continue to accelerate their gold lead, accelerate the income onto their players, and that 2,000 gold lead between the mid laners is now at 700.
That weaved charm looked beautiful from Scuffed. Nunu uses the clone to get out, but Scuffed gets him. And Deer actually accelerating that lead. Currently 600 gold extra for Exile over the top of whatever Wukong has. And even though there was a big mistake right there on the top side fight with Yunara ending up dying, still a 2,000 gold lead between the two carries. 2.5 items up. Sorry, one whole item up. And now here's where Mundo starts coming online. Okay, I need your help here because my brain is just too TFT rotted. Is it hard still or is it steadfast?
It is hard.
It's hard still, isn't it? Oh, okay.
Steadfast is TFT. How did you get confused on that?
Oh, this item is steadfast in TFT.
Yeah. So then, surely you go, well, why would I have Heartsteel in my head?
Because sometimes they're called the same thing. Warmogs is Warmogs, man.
Yeah.
I was confused with Jackshaw and Adaptive for the longest time, you know? Like, when you play too many games of great success, like I do not, then you get confused.
I'll be real with you. I have one really bad one, but I do. And every time I build this item, I do the exact same thing without fail. I might hold that because Scuffed looks like he could be in a dot of trouble here. Charms down. Does have Spirit Rush. I think he smells it. He's okay. All right, so when I buy a Jackshaw, I always search it in the shop. And the first thing I type every time, Exile, can you let me tell my story? Nope, you're going to jump in and throw out the ultimate. Monkey Spin goes down. Exile gets out. Wind become lightning. Doesn't happen. And my story was just so rudely interrupted. Yeah, I always.
You search for Adaptive?
No, I search for ZZ Rock. And the only reason is they're both
That's not
purple.
even the same item.
I know they're both purple. That's why I do it. I'm like purple item, ZZ Rock. Every time I buy a Jackshaw, I always for some reason type ZZ Rock into the shop. It's just a weird habit I have, and it's now one that is just. I mean, ZZ Rock's been gone for years, but it's still so coded into my head.
But you're just so old, man. You just can't let go. Just let go, Gramps. Just let
Some
go.
players these days, they don't even know.
Struggling. They're gonna grab the second one of the game.
There it is. You youngsters.
I'm pulling you back in. Pulling you back in.
No, you're not. You youngsters, and you don't know of the command, the banner of command, and supports having to take minion dematerializers to deal with it.
Z0 banner command. Good stuff.
I love it. That was honestly peak League of Legends. Not like the full banner command meta. When that became a meta, it became boring. When it was a stupid niche item, and I used to build it on Sejuani jungle, and I used to run into a lane, banner up a cannon minion, and then walk off. Those were the days. Those were the days. Anyway, back to this game. I'll bring it back this time, Trouble. Gold is dead even between the two teams. Where the gold is mid laners and ADCs on each side. So you can see that Hunt is ahead of Scuffed. This in fact is behind Tiyeki. Tiyeki now got himself the Fiend Hunter Bolt. So guaranteed criticals coming in. Empowered criticals as well when you do throw those ultimates out. If you have the Infinity Edge picked up here, it's going to be even more damage. Remember, crit got buffed, everyone. For those who didn't keep up to date on the patch. Crit has gone from 170% bonus damage to 200. So Infinity Edge will give you 230% bonus damage on your critical strikes. Which means some of those autos are gargantuan.
Thank you, Tutor Heapring.
Thank you. No problem. Teaching.
All right, now. Gold pretty much dead even. It's just a case of vision at this point in the game. 22 to 23 minutes. 2 to 3 items completed on each side, and I feel like the game is pretty much even in terms of there are carries that are holding most power for their teams. On the side of Bulldog, it is the Jax plus the Orianna, and on the other side, we do have the Yunara. Yakilov has been doing fantastically well in that early game. We do have 2 Drakes, 2-1, so quite far away from the fort. And the game kind of slows down. When towers go down, when the game is too even, when you have nothing to fight for, it kind of becomes a ping-pong game where you just keep pushing those waves back and forth until someone gets called, someone overextends. Noodle, for example, is looking for an angle right here. You overextend to catch this wave, you will get punished.
Well, that's that Exile. Maybe looking for the angle. Scuff's coming in on that flank there. They got the charm. He's going to jump forwards. That's going to be the charm connecting on to no one, actually. Exile's ultimate's going to buy him a bit of space here as Noodle's chasing forwards. Throws down the monkey spin. Flashes in onto Scuff and secures the kill. But here comes Mundo into the middle of the fight. And Dira just going to start to rip through the Hellfires. Yaki has been bigged up by the Polymorph. Had so much work to work with here as they are going to find the lockdown. The stun makes the connection in, and Yaki's going to have to do some damn good work. Ripping through Lex's health, but it's not enough. The wild growth didn't give him enough of a boost.
Lex has flash if he wants to look at an angle right here. Both Uden and Yaki have flash of their own. However, the range from Yaki and Uden is pretty difficult to close. So the sort of Bulldog, what they're going to do is they're going to take the positive out of the fight, which is 3 versus 2, and an extra tower. Again, you can see how kind of similar both of those compositions want to work, but particularly when Yaki is left to free hit, is really, really difficult for Bulldog to get back onto him.
I really felt like that was a Deer team fight win, but they were just able to find the targets perfectly, taking out Scuff, taking out Exile, and suddenly the front line the front line only became the Mundo, and at which point Yaki was just a little bit too scared to step forwards, and I believe the Fiend Thunderbolt's timed out as well. He used his auto attacks, and then suddenly that item, yeah, the crit and the AD stuff it gives you, but its value comes in from that immediate burst from the ult. Makes you very much more bursty, so definitely a bit of a rougher one off the back of that one. Is now starting to build towards a armor penetration item with that Infinity Edge finished up, so you're going to be doing a lot of damage. You just need to, if you're Deer, you need to make sure that when those fights are started up and when you do look for those picks, you have your Yanara in position to find the follow-up.
Yeah, it's just very difficult for Deer to really make an engager here because their only engage is truly just Scuffed, potentially finding some sort of charm as Kasing is looking for an angle right here to start the fight. But I feel like their whole engagement of Deer is Scuffed finding some sort of charm, or they could get poked down because the range through the Zaya, the feathers, the Orianna.
He's been forced to Spirit Rush.
He's got off a lot.
He jumps in, finds the knock-up, goes for the stun, flash out there from Scuff, but they're going to commit the ultimate from Kasing as well. That's an ultimate and a couple of flashes used for the kill onto Scuff, and that should just result in the Dragon going over to Bulldog, neutralizing the Dragon Scorpion, and it's a 2-2.
And look how quickly Deer are moving through the map, right? The exact second that Scuff got caught over on the bottom of the map, they instantly rotated towards the top. They do have a wave. They want to pressure for yet another tower. So they are going to be giving away the second Dragon for Bulldog, but in return, they're going to try to take that top lane tier 2 down. I don't think you can. The resets are just so fast.
Yeah, this is the thing, is the current season with home guards and the empowered resets, you just get back to defend really quick.
Back to a clearing game right here. Again, when the objectives go down, no Atacans in play. So there's nothing to break apart the fights right here. It's going to be good traditional Dragons. I might have lost my co-caster. Or he's still
No, I'm just
nice.
I'm just vibing. Just vibing, waiting.
Yeah, he was vibing as well.
Where,
he was waiting for his wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's weird where, like, the game feels like the pace is accelerated, but there's also still quite a lot of time where they can't really do much. They're just waiting on waves and waiting on you know, waiting on opportunities, really. Because with everyone resetting so fast, it's a lot harder to... You have to kind of reset out from a pick a lot quicker because someone will be back on the map and looking to turn a fight back around onto you very quickly. But I feel like before you'd have time to maybe stay and get that tower low, but someone will home guard at you very, very fast, and there's not really much you can do to dissuade it. And I think Deer feeling the pressure a little bit off that, where Bulldog, we're finally moving a bit more into their territory, into what they do best.
And you also have Lex on a full AP Jax, following into the footsteps of the top laner that we miss the most in the NLC. We'll be greeting you from the LEC this weekend. And it's all in the backs of Lex plus Hunt on one side versus super fed Yunara into the hands of Yaki. No flash onto Scuffed. That's his ultimate available if he needs to escape, but again, he makes engaging really difficult. He has to be Virtuoso. Oh!
Oh! Scissor Effect forced to use the ultimate. He's going to try and get the blink away for a second there, but Hunt goes down. Deer finding their opening to shut down, getting picked up onto the Yanara. Scuff takes down Kasing as well. And Bulldog left running to the wind. Nothing they can do but watch.
I was just about to say they can just brute force by walking into them. You've got the extra movement speed with the Lulu, and that's exactly what they did. Fantastically done. Exile had 3 stacked his knock-up, and then he flashes in
Noodle
for the last auto for the knock-up. However, Noodle's still alive. That's a 50-50 smite as long as the Wukong is alive.
Well, Yaki's going to absolutely rip through that health by seeing how much those auto attacks are doing. Meanwhile, Baron's actually going to get dissuaded. He's way too slow. Needs the Lulu, give him the speed boost, and back to Baron. Noodle has been too heavily chunked out. He's not going to stick around for that 50-50 smite angle. Baron half HP. Looks like Deer going to be able to secure this. Baron, they're actually playing a bit of a waiting game there. There we go. Secured it. Get the reset off, and that is Baron now picked up for the side of Deer. Although, looks like Exile may be losing his Baron buff pretty quick. Udin's making his way over, going to throw down the Wild Growth, get some shielding off, but it's not going to be enough. Scissor Face damage. Absolutely brutal.
Ooh, I was about to say, I feel like the fact that Noodle didn't take the 50-50 means that they didn't want to concede a potential death for the 50-50, which would then allow Deer an extra rotation and more tempo on the map to use their Baron. However, Exile backing in the position that he did, dying for 60 seconds, now that slows their rotations down, so they have to be extremely respectful. You see Yaki on your minimap over on the top side of the map, he was actually waiting further back from the wave to make sure that it's safe for him to push that. Same with Mundo over on the bot side of the map, they are actually waiting to not over push the waves, because if you over push and you have to back off because of Fog of War, that means that Bulldog Esports can very easily jump on you. So now they have to wait. They've lost an entire rotation to push here from the side of Deer because Exile died in this.
Alrighty, well. Tempo again. Slowed down. Even with the Baron. Obviously, like you're saying, Pickle Deck Exile definitely playing somewhat into that. It looks like Hunt's trying to come in for some level of clear. Remember, the Baron minions take a lot more damage from, like, AP characters than they used to. Before, it was, you know... His damage is brutal. Hasn't even got, like, an Overlord yet. He's just like, that's it. There we go. They're going to push in. Crystals pop. Tower goes down. Not worth that full 700 gold they used to be. There we are. Going to back off.
Uh-oh. Lex has to flash, take the blast gun right there, and this could be very easily another dragon going over to Deer. Very nice push right there. They take the bot lane tier 2 tower. They establish a lot of vision in enemy jungle. Another looking to actually chunk down Bulldog so that they don't contest. But I feel like the fact that they stayed around for so long without doing the dragon is because they're trying to harvest as much time and power as they can from that Baron buff. They couldn't because they lost that one rotation we talked about. So right now they're trying to force as much as they can whilst the buff lasts.
Waves getting cleared a bit too quickly though. Making life very hard for Deer to continue to use that Baron to accelerate their lead over the map. And it's weird because you removed Aftercam, but you've also kind of, I feel like you've genuinely weakened a lot of the kind of power of Baron. And that Baron power play is a single tower bot lane, which is crazy. One off the Dragon Soul, though, for the side of... one side of the Dragon Soul for the side of Deer. Got himself a little bit more of a pretty decent pickup off that. Yiki closing in on that final item as well. Still got the Thoron Sword in the inventory, though, so... a little bit of a ways to go. Currently rocking the almost 100% crit rate. It's 90% right now, but will go to 100 off this next one. There it is. The Immortal Shield Bow. I'm curious to see what the final item is going to be here for Yiki on the Yanara. You can obviously opt into something like a Guardian Angel, a more defensive option. You could even go like a Jack Show, like I was saying earlier, like something that makes you a bit tankier. Because right now, I think Yiki's biggest issue is they are scared of getting blown up by the moment the fight breaks out as Noodle or Lex gets onto them. A Jack Show as your final item, mix that with a Lulu in your pocket. I think it's going to just be very hard to deal with the Yanara off the back of that. So we could see a potential move towards something of the like as the final item here for Yaki.
Currently, though, sitting on a full aggro item build. And they are looking for the next objective, which is very soon going to be the Baron. Spawning 124, as you can see on the bottom left of your screens. And establishing a lot of vision, but also mid lane push is very important at getting onto objectives. However, what they're getting onto is Kasing. He's getting onto the back line as he's
teleport. Yaki's gonna get jumped onto! What a wombo combo! Yaki didn't get a single auto attack out! Bulldog, pull the trigger! And that shotgun hurts! Visualizer is just gonna clear out the wave, make sure there's nothing to push into the base with. But he will give his life for it. A noble cause. Blackcomb Pop stands in the middle of everyone. And down goes the Mundo. Healing from the ultimate does a lot, but it's not enough. That was gorgeous from the side of Bulldog.
That was really beautiful, particularly for Kasing, because he sneaked his way from the top side of the river. Look at the control ward over on the top side of the river. He sneaked through there, inside the jungle, placed his own control wards, made his way around the wolves, and then Lex pulls the trigger for the TP right behind them to make the wombo combo come true. Now with the Guardian Angel completed for Sisyphus as well onto this Xayah, it's gonna become extremely difficult to take this champion down, because it takes a lot to stick onto her, but she's just such an evasive champion with the ult, with the flash available. Now Guardian Angel, you have to kill her twice. And suddenly the game has become a lot more difficult and it comes off of full else's hands other than Kasing, who finds the angle, finds the engage, and now Bulldog are staring down the purple ward.
Well, let's let down goes the Baron. Be able to secure that one, Scuffed. Trying to just play a little bit of dissuasion here. Games? With that Baron, I still feel like the game's somewhat sold out, though. I say that Exile gets himself caught out because Kasing throws the ultimate, and
what?
I mean, what was Exile doing there? That was such a misplay.
Ooh, that was a big whoopsie, considering that in a minute and 10 seconds, you're also going to need to get a dragon. And that's not the problem. You're going to be like, Georgia, what are you talking about? 45 seconds and he'll be up. But there is Baron on Bulldog, which means that they're going to split up to 3 lanes, push all 3, get all the vision inside enemy territory, which means that for Deer Gaming, they're going to have to use the Mundo as a meat shield to enter the jungle in prospect of getting to that dragon for that soul needed from the side of Deer. So this rotation right here is going to become a little bit difficult once Exile spawns on that Xin Zhao, and it's the second time that Exile actually gets caught and causes a Baron rotation to not be what it should.
Alrighty. 37 minutes into this game. We're only into game 2 trouble. Oh my word.
Only an hour and a half delayed.
Are we an hour and a half delayed? That's crazy.
But time goes by so fast when I'm casting with you, Heatbrain.
Yeah.
Just to be a little wholesome.
I have missed casting, I have to admit. It's been a little while since. Oh, again, dragons are getting neutralized. There's 6 dragons in this game. It is very, very slow tempo. Bulldog, it feels like you were very right on them. They are an exceptionally good team at playing. Wow, Noodle, you got to start dodging those Qs, mate. You are taking so much damage. That's 4 in a row.
Level 20 Mundo XD.
Oh my word. I said level 20 Mundo is going to be scary. Level 20 Jax as well, also very scary. Scuff actually used the charm there to try and just clear out the wave. Pretty risky not having charm on Ari. A lot more exposed. Again, throws it out again. Fairly short cooldown. Looks like final item here for Yaki is actually going to be a Zhonya's Hourglass.
An Hourglass.
For the defensive use. I like it. I don't know if Yanara has that much AP scaling, so I feel like the value of it is going to be entirely coming from that stasis effect, but so far it's been the big wombo combo that has caught Yaki 2 times in a row.
I think it's not necessarily the Hourglass right here. I think it might be one last fight and it's over, so having the stasis even from the Seekers is going to be extremely useful, right? It doesn't necessarily have to complete the Hourglass if they do survive the fight. Because Bulldog has been sieging, they're 6,000 gold up, they're taking that mid lane tower, and they're looking to push with that last bit of Baron buff on them.
There they go. Stepping forwards. Inhibitor. Left open, but not taken down quite yet. Does look like Bulldog, though, are going to make an appearance back here into the mid lane, try and just get this inhibitor nice and low. All the play for Virtuoso goes in. Noodle pops out, loses a lot of HP. Exile jumps in, throws down the ultimate immediately. Kasing looks for the opening, but he gets himself caught by the knockup from the free Talon strike from Exile. And Bulldog able to back off briefly. Scuffs continues to hold the wave, but Lex just getting more and more obnoxious there. Got the Dusk and Dawn, got the Guardian Angel and the Zhonya's Hourglass. This is a terrifying mixed build. Jax here. APAD is looking ultra scary, ultra hard to deal with. Well,
ultra hard to kill. Stasis plus Reborn effect plus Flash plus him dashing and hopping around the entire time. Lex has been doing incredibly well since the very, very early laning phase. He's taking control over Virtuoso's Mundo. And he's actually never let go. For a melee champion that dives straight into things like Mundo, Shinzao, Ari, Yunara, super fed Yunara must add, to be 2-0 and 7, be 3,000 gold up, so much CS more up, like 100 CS onto a Mundo who loves staying on the side lane. I mean, this has been an incredible performance by the top laner of Bulldog. And right now we are looking for another rotation yet again for that Baron. 123. Bottom left, if you guys were looking for those timers, that's where you will be able to find them. And I feel like Bulldog has full control. They're just looking to actually jump onto Lex on the bot side, see if he overextends, but he just doesn't.
So just gonna push up here. Has got Yaki in the pocket. They get the cleaver off. They get the slow down from Yaki. Lex is able to jump away though with the Q for safety. Nothing major used there from the side of Deer. They just get a nice little chunk out. I believe the Grandmaster's Might was used by Lex. Yeah, it's on cooldown, so got the ultimate out of the Jax, but at this point it's going to be a relatively short cooldown on that. Meanwhile, Hunt, level 18 on the Orianna, almost full build. And I'm looking at it, Seraph's Embrace, you've got Blackfire Torch, and now another Lost Chapter. This is 100% going to be an Actualizer as the final item. Actualizer as your final item, you pop that and a Shockwave. I think you're going to one-shot Yaki with that.
Hourglass also completed because we were like sitting on the in-between. Now Noodle is looking for an angle for a knockup with the Scuff. Exile burns the ult. That's pretty big.
Yeah, Hunt did look for an angle to throw out that Shockwave. Didn't quite make the connection. Scuff goes wide with the charm. Noodle jumps in forwards. There's going to be Kasing coming in, but like you said, the big old flank. Lex gets caught by the polymorph though, and they're looking for Yaki as he's going to jump forwards, try and rip through the health bar of Lex, but he's able to jump away using his counter strike. Yaki has to make the escape. He has to find the damage. Zhonya's is going to get popped. Udin has to find the clean up, but he's unable to do so. Double kill. Going over to the side of the Jax. Udin, the final man standing. And I think Bulldog have done it. I think they have stalled the game out. honestly, Kasing, 0-4-19, MVP. Absolutely gorgeous engages from him this game.
Yeah, he was smiling as well at the very end. I think they played a very nice, clean textbook game. Was it over in the bot lane as Bulldog Esports take the Nexus right there? Was it over in the bot lane? Yes, but it wasn't over in the game. And I feel like this shows through Kasing's experience as well. Death taxes Kasing over in the mid lane, gets a couple of kills. Suddenly Hunt pops off onto that Orianna that alleviates pressure because the jungler now from the enemy team has to pay a lot of attention mid and bot, which means that the Jax gets to reign free over on the top side of the map. Lex, I think, together with Kasing, my absolute MVPs from the side of Bulldog for sure.
Absolutely. Let's have a little look at the replays from that game. Ourselves going into what was honestly, we expected a close game, but I didn't expect a game that went that deep, that long. And, you know, it started so strong for Deer. They had really, really solid job of picking up these kills, getting Yaki ahead on the Yanara. And then, unfortunately, it just ended up amounting to nothing because as we'll start to see more and more of these replays, we're going to see more and more cases where Bulldog is slowly starting to turn the fights back around. And I really felt like this effect was out of this game. I really did.
My issue with the Ionia comp from the set of Deer is that there was no actual immediate engage. Again, they kind of relied on Scuffed maybe getting a pick with the charm or Virtuoso walking them down with that Mundo, but they actually had so much damage due to the Orianna getting fed, the Jax getting fed, that the Mundo was kind of melting down. And I feel like there were a few brilliance moments coming through from Exile onto this Xin Zhao, where he actually flashed forward with the third auto to knock a member up, and this is how they were finding fights. But overall, I found this a pretty hard comp to execute.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, more and more fights. These are ones where, you know, it looked like Bulldog were finding the win, and then Yaki, well, no, this is one where actually Bulldog finally started to look for a bit of a turnaround. It looked like Deer found themselves the turnaround on that fight, and then this is where Scissorfect, you see him, he's got the flicker blades. He was 3 items at that point, able to absolutely crush through the fight. And time again, Deer, they got what they thought was a good fight, and this was the game to find us. Massive shockwave, absolutely disgusting fight from Bulldog, and Deer, they crumbled. They crumbled at the seams.
I mean, that was just beautifully done from Kasing. Again, we kind of gave a comparison last year to Mad Lions when they were winning over in the LEC. And I feel like the comparison is very true with Bulldog. They're not necessarily the best early game team, but they have fantastic minds when it comes to finding angles for team fights. And Kasing is the one that usually drives forward this sort of experience and mind and angles that he finds. And he showed it right there. That flank with the TP on top from Lex onto this Jax, chef's kiss.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Genuinely amazing game coming in from the side of Bulldog. I'm seeing some fire. I'm seeing some fire in Deer, though. Call me a potential fan. We'll see what they got. Let's pass it over to the studio, though, to wrap up game number 2 and get us geared up for game number 3.
And welcome back to the studio here in Copenhagen for, that was a certified banger. I mean, there's not much more to say. I think we were in disagreement about who would win. I said Bulldog were the favorite, but one thing was for sure, both of these teams, well, they definitely got by. They looked good, both of them, to be honest. Definitely interesting, but Bulldog, man, that late game team fighting, that was really good.
Yeah, the back and forth, though, in those team fights from mid-game to late, it was, it was crazy. Could have gone either way, but yeah.
Late game in the end, though, Bulldog very much able to get the fights on their terms, right? Not a straight back and front to back. They would rather have it a bit messy, right? Get the ball delivery or the Rakan from a weird angle to find the flank with Kasing. And maybe it is Kasing, you know, 10 years of experience to come up clutch in these situations against a very, very young Deer roster, right? Brand new organization. A lot of these players are having their NLC debut, so I think maybe the pressure got to them in these tight situations, but Bulldog, man, they looked really good.
Yeah, they did. They really did, especially the bot lane and the whole draft synergy. I feel like they executed that really well. as we can also see here, really back and forth. Also the Jax level 20.
Yeah, I mean, late game Jax, right? And I think late game Mundo as well. The Ari really seemed to fall off. I mean, if there's one who I really have a lot of respect for, it is Scuffed, right? I've seen what he brings to the team behind the scenes, but I don't think the Ari pick was here late on because it's really hard to play the game. How are you ever going to get to a Sire with a Rakan, with Guardian Angel and the ultimate available, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's really hard to catch up to, and you can see a lot of fights around the rivers, especially the top side. And this was a banger. It was an absolute banger. I want to bring this back into the power vacuum I mentioned earlier that has been created now in the NLC with Nord and Lost Ratones gone. And Bulldog, well, they are one of the teams aiming to fill that gap. They are a long-time organization, not in terms of their NLC history, but in terms of their history in our ERL before in the UKLC. So they are definitely a team who could look poised to try and take that crown. Verdant definitely the big challenger, but more on them later. But Bulldog, this is a huge confidence boost because Dear Gaming, to me, is one of the teams that could be challenging them all the way throughout the season.
Yeah, for sure. They looked very strong that game. Yeah.
And let's just quickly talk about the roles there, right? You mentioned the level 12 top lane. Did we get to see the AD carry effect later on as well? Maybe the 6 items coming through?
Yeah.
I saw a full build on Yaki, but you couldn't really feel it in the final fight.
No, that's true. But like I feel like the Sire in the end with 6 items, you have GA, you have Flash Up, you have the Rakan, you have the Ori. You have, like, how do they ever kill the Sire there? It's very hard.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It does get very hard. And let's start looking towards a third game here. And this is hard for me to talk about because it is 2 Swedish organizations going up against each other, but I will try and do them both justice. Let's start with Lundqvist Lightside, a Swedish organization who has spent a long time here in the NLC. Little to no success. I mean, they've had a few times. I think they snuck into playoffs once and have had some times where some talent was clearly good on the roster. Elijah is back on the team, someone who has spent time throughout his career in the organization, won a Rookie of the Split in the NLC as well. But let's turn our attention to the mid laner, Matthias V, who has played for Carmine Corp Blue Stars in the LFL 2nd Division with another Dane in the Jungle Bash, but let's not get over to the Danes here. But he's someone who I think we could be excited about. Carmine Corp Blue, or Carmine Corp in general as an organization, have a long history of finding talent and, you know, plucking some of the best ones. Vladdy was very good when he went to Carmine Corp, but they know how to get the talent and push them over the line. And Mattis, someone who they got in very early, I'm excited to see what he can bring because I mean, considering Carmine Corp's short history in League, they have a very good track record with those rookies.
Yeah, for sure. That is true. That is true.
Is there anything that will stand out to you when we look at Lundqvist Lightside, right? And maybe that speaks to the fact that it's, you know, it is an organization that has never had that standout moment as you coming into the NLC.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, for sure. I think the fact that they're like a team that is all, like they're all Swedish.
Oh, yeah. LLS is it's Leo who's all Swedish. Oh, good, don't worry.
But yeah, other than that, no, I don't think so.
You'll get to know them a bit more. It is a very nice team, right? It's a comfortable place to stay. I think when I've talked with the owner in the past, it's a team players are happy to stay for, and you'll see it with players like Elijah coming back to the organization despite moving to other teams, just because it is, you know, it's a nice environment to be with, but they've never really had that big break into, you know, making EMEA Masters or making a top 3, but maybe this could be the chance. Well, I can't say too much because these are players who doesn't have that big of an NLC history behind them, so I can't plug off on my Wikipedia knowledge and go back to see them play in the UKL 3-4 years ago or the LCD. So we'll look and see what they have. But let's try and turn our attention to someone who has also just found their way, just like you, into the NLC. Leo got promoted through the NLC RPS, didn't win the Swedish league, but oh god, were they dominant, beating Danish Fortress in the finals to make it up into the NLC. And well, they have a full Swedish roster.
Yes, and speaking about a full Swedish roster, I think it's very important for also like the in-game synergy and how you talk with your team when you speak the same language. I feel like that could benefit the team in ways that is very good. And in team fights and playing the map, I think it could be very beneficial.
It makes communication easier. You know, culture is the same, right? You can laugh about the same jokes. You can see the big national television show and bond about that, or whatever shows are popular in Sweden. I don't really know, but it probably definitely helps, right? I had that experience when I've been behind teams. When people are of the same nationality, it's easier for them to find things to bond over. And a good connection, I think you can confirm this, outside of the game definitely helps the performance on the left.
Yeah, it helps a lot, and it helps with the synergy, and it helps understanding each other as players and as people, and how they want to play the game, and how they communicate in games. So I think that will be a very good thing for them coming into this game.
And when we just had a look across this Leo roster, there was one player you mentioned as someone you've heard being mentioned in your own stream chat and such.
Yes.
But Rusty Sniper, I mean,
Yeah.
he's a good player when he's on it, but he's also a very big personality in the Swedish scene. You've even, had your interaction with him. You could say you've heard about him.
Yeah, I've seen him on Twitter and the stuff he does, and he seems to be a very likable and very content, and many people,
I mean, his success in the NLC hasn't quite been there yet, right? I think his best place was a second place finish with Venom Crest in the Aurora Cup in 2024, and he's definitely looking to make amends on that, helping Leo get promoted. I have a name I want to mention. It's not someone any of you know of properly unless you've watched the LCD, but Monster Ninja in the top lane actually won it just last summer, and he was incredible for Aalborg Esport, going undefeated through the entirety of the season. They are, or he is rather, incredibly good. Sadly for us Danes, Aalborg didn't do quite well in the NLC RPS, but Monster Ninja still found his way into the NLC. And just a last little mention, Don Punk has been here before shortly, and Cast, well, I mean, he is a long-time Swedish veteran. If you watch Swedish League of Legends, you will know his name, just like you know Rusty Sniper. But that's enough about the players. Let's get back into the meta, right? Because I know there are more things you'd like to talk about as we start elaborating on what Season 16 has brought to the Rift.
Yeah, I feel like, as we also saw in the past game, that top lane, and I think ADC as well, are very strong right now. Especially the fact that top lane can now get level 20 and they can get this extra TP. I think that really matters and can really decide the game in mid game. And I think just the ADC having 6 items now is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and how does it feel for you as a jungler then? When you log in and you're like, what did you get? A bit more movement speed in the jungle and mana region, and your smite deals 200 more damage max range?
Yeah, I mean, it's
like
a
max
level. It's a bit pain, but at least now Lux can't steal the Drake or the Nash. So that's nice at least. But it's really nice for ADCs. I think support is also still has a big part of the game and can really do some stuff on the map. But other than that, I think top lane looks really OP.
Yeah, and if we're looking across the meta, right, I want to stick with the top lane first because it's something I've been thinking a lot about ever since I saw the changes, right? Getting a free teleport when you complete your lane quest. Yes, a 7-minute cooldown is a long time, especially in competitive. That's 7 minutes. That's half a competitive game if things go quickly, or you can miss it out at crucial moments. But I'm someone who I think personally believe that at some point, we'll see these niche matches where someone who's really confident on a Darius or let's just say a Garen, right? Or someone where you need like an Ignite or a Ghost in the laning phase to try and play for it. I really hope we start to see that make its way into the meta. Maybe if not the meta, but be an outsider pick that can be locked in certain situations. I don't know if you feel like it's realistic or maybe just coping on wanting to see something different than, TPs and tanks top lane.
It might be coping in the start here, because I think the TP and the tanks are always consistent, always a good pick, especially in competitive. So maybe it's like holding on to a hope. But no, maybe it will happen. Maybe we'll see. But I think also the new items, Dusk and Dawn, as we saw.
We saw it on the Jax, a disgusting item.
It looks very OP. It's like Diana is also really good now.
I saw it on Kai'Sa as well. It was genuinely, I was two-shot. It was disgusting.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Really, really broken item. And I want to get to the jungle meta because we talked a bit about it when we had Forson's team on. We talked about some of the simpler champs, but Ambessa, I've seen that in the raw. I think it's Road of Legends. The Benelux scene is now called. Watch one of their games with obviously a Dane playing with C-Boy. I saw a game where it was played at the very least, and it didn't look too good. I've seen it in my own games. I've heard all this chat about these non-junglers becoming junglers now. I think Jace gets banned quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken. How do you think the jungle meta looks right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've also seen a lot of Jace, a lot of Aatrox, the Malphite, Rammus, Fiddlesticks as well. The Rammus,
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's not
Have
me
you been
deciding.
spamming it?
No, I haven't. I don't like Rammus. The Fiddlesticks is a bit cheesy, but I mean, it's the stick, so you can ult from Fog and maybe get a game-deciding ult. But no, I think the meta is very, I don't know, it's very weird, and you have to kind of get these new champs in. If you never played top lane, you have to get Jace, you have to get Malphite, you have to get Aatrox. So I think it's exciting, and I think it's nice that they add something else to the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, It definitely is exciting. Sadly, though, the mid lane pool is anything but. Akali's made her way back in. We saw Pobel played. I'm a big Akali enjoyer. Hextech Gunblade is back. You know, maybe Katarina will get some game time as well, but someone who can use that. I saw that on Kennen as well, I believe, today or yesterday in the LCK being played, but didn't win. I think it was against Gen G, so, you know, can't expect too much there. Regardless, though, there are some changes, but the mid lane pool sadly still seems way too similar as I drop the pen. Anything else as we've gone through? I mean, I think most of the big changes now, is it just the general pace of the game that feels different? The fact that your minions spawn so early, so much gold so quickly?
I think so, and getting items faster and just like, the game feels faster, way faster. And the first Nash, as we talked about earlier, feels really OP as well, the siege, and exciting.
It is very exciting as the league is unfolding, right? And the meta is being found. We're about to see a Swedish rivalry as these two teams have been beefing on Twitter. And I think Leo got the upper hand by mentioning that there's not a single Swede on Light side. But regardless, let's see how these two Swedish organizations stack up against each other as we head right to the casters.
My bad, sorry, I was muted. Well, you know what? I did
me.
in trouble.
You did in trouble.
Oh boy.
Hey. New season, new year, new me, by the way. It ain't happening.
Yeah, whatever. I guarantee you, everyone, at some point, Trouble is going to mute. Maybe not today, but it's coming. She'll do it more than me as well. So, Lightside versus Leo. What are we making of these comps? We got, a couple of staples of the NLC. Elijah, we got Rusty, we got Dom Punk as well. A couple of
no names,
couple of interesting teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And also need to remind that Elijah is probably the most known figure, I want to say, between the two teams. He has played for LLS since 2024, if I'm not wrong, and he's kind of like their star player, right? The star carry player. He's pulled out Camille's and such, and with knowing currently how important lane dominance is, I mean, we saw it from Lex onto this Jax in the previous game, seeing how very important lane dominance is, playing those sort of counter picks is going to be pretty huge for LLS.
Right, well, let's have a little listen to what the players are saying as we're getting loaded into the game. Maybe we'll have a listen to, if production can hear me, load up the light side first, see what they're saying.
Okay.
Yes.
Not much is being said.
Is Rusty Sniper and Path wearing a suit?
We pick Oriana, yeah?
Yes.
Path looks like he's cosplaying Yamato Cannon.
Hello? It's dead quiet.
Mans. Wait, and Cast. This is crazy. They're all playing in a suit. I love that.
I love it. Yeah, let's have a listen to the other team, see what's going on Leo.
Okay, don't stop it. What do we want to pick next on IDC?
I mean, I think I want Varus again.
A lot more vocal.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
first time we're hearing anything actually genuinely
I don't want to play Lunar already. I think
So
it's better if I'm on Varus.
I'm thinking either Varus or Jhin here, but I think Varus is just better.
Yeah. He's good on Varus as well, so.
So just Varus, right?
Yeah.
I can maybe go with a CV or something that can counter like that, but
I think they'll go Jarvan, no?
I think it's fine,
Maybe.
no?
But then we also like always have Nafiri Wukong angle.
Well, we can also look for like Nico on free now, maybe.
Yeah.
Silas.
I mean, there is Zuko.
No. Oh.
Why?
It's such an Nafiri angle, by the way, already.
Yeah. Well, we can pick on 3, no?
Oh, it's Mundo as well.
I honestly...
Like I'm saying, when I go Mundo, I don't die to them.
Yeah, if you go Mundo...
Yeah, but will they ban Mundo?
I doubt it.
They might.
Very, very
we can secure
interesting
something, yeah?
comp getting locked in here. Hopefully we can drop comms now. Had a little listen to what they're saying.
Double
But
assassin.
very, very interesting comps getting locked in. Yeah, the Zed obviously going to be going into the jungle there for Matthias. We'll see the Akali mid lane. We've seen a lot of the Ori and the Akali matching up versus each other today, Trouble. But nope, switching off the Zed, sadly. Moving to the Mundo, level 20 Mundo. Want to be dealing with that. Especially when you're looking at a Jhin on the other side, right? Like, Jhin is already bad at killing tanks. Try doing that to a level 20 Mundo. It ain't going to end well.
I mean, the best part right here is that majority of the carries have already been picked. So unless Orianna goes super huge, like we saw Hunt do in the previous game, Vi and Jhin do not like tanks. They are not tank killers. So you're potentially looking for a counter pick over on the top side of the map to play against the Mundo. Something like the Jax that we previously saw. But again, Lex played a really great early game. He did get ahead and he managed to play against the Mundo. Mundo is actually a pretty great pick into the Jax because against the Counter-Strike does not stick due to the anti-CC shield, right? So we'll see what Leo chooses to go for here against the Mundo. Can always go for something like the likes of like things like Camille potentially even over on the top side, and also be able to dive onto things like the Varus together with like a Ball or the Vi and things like that. I think I overloaded Hip Brain. Too much info, too much info.
Yeah, it's just too much. Now then, you know, we saw how much success we saw out of the Rakan from last game there from Kasing. Ornn getting banned away from the side of the light side. Leo, one final ban for these guys to lock in. Trying to think about what we've really seen a lot of today. All good matchups with like the Jhin. If you're just looking for something that's going to match up well with that. Jax goes away. Interesting to see them ban the Jax.
That could be Mundo jungle. Yeah, I was going to say. Elijah is like a carry top laner, as we pre-mentioned before the draft. So the Mundo top lane wouldn't necessarily fit him too much. It's very understandable in the current meta, right? Especially if you really like staying in lane. But it doesn't necessarily describe him as a top laner. Rumble is a lot more fitting. And we have seen a lot of Rumble in the LPL and LCK, which does get replied to with things like the Cassante. And I feel like when you have Orianna and Jhin, you might be looking for also a front line. Not going to be the case, though, because Aatrox is being hovered right here and locked for Leo.
Alrighty, well, gonna go in for the Vel'Koz Jhin lane. So you have a lot of poke, a lot of range coming in play off the back of that.
In yet? I don't think he's locking yet.
Oh, they're hovering it. Okay, yep, you're right.
Debated.
I'm not used to this overlay. In my defense, I just assumed that was locked in. I didn't see the little blue bar. Okay, that's an Alistair. We might need to look at that on the overlay. That is... You're just seeing that's basically Alistair's back.
Dude, it's like we're playing a show game, you know, where you don't know what exactly is there. You're like, guess the champion.
The golden
Actually,
days.
Genius at making those.
His show slaps, man. They were great.
Yeah. And we go to good old Nico Varus. If you were sick of seeing this combo back in early 2025, I think it was, and late 2024, get sick of seeing it again. It's a really good combo to get a lot of priority down bot lane, especially when you play Nico into a melee into a melee support that doesn't necessarily have a very strong level 1, such as Alistar. Well, the Nico Varus will take over complete lanes, right? And by going into poke mode, which I assume that we're going to see this Varus go for, because there's no tanks on the other side for Leo, then you've got a lot of poke with the Equalizer, the Varus, and then Akali can just dive into the backline and completely demoralize those.
Alrighty, well, with draft all locked in, I'm curious for how these teams are actually going to manage and handle certain portions of the game here. I think, you know, again, you always have that kind of like ease of execution when you lock in something like Ori and then an enabler to the Ori. You've got the Alistair, obviously, as the ball delivery system. You've even got the Vi as a pretty safe ball delivery system as well. You know, you can attach it to her. Obviously, she's a bit more single target and knocks people away, but you can knock them away, pull them back in with the shockwave. You know, there's worlds of a bit of ease of execution. Now, what I don't know is the Varus build now. are we still seeing like lethality Varus, or has it gone on hit? Because I do know that on hit champions have suffered a little bit since the item changes. Crit got some love. Remember, every ADC had their base stats like nerfed across the board pretty much, so they're not doing as much.
I mean, I think this is going to be a poke virus. First of all, I think like it fits again the composition. You've got a lot of poke with the Rumble, the Equalizer, sending arrows into the backline, enabling the Akali again to dive and capitalize on that poke that you've sent out. And there's actually not a lot of tanky members apart from the Alistar. While he's ulted, there's not really anyone that you're really worried. Like, I know Aatrox can be a complete heal bot, but you can very easily counter that by having anti-heal on your champions, right? So I feel like poke Varus right here would make the utmost sense. I can't remember if I've seen a Varus in the new season. I don't think I have, unless I've missed the game. So it's going to be really interesting to check it out.
Alrighty, well, hopefully won't be too long until we get into game. I know that I think we've had a couple of issues loading into our games for the last couple of games. Hence why it's been a little bit more of an extended yapping session from us.
Welcome to our podcast.
Yeah, welcome. It kind of is. It kind of is. I guess because I feel like we've yapped a lot today. Go on. Go get a Labubu and show him off. Show everyone the Labubu.
Ooh!
Yeah.
You're enabling me.
I know. I shouldn't be.
Okay. So this
Horrible
is my new
little
guy.
creatures.
This is my new guy.
Hmm.
And he's a farmer. All right. But currently, it's off-season for farmers. You can take his hat off or on. He can always look at you. Ah, he turns the other way. Ah, he looks at you that way as well. And he's got labeled boots. Oh, yeah. He's got his little wellies.
How much money have
That's
you
that.
spent on Labubus?
Okay, it's really funny. I get gifted majority of my stuff. Like,
What, by your boyfriend?
By my grandma. I don't know. But like, this was a gift. So I don't condone gamba, even though I've gambered on these guys behind me.
Yeah, I know you have. I know damn straight your little horror toys that you have. I feel sorry for when...
I'm telling you, more than half of my collection is not bought with my money. Tell you that much. My parents called me last year and they were like, hey, we were looking buying you the white Labubu for Christmas. And obviously they're not knowledgeable, right? They don't know which places to look for. They don't know which one is the official retailer of the Labubus, right? So they went into reseller markets and they were like, it was like 4 figures for one. And I was like, what were you looking at? Like a bar of gold?
I like they're stupid little teddy guys. Who's spending that much money on them?
I don't know. Me?
Yeah, you. You're part of the problem here.
What?
But like,
other people are collecting League of Legends skins, man. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to justify that either. But I mean, I feel like at least you play with those. These guys just sit in your glass cabinets, giving nightmares to everyone who watches your streams or broadcasts you're in. Look at them. Horrible little things. Here we go. To game. That was a great way to buy some time. Alrighty. Our third Orianna of the day. Our second
Thank you to my
Harley
Labubus
of the
for
day
this.
as well. Thank you, Labubus. Still don't like him.
Well, they don't like you either, Hebrain.
Good. The further we stay away from each other. I'm thinking about when you move house, there's going to be boxes of Labubus. Give it like a heist. People find out you're moving, they're gonna be like, damn, there's a lot of Labubus. You can buy a car for this.
All right. Well, we're back into League of Legends territory. No more Labubus for the time being. Riot Games, if you're listening, make a Labubu-like character. It will sell a lot.
Yeah, it's Lulu. It's Lulu. Lulu Boo Boo.
Oh, Lulu. If anything, it would be
Lulu Boo Boo. Come on.
It would be Willump, but like it would be Willump on his own without stupid Nunu.
I feel like
No, wait,
all
which one's the
Yordles.
Which
That
one's the
is Willump is the yeah.
The Yeti, right?
Yeah. Nunu is
Yeah,
the
okay,
kid.
so just who cares about Nunu, man? Just give us Willump.
I feel like it's all Yordles and Labubus. Like, Teemo 100% would have a Labubu skin.
Yeah, like the devil one.
Yeah. Exactly.
Obviously,
He's
we're
already
talking-
got a Labubu skin.
Which I nonsense because it's super early game. Nothing crazy is happening. Both junglers are pathing towards the bolts of the map. Mundo just being a little bit faster than Vi at this point. He has been spotted on the map as well. Clears.
I wonder if we're going to see a double crab. Last game open with a double crab. A little bit struggle on trying to get the everything put together off the back of that one, but it does look
I'm
like.
interested to see what happened in that level 1 down bot lane because Roig and Soul were pushed from Alistar Jhin. Now Alistar, of course, being level 2, can actually create a bit of pressure. That clears, since he clears faster on that Mundo over the Vi. First one to show up over in the bot lane. Skullcrabs have not yet spawned. But by showing pressure down that bot side, you get to push out that wave much quicker if you're LLS, and then you get a lot more priority walking inside that river. Oh,
And with the Fate Lights as well, you're able to get a lot of vision to work with. Got the passive stacks there into the E. That was enough for Roy EQ to secure the kill. Nice first blood over to the side of the light side. And again, it's an interesting season. And what I'm looking forward to most is, you know, LR were very much like the dominating story and team of last season. And, you know, no surprises at all to see that they were the guys to watch last season. But now that they're gone, I think we do get to go back to a world where some of these teams like Leo and Lightside might have an opportunity to shine a little bit. Because remember, we also played very fast seasons. Like, if you were an 8th place team, you had a very quick season. You'd be out in like 3 weeks. So Lightside didn't get many games in last year.
Yep.
So now's their time where they actually will be able to put some extra games in. Is that damage. He's out of mana though.
Hold up. Rasta Sniper might be in trouble
Rusty?
here.
Yeah, he's going to get himself caught out. Throws the W, goes a little bit wide. Rocky able to get some damage off. Flashes away from the E. Dom Ponk doing the Lord's work, keeping his ADC alive in all of that.
Wait, there was an exchange of flashes in the mid lane as well. I think Mattis tried to kill Furby over in that mid lane. It's going to be Mattis staying in that mid lane, pushing yet another wave, shoving it under tower, and then resetting for this one. But that is a sitting duck off an Orianna. And that Akali is about to hit that level 6 mark where you actually become quite threatening over in the mid lane. And all Clears has to do is just walk up, throw one of his briefcases, and just slow that Orianna.
Yeah, it's not going to take much to enable the pick up there. But you also do have worlds where you can use the Nico. The old Nico count the minion trick. When Nico's off the map, you have to make sure you're making sure you know how many minions are in your wave. Otherwise, you're going to be in real trouble. But looks like right now, Clears is actually putting his attention a little bit more towards the bot lane, knowing that there's already been a little bit of early dominance coming in from these guys. There's a world in which he could do a little something. Is standing on a ward. Those Fey Lights also illuminating the way as Cast gets jumped onto. Furby jumps over the wall. They look for the lockdown into the shockwave from Clears. Clears flashes over the wall as Don Ponk went for the head, but Pole didn't make the connection. Now Don Ponk's actually in a little bit of poke damage on the way out. Nobody goes down, though.
No flash onto Alistar is very important right here. As I feel like Don Pong's flash combo was a little bit too late. I feel like Clears was always gonna flash that wall. Only one kill over the side of LLS.
Oh,
saying that.
He's getting cooked for the overheat from Elijah. Is going to be able to just about walk away from that one. Solo kill in the top lane there for Lightside. Off to a pretty solid start already. 2 kills in.
Yep, and that is the player that we've also highlighted, right? We said that this is star player of LLS. He's been playing with them for more than a year at this point. He's always been that carry top lane player that everyone in the NLC has had their eyes on. And right here, he actually gets the Brute. If I'm not wrong, in 2024, he got also Rookie of the Split, if I remember correctly. So, pretty promising player coming through, getting that solo kill on the Rumble over that Aatrox, and that's a great start for LLS.
Well, Gold lead 2,000 already over to the side of the light side. It looks like Man's just going to try and do some level of clearing. Tension's moving up towards a potential gank though onto Elijah, who is standing here. Doesn't see that Cast was in the area. I think he has a sneaking suspicion that Mans' positioning is making it a bit hard. They're going to throw in for the ultimate. Throws down the equalizer though from Elijah. Gets able to break away from the chains, but he is going to be in some serious damage. Cast is trying his hardest. He is able to queue away to safety. Lovely little play from the side of Leo on the top side, but Clears will take the dragon.
Again, Elijah did get that solo kill over on the top side of the map. However, he had to commit his flash to get onto Mans for that solo kill, which means that Cast on his level 6, he wraps around the tops of the map, does burn his own as well, but he does end up punishing, which also gives one turret plating over to Mans. However, really quick response from LLS to give them that first dragon of the game. I feel like this is a little bit of an enigma, if you will.
Yeah.
We've got so many new players, so many different personalities, influencers, pro players, experienced players, non-experienced players, all mixing into one. And I feel like that's what's making it exciting. Being able to contextualize everything and put it into brackets where we don't necessarily have to. I think it's time to have some fun while also seeing some pretty good League of Legends. And so far, the day has been delivering. A little bit slow, but it has been delivering.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit more of a slower tempo, but I mean, last game, genuinely edge of your seat. Like, you didn't know what was really going to be happening all game long. You know, at one point, it looked like Deer were going to win that game. They had the control, and then Bulldog mounting brilliant comebacks. And, you know, it's why I always do like metas where Orianna kind of rears her head again, because she's such an interesting champion. Like, her ability in teamfights is so impactful. I have seen several different builds. Last build, it was, I believe, going towards an actualizer, like mana build. This time around, Furby going for the rower here on the build, wanting a little bit more tankiness to kind of sustain versus the Akali.
I can't say I like this, especially when your AD carry isn't necessarily a sustained damage AD carry, which means that he's pumping out a lot. I feel like you need as much power from your mid lane as possible, and especially since Aatrox got solo killed up top. Yes, sure, they equalized, but he was still suffering. He's still 8 CS down, more than one wave. I feel like you need more power coming through that very powerful maze that you've just explained why she's so powerful. Because I feel like the second Nico missteps, Varus missteps, Akali missteps, that equalizer becomes such a huge power tool that if you're more tanky than damage oriented, I feel like it becomes a little bit of a farce.
Yeah, no, I do agree that, you know, their damage is... My major concern is Mundo versus Jhin, right? Like, sorry. Yeah, Mundo versus Jhin. I had a complete brain fart there. Jhin is a character who struggles with tanks. Very good into things like this Akali. Like, obviously, the immobility is an issue, but, like, if you're just putting flat damage out, you're going to absolutely chunk through the likes of a squishy Akali, even a Rumble, you know, provided your team enable you to do so. But Mundo is a whole other beast. Like, he is going to get in the face of this Jhin, and Rusty's going to need several rotations of his gun to be able to take down a Mundo. It's not like all 4 shots and then you're done. Like, he may need 6-7 shots to even get close to getting clears into a position where he can kill him.
All right, I have an idea. How about we'll listen to some comms as we have Mundo heading towards that bot side of the map. Let's listen to LLS, see if they're actually planning anything towards that bot side of the map.
Through lane, by the way.
We shouldn't focus Alistar, by the way, now if he has ult.
Yeah.
So.
Where's Vi?
Bot.
You cannot be top lane at all.
You can push out,
He can be.
Yeah, now he can open
bring this back to
I'm
us,
basing
though.
here.
He can be here, by the way.
You got to push out, right?
And I'm basing as well then.
Yeah. I mean, we can look on him if he focus too much, but...
Jag kan pusha mid och sen TP bot om ni vill.
All right, production. I might need this back because I think we might see some action breaking out here. No, they're going to back off. They're going to back off and call it.
That was Leo we listened to at the very end right there. And they called everything off, obviously, because they do, both junglers, they do realize that they're both towards that bot side of the map, right? So this is very important to not overforce right there. Again, you need the extra items. I feel like Rust and Type has been doing pretty well with this Jhin. He's got his boots already of swiftness. He's got that extra BF sword. Whilst on the other side, you've got more of like the stacking build with the Varus, with the Mana Moon coming through later on. And more of a poke build as Mundo is actually invading towards the top side of the map.
Alrighty, well.
Can we see the jungle top side of the map, please, observers? I feel like there's stuff happening over there.
Oh. Yeah, it does actually look like something interesting is curtain on towards the top side. They're bringing the Akali over, and yeah, clears. Goes down to Leo. Nice little pickup. Bot lane, nothing really major is breaking out there as Mans is going to, for an attempt to defend the plate there, but it does go over regardless. Looks like Matthias able to jump in on to Furby. But, I mean, you've got yourself the Gunblade, but you're also now into that Rower, and yes, you're definitely right on the kind of like damage point later down the line. Unless this ends up being like an actualizer again, in which case you add a lot of bursts, which I guess Jhin already brings. But there is a world where you could go into another mana item, get yourself something like an actualizer, like we were going to see in the last game. Get that extra mana costs and do the extra damage. Is Matthias gets caught here by the headbutt pole. Do you see that Furby has that shockwave available? They're able to get the stun off. He flashes into the face of Furby here. Furby's ball was just not in position to find a shockwave. Meanwhile, Soul 2 finds the lockdown with the ultimate as they're going to get a knockup from Don Punk onto cleared as the curtain begins to be called. Roiki are going to take one. That's the clone taking another shot, and the fourth shot goes wide. Rusty Sniper sniping nothing today.
Yeah, and everyone ends up getting out in this one. It's really funny how you see your AD carry actually covering the Mundo right there, but Soul actually used the W from the Nico to cover the last bullet right there until they got out of the Jhin ult. And everything's pretty much back to normal. LS get out with 2 dragons right here, which is very important. Again, you are playing versus a clock that's ticking. If you're Leo, you've got that Mundo. He's eventually going to get super strong. Heart still already completed in his inventory. He's going to go for more of those HP items later on. It's going to be really, really difficult to deal with if you are Leo, particularly because you've gone for the Road of Ages build, the classic vegan build that everyone talks about on Orianna. And you also have the Mosquito Tickler, which is a Jhin versus a Mundo. So we'll see how Leo chooses to deal with the Mundo later on.
Well, are seeing some of the new items coming in. I mean, returning items in this case. The Storm Razor getting picked up for the Jhin. Old item that used to get played a lot on him. Now getting picked up. Sol 2 does get himself briefly caught out there. The chains make the corruption, but they're going to throw the equalizer down. Just the red carpet. His man pops the ultimate for a bit of move speed, dodges away. The healing is starting to get a little bit too much, but he's going low. And there it is. Elijah with a harpoon secures the kill.
Yeah, and that equalizer might have looked dodgy, but it was enough just to clip the Aatrox to then get him jumped on as Leo. They're looking.
Oh, find the knock up onto him. Rusty with the 4 shots, not going to do quite enough. Shutdown goes over to Cast. It's like, they're going to throw in the ultimate, actually just commit everything. Rusty is cooked by the Gunblade passive as Don Pont goes down. Double kill for the Akali. Matthias doing a really nice job off that.
A really nice turnaround right there. I feel like Leo truly overextended. This is when you see teams trying to get desperate, starting to get desperate, right? A kill goes over on the top of the map for LLS. Therefore, Leo feel like they really need to pull the trigger. But Roy Q had a fantastic flash from tier 1 to tier 2 to actually force Leo to overextend under the tier 2 tower, and then the double kill comes through as a response from LLS. Not only do they get that tower top lane, they get the Reap Herald, they get the push mid lane, they get the 3 kills, and they are the 2 winners of that previous rotation of skirmishes.
Very nice from them. 15 minutes in, gold lead sitting at about 3,000 right now. Actually, it's 2,500. Wow, Math's not my strong point, apparently, but I guess today, not lots been my strong point. Has it in trouble, as it looks like Matthias able to use the Shroud to dodge away on the Q from Cast there. Nice little dodge out and a nice little evade. Don't quite hit the briefcase from Clears. And Dragon not really spawning up anytime soon, so it's just a lot of posturing. Nothing really to gain other than kills and tower plates. Both teams are still thinking about it. Now just going to back off.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a correction right there. Matthias is a product manager. That is Mattis.
Oh, Matty, sorry.
It would be cool if he was doing 2-in-1, right? Like producing this
I'd
and
be
also
pretty
like playing
impressed.
at the same time.
Yeah, I'd be damn impressed if he could do that. What's your rank, Matthias? See what you got. Obviously.
You just wait.
Yeah,
Alright.
dude turns around and he's actually insane at League of Legends.
It is actually him. All right.
Also
well,
would be
that
madness.
is- Yeah, with 1,000 gold lead right here. Needs a large order purchase for Furby, which makes my 490s heart so nostalgic. Because Furbies used to be my damn favorite. They were so creepy.
Really?
They
The
were
little
so
boo boo
funny.
girl likes Furbies?
Dude, you used to put your finger in his mouth and he'd go yum, yum, yum. He thought he was eating. He was super dumb. But that's the best thing about it.
Nah, they were pretty cool, to be fair.
Yeah.
We had Furbies in my home.
Hell yeah.
In fact, they're probably
Furbies and
some
flip
no.
phones.
Oh, what was the best flip phone? I don't think we're getting sponsored by any phone companies soon, so we're not gonna.
Yeah, I don't think I can say because yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, they're sponsors on the broadcast. Come on, man.
They're not a phone spot. I suppose one of them actually.
Yeah, there is. Okay, let's focus on League of Legends, Heatbrain.
Yeah.
League of Legends.
Okay. I'll try not to get in trouble with sponsors again. I'll stay quiet. Oh, charge is going to go down. Mid lane tower is going to fall. Tempo has been very, very slow paced here, but that Akali is in some serious danger. Flashes away from the headbutt pulverize. Is able to buy the space as Soul jumps in. Rusty's able to flash away to safety, but Roy Q is going to look to finish up Dumpong as that is going to be a kill onto the Akali. Cast now trying his hardest to keep himself going, but light side are not done here. Looking for another vault breaker forwards. Might be able to find the opening into it. As that is just a 1-for-none fight. Alistair down, nothing else of consequence.
And the dragon is still up, but the HP bars favor Leo right here until the TPs potentially come through for LLS. If I could use one word to describe that fight, or that whole sequence, I guess, it would be very messy. The TPs came down, Dumpong overextends on that Alistar, and he ends up going down. Cast gets out, but then back in. So now here, Leo are going to use their HP bars that we said they had advantage on to turn on the dragon. And as LLS try to go in,
Looking for them. There we go. You can see lots of damage thrown down on to Clears. Clears is low. The healing is not going to be enough from the ultimate. Dragon secured for light side. Honestly, I think even trading 2 there, that puts them onto Soul Point nice and early in the game. Buys them the pressure they wanted, but Rusty might be able to find a little punish off, or maybe not, because it was a bait all along. The Akali's in the range. Rusty's reloading. He's able to find the kill. Mattis gets it in response, but it is a 1-for-1.
a 1-for-1 right there. The fact that Jin gets the kill is pretty big, but that's a 4-0 beefy Akali. Ready to finish second item right here, straight as she goes back to base. Most likely Shadow Flame, seen from the components that she has in her inventory, and this is gonna be big hurty for anyone that Mattis gets to lay an ability on. There you go, Shadow Flame completed for that Akali. That's a level 13 Akali, very, very scary. Versus level 11 Jin with no summoner spells right now. They're gonna have to be very careful in terms of lane assignments right here from the side of Leo, because Rusty Sniper really needs this XP coming through those creeps.
Alrighty, 20 minutes into the game. Gold lead, sitting at relatively close proximity to one another. Elijah needs to be careful though, because Furby could just look for it. Shockwave is stopped by the Zhonya's, but they will be able to throw down the Infernal Chains. Knockup comes out a little bit too early there from Mans, and Elijah's able to flash away in time. Clears is now in the region. Could look for a potential turnaround with that Shockwave down. Elijah does have the equalizer. Furby's going to start to lose a little bit of HP. There's the equalizer. Red carpet's laid down. Furby, that was really beautifully placed by Elijah, but Mans, his healing, his damage is just a little bit too much for Lightside to full send it. Meanwhile, Cast is taken down. Mathis once again, kill on the board.
Then, listen, my hatred for Vi has always been there. And seeing how these things play out, it only enables it more and more. for the future. I mean, sure, that's a 3-0 vibe, but diving that deep without your team to be able to back you up is a huge overextension. And remember what we talked about? Rusty's sniper and lane assignments. They need to keep him safe so he can find some XP, find some creeps, find some gold, get strong. But they've put this Jhin down over and over again. He overextends that, he gets caught. No tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Means that he gets jumped on from LLS. And that's a 5-0 Kali.
Very, very strong. Gunblade picked up, Shadowflame picked up. Gunblade, remember, scales off your AP, like the active damage. It actually starts to do quite a lot towards the end of the game. And I am 90% sure it interacts with Shadowflame. I can't say with complete confidence, but I'm pretty sure the passive will apply if they're low enough. So another little thing to keep in mind. Not really why you're buying the Shadowflame, but just a little bit more burst damage that could come out from someone if they're low. And Mathis can't get quite in range. But right now it is tempo off for a second. We've got 1 minute 30 until that Chemtech soul spawns up. So Lightside gonna want to try and finish up some items here. You can see Roy EQ a little bit of a ways off finishing their Muramana, but if they can have that for the next fight, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. Elijah, though, taking a lot of damage from Mans. The curtain is called. The equalizer is thrown out. Mans is going to force the Zhonya's out from Elijah. Soul makes his way over, but it is too little. It is too damn late. Top lane it down. 45 seconds. Dragon spawns in a minute. He is going to be slow to the punch. Will that teleport, though?
Yeah, a bit of an overextension right there. There were literally 0 vision wards towards the bot side of the map for Elijah to be able to push. However, is that Baus? Wait, how did he get there?
I don't know what Clears is doing. Ultimate has been committed by him. This is a bad time to die right before Soul. He doesn't have flash yet. They look for the lockdown with the Swirl Seed, able to find it. The W from the Jhin. The Deadly Flourish finds the lockdown on the Clears, and he is caught by the CC, and he goes down. A absolutely catastrophic mistake from them, as Soul also fall. And with Soul going down, Dragon's Soul will most likely be denied.
Well, I was just about to drop some narrative here about how important those wins are for LLS, because traditionally they have been a bottom tier team in the NLC. So starting their season with big W over Leo would have been probably the push that they need to keep going. However, that was a huge thrower here with Elijah getting caught. Clears finding himself between tier 1 and tier 2. That was their soul, and sure they can delay it, but this Akali's on a power spike. 2 items, Seeker's arm guard in the inventory. You can actually throw her in the fight and clear everyone out. But it's not going to be the case, and the game is going to get delayed for at least another 5 minutes for LLS to actually look for their soul.
Yeah, that's a real rough loss there for the side of Light Side. Giving up, you know, a lot of map pressure, a lot of time, and kind of just giving more over to the Jhin, over to the Orianna. Obviously, Orianna a mega scaler. Jhin as well, big scaler. Yes, you have that Mundo, but, you know, the rest of the team are going to struggle to deal with the likes of a Jhin when it hits like 700, 800 AT, which is very doable with the extra items that are coming in for him. Rusty clearing back, playing a little bit on the safer side of things as the wave gets cleared out, but it does look like Lightside are going to be able to take themselves down that tower. Have a tower in the bag, and now it's only those tier 2 towers standing for the side of Leo, where Lightside still have their top side tier 1 tower standing for them, although Furby sprinting as fast as his robot legs will carry them. Run up and see if they can grab themselves that tower.
Yeah, you'll see that LLS have also pinged top of the map. They're looking for that Scuttle Crab, right? On the topside river, which is around that Baron area. I feel like this is going to be the next point of the interest for both of those teams. Again, shocker alert, Atakan is gone if you haven't kept up with the 2026 season changes. No more Atakan, which means that teams are more likely to go for things like the Dragons and the Barons, great fights and opportunities for skirmishes around them. So right here, both of those teams, the first thing you need to do is pretty much establish some dominance over that mid lane wave for the Sun Rusty Sniper, put 8 on the bot side, they put the rest on the top side, and they have found clears.
Well, they're going to jump in immediately, find the knock-up, but there's going to be a nice ultimate. Only hits onto 1, though. Not the biggest follow-up, but you do have Matthias trying his hardest to find the damage, but he's going to get taken down. Shut down for Mans as the curtain is going to be called on Lightside. Sniper finds himself the snipe finally. Beautiful pick up there. And that is 2 down. Baron on the cards. Leo mounting some level of a comeback. No equalizer for Elijah. Baron back to shredding resistances though, but Furby on a killing spree. Absolutely devastating shockwave onto the Nico. Is there a world of sustain? Is there a world of hope here for the side of Roy EQ? He gets 1 kill, but the Infernal Chain is going to collapse onto him, and he has to flash away to safety. Baron secured for the side of Leo.
No, LLS, everything was going great until a chain of events forced this. And that was a huge fumble of 5 for Mattis right here. The 5-0 Akali that had the fight in his hands. I don't know if you've ever watched Counter-Strike or Valorant, when you're peeking a corner and suddenly there's a guy from the left and from the right, and instead of choosing one of the two to kill, you actually shoot in the middle and you miss both. That's exactly what happened with Mattis right here. He focused his fire on both Furby and Ross's sniper, kept bouncing between the 2 carries of Leo, and killed none of them. That was such a big fumble, and Leo with a huge win in terms of team fight, but also the Baron to allow them to pressure those tier 2 towers.
Oh, Rusty, I think you might be in a little bit of danger here. Clear's jumping on, Bonpon comes forwards, doesn't have that flash extend. Nice little knockdown there with the deadly flourish, and oh, hold on. Looks like the team have found the turnaround. Ultimate clicking off here from here. Clears, he's getting some level of healing. The chains go down, that's actually going to back them off as here comes the curtain call. 1 shot goes wide, 2 shots go wide, 3rd shot comes in, 4th shot into the shock wave. Beautiful pickup from Furby. He has been on point on the Orianna, and Leo continue to push this big advantage using the Baron to take through, and the lack of wave clear starting to catch up to Lightside.
That was a fantastic clip with the edge of the shockwave to make full use of that Baron bar from the side of Leo. They went from a losing early game to slowly finding skirmishes, to finding team fights, to finding towers, to pushing their lead further. The equalizer is going to go down the slow.
So they find themselves a nice little equalizer off there for a second there, but Furby going very low. Deadly Flourish makes the connection. No ultimate onto Clears, and Miles is going to take this as an opportunity to go forwards, but he goes down regardless. Cast chasing forwards. Rusty got the health bar, got the confidence, but doesn't have the team to follow it up. Just going to back off. Nice little recovery from Lightside, but the question is that actually enough?
I mean, actually, it doesn't earn the match on the map, apart from the fact that they've killed that Aatrox 24 seconds for the Dragon, and that's their win con. So I take it back. That's actually a huge pick right here, because it puts LLS back on the map. They can get their soul, which is not the most exciting soul, but it's still a pretty good win point if you're looking to come back into this game. And they're actually 4 versus 5. If Leo can stall enough, there is teleport on demands to get back in action.
Ooh. Mattis, dodges away on the Q, gets a nice little bit of chunk out there from Cast. Dragon obviously being up, Kittle onto the jungle would do a world of good. Cast is in the wrong end of town though. Leo making the mistake, but is going to gift Lightside potentially this Dragon's soul. It's now on the rest of the team to try their hardest to try and keep Clears off for the moment. Deadly Flourish goes out, Infernal Chains make the connection, but they're not going to follow it up.
Oh, look at the bottom side of the map. Elijah has found the flank right here, and with the threatening Akali and Rumble from the side, they can't walk in from the side of Leo. They're looking for souls.
Looks like they're going to look for Soul 2's going a little bit low here. Does have that ultimate available. Needs to find the moment. That's a good shockwave. There's the wombo combo we're talking about. But I think it's a little bit too little. It's a little bit too late. Leo trying to turn it around as Mans finds himself the damage. Leo, what a beautiful ultimate there with the ball delivery.
Furby, and straight from the 90s into this game as Elijah running for his life. Trying to delay the Dragon as much as possible, right? But you can't delay the inevitable right here. He will get caught eventually. And this is going to be another disastrous fight from LLS. They've been trying to get that soul point for 10 minutes now. And they have been denied every single time. Minute 50 on the clock for the next Baron. And Leo feel more than confident to play those fights. That was a 4v5. They won.
Man, Leo. Getting a little excited again. They feel like they play a little bit more from that Bulldog play style, right? Like, they are playing a... What's the word? Wow, my words are breaking here. You know, they're playing for late game. They're very much a team who seem to excel a little bit more further into the game. Finding the turnarounds. Obviously, always have that threat of the Dragon Soul. And this is another game, but we could be looking at multiple, like, 40-minute plus games coming up here.
Well, let's see. The next Baron could potentially decide everything. That is a 3-item Orianna. Banshee, Rod of Ages, everything defensive on her. Plus the death cap for the extra damage. Level 17, almost 18, a level up onto the Akali. And the worst part is that when you're playing an assassin, you definitely do not want opponent champions to be higher level than you. Mattis right now is stuck, pretty much almost even with Rusty Sniper, who fell behind in the early game. So it's a pretty tough game to play that Akali. Let's see if he can actually find an angle in the backline. If he can actually complete his death cap before the next fight, this could be huge for a big Akali assassination hit.
Well, I'm going to look for a little bit of damage off there. Get the Deadly Flourish down on to the Mundo. Clears his level 17 though, so max points in the ultimate, and the healing is getting a little bit too much. Cast is able to get over the wall, does get hit there by one shot. The arrow is definitely going to go a little bit too wide, as Lightside have been able to hold on. Clears back to full HP. Cast incredibly low. Massive wave on the bot side that needs to get picked up by Furby as well.
We'll see right here that a lot of the vision that Leo have as well, since they want to play for the Baron, is very aggressive. It's behind enemy lines, inside the top cordon of Clears' jungle. So we see if LLS can actually establish some of their vision, because looking at the map right now, they don't really have much. They've got a ward past the Baron wall, and they've got a ward at their blue buff, and that's about it. Now, Leo are just chilling. They're waiting for the big item completions to be finished. 4 items completed for that Jhin eventually. And let's see, my big question mark here is Mattis. Does he have that death cap, and when? It doesn't look like it right now, as he's still scrapping about to try and find some creeps, but he also cannot overextend, because he does know that the vision runs pretty deep for Leo.
Yeah, 100% crit Jhin. Looking quite scary. I assume we're going to see the likes of a Bloodthirster get picked up next here for the side of Rusty, and a little bit more sustained.
Started.
And then he still has a whole other item. He can go tanky. He can even go for something that, you know, a little bit more AD. But it looks like this Baron has been dissuaded. Remember, again, Atakan got the shredding effect that Baron used to have last year. This year, Baron's got that back. Baron's a lot more scary. Here comes the curtain call. Speaking of horror, Elijah has to flash away as he is just caught out. The 4th shot gets eaten by the clone, as it looks like somehow Leo unable to really find anything that sticks. Meanwhile, they are the ones who are heavily chunked out. This Mundo is getting too much of a problem.
That is beautiful. Elijah just absorbed so much of the pressure. 5 ult, Alistar ult, 5 flash. These are some very important spells that right now Leo is missing, and they're gonna have to contest this Baron without them. What's Akali? Akali's being jumped on.
Oh no, is she going to be A-okay? Zhonya's goes down. Leo able to get another kill onto Rusty. There's going to be the knock-up coming in onto Clears. Clears here without ultimate is significantly easier for them to kill, but he's able to get himself repositioned with a blast cone as Baron now gets started up from the side of Leo, and they're the ones like the fish in the barrow with the resistances getting cut through here. Furby's looking for the damage. He's still going to jump in on to Clears. He has ultimate once again. The W heal is just so damn much. They can't kill the Mundo. He's too damn tanky, and Dom Punk is eating cleaver after cleaver. Knockups coming in. Clear's ultimate is finally timed out. Rusty jumping forwards. 4th shot isn't going to be quite enough, but he's still got the chase on. Mans flashes forwards. Clears no ultimate to speak of. Pulled back by the infernal chains. Elijah will fall. Leo find a little bit of bite in them here. Finds the deadly flourish into the chains, into the lockdown. The raid boss is dead, finally.
Leo with the big fight right here, and you see the indecision. They're going for the end play right here. They're backing and TPing back in. They thought they wanted to play for the Baron, but there's only one Akali and one Nico alive. There is not much wave clear unless Akali uses her body to take those creeps out. So Leo could very well be looking at a Nexus.
It was a gallant attempt there from the side of Lightside, as Soul is just going to have to try and break away. The curtain call is going to zone off from the towers, and in comes the members of Leo. Nice attempt from Soul there. Gets the 4-man ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Rusty still A-okay on the health bar. Nexus has been exposed here. 36 minutes on the clock. as they're slowly but surely trying their hardest, as Matthias is doing everything he can to hold, but it's not enough. Down goes the Nexus. Game number 3 goes to Leo.
And Cast with the huge celebration. He picked his Vi, he won on his Vi, his job is done, you know? No, but great start from Leo right here. I felt like LLS had everything done and dusted, but one overextension caused an entire domino chain of disasters. A pick into a pick into a pick into a team fight lost, into not being able to get their soul, into another time of not being able to get their soul, into losing 2 Barons in a row. It was absolute devastation.
Here's the replays from the game. Again, a bit like our game number 2. A game that was very, very back and forth. You know, one side starts to pick up the tempo early, but the scaling gets in the favor later down the line. And Leo, you know, Jhin definitely not a tank killer, and you can see that a lot this game, but Rusty, he positioned well in the fights and was able to get those big shots onto the people he needed to. Couple of the results maybe a little bit questionable, but is this the Furby one, or have we already seen that with a big shockwave, like the ball delivery shockwave? Absolutely monster. This wasn't it, but there was like, that's what you see for the Alistair and the Orianna combo. That's why you want to see it. I
actually want to see the Baron fight yet again, just to show you guys how it was super unfortunate that Mattis could not kill anything. I feel like he split his attention onto 2 members right there. You'll see it here. Dashes onto Orianna, dives onto Jhin, back onto Orianna, back onto Jhin. And then they both end up flashing out and getting away, which was so damn unfortunate. The whole purpose of playing things like the Akali is you focus one target, you take them down, you jump onto a next one. But right there, kind of a big fumble for Mattis on a 5-0 Akali.
Yeah, you know, he looked very solid on it, but it just got harder and harder for him to really find those right moments. There's that big shockwave. So it was honestly a great ult in response, but you're onto a Mundo with passive, and the rest of your team's already turbo dead. So just another really, really solid showing. And Clears was a menace. He was very hard for them to kill, but eventually they were able to cut him down and secure themselves the victory there in that game. And Leo, nice little win to start off the season for them versus Lightside. And Lightside, a team who, you know, unfortunately were a bit of a write-off last year. Genuinely looking pretty solid off the bat to start off. Yes, there were mistakes. Yes, there were some weaknesses and stuff that needs tidying up. But, you know, like I said earlier in the game, these series, this season runs a lot longer. You're not going to get knocked out if you're so low. Anyway, we're going to pass it back over to the studio, I believe, so they can break down that game number 3 and get us geared up for game number 4.
We had our Swedish derby, that's for sure.
Yeah,
It does seem like Rusty Sniper was dressed all black for Lightside. Did they way to tie your tie? I mean, you said it was a bit tight.
Yeah, it looked a bit tight, but I mean, he played well, so.
He was locked in on his gym, most in a single NLC game as well, I believe, just last year. So, oh, my mic might be off. I mean, we did have issues with it before. There we go. That should be me on now, at the very least. Just had to change the batteries earlier. But regardless, I'll reiterate what I said before. Rusty Sniper, dressed all black for the funeral of Lundqvist Lightside. He played phenomenal today, although the tie, you know, maybe need to figure out how to tie that. Regardless, it was a win for the new organization. First game, first win. Good to get on the board. And I think it's a statement for the old Swedes. And I promise you guys, I am not crying inside for five Swedes to win. If you're a Swede though, I think it's happy. You have a team to cheer for, right? 5 Swedes, what can go wrong? And I'm excited to see where they take it. It's veterans in the Swedish scene who are getting that chance. And I think that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats, Mike, because I mean, Lightside, they had some positives at the very least. I think anyone you want to highlight in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I think early game they did a good job getting the lead, but then I don't know. We had this bot side fight where they really threw and they gave some shutdowns. So
yeah, the Akali as well, right? Mattis V looked pretty good.
I mean, yeah, he played really well. I think he did a good job and he tried to kind of get his way in the fights, but yeah, in the end, it's kind of hard to play Kali into this draft, I would say.
I think the team fight piloting is really hard, right?
Yeah,
Especially when there's good peel. Elijah got a solo kill as well, so if you're a Lundqvist Lightside fan, there are definitely things to be excited about, although losing a Swedish rivalry is never nice.
No,
I mean,
it's not.
I think they might be 0-2, because I did feel like they lost on Twitter in the little derby they had there and on the Rift as well, so a rough start for the nice Lightside, but let's see if they bounce back next week. I don't think there's much more to say for the game. Pretty solid performance from Leo, a bit of Clown Fiesta as well in the mid game, but that's what we like here in the NLC, and I think Clown Fiesta might be coming our way as well in game number 4. Let's start getting into that, right? Let's first talk a bit about La Bombas, as we are, saying hello to Sloppy Walrus in the mid lane, who was our guest earlier today, and we had the IRL Gragas here to show us how to throw some barrels, but if Gragas will be left unbanned, I'm not too sure at the very least. But
No, I mean, I hope they leave it open, but at the same time, he also told us that he had some picks, so I'm kind of excited to see if they actually ban Gragas, like what is he gonna pick and how is it gonna work?
Yeah, I am really excited to see that. I'm excited for all of a sudden Cyclops in the top lane as well, right?
Yes.
We got the info that it's a viewer who he thinks at the very least is good enough to play at the NLC level. I think that would be a great story to see a viewer of a streamer actually be able to just play up to the NLC standard.
Yeah,
that would be fun to see at the very least, and it will be a fun story to follow. But the bot lane is one both you and I are more familiar with. Me more the support, you more the AD carry. You wanna open the floor?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know, Miela. I know Miela. I played with her last year, so I'm excited to see how she performs with Luke as a support and how they synergize in the lane. And Miela is very aggressive in lane, and she knows her limits very well. So yeah, I think it will go great. I hope it will.
I mean, the support is someone who I've not had on my team. I will say I did try to get him on my team back last year, but he had a breakout year in the Danish scene. He didn't actually want to join the first division right away because he had a mid laner he really wanted to play with. So he went on to the second division instead, completely gapped everyone there, won the trophy easily, went up into the first division with the exact same roster. And while they didn't win the split, they went all the way to make it to the players who finished third. A really impressive debut split for Luke, and I'm excited to see him make his way into the NLC. So that's La Bomba for us, as Sloppy Walrus is obviously the one I think most people will be looking at. And
and I mean, if he's actually gonna play the Gragas and if they don't ban, I think like the segment we had earlier where we had the real life Gragas, maybe
coming to mind.
Yeah, maybe
I was still
another
he's still impressive to be honest. 30 kilos. I mean, I couldn't throw that much at the gym, that's for sure.
No, I don't think I could even pick up the barrel, but yeah.
Let's move on to Ruddy, because Ruddy has an interesting history in the NLC, right? They've had their ups, they've had their downs, and I'm not going to sit here and regurgitate every single split that they've had. But if you think back to last year and how they ended 2025 despite looking great in spring, making it all the way to Copenhagen, summer was less good for them, right? Yeah. They finished last. They had done Jake in the jungle, who was definitely there in the jungle, and Manaflow Bando, I believe, in the mid lane. It was a fun team to watch. It was good content, but it didn't win a single game. I heard in the offseason they were about to build some incredible teams that got me very excited, but things, sadly for them, fell through. Don Jake has now taken a break, and we hope to see him back stronger when the spring split begins. That means Teddy, the former graphics designer, now stepping in and helping with the coaching. And I've been told that coaching is solid, but I don't know if it's Teddy gassing himself up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of exciting to see that what they have in store. Like if these people that's not like really played before just gets thrown into it. I mean, I hope that they're gonna perform well.
I think the expectations are not the highest as we look through, I guess, a few of the replays here we've had from La Bombas there earlier. As I don't know if it's Sloppy Walrus getting ready or just a random cam getting in. It's definitely not Ruddy Esports. That's one thing I can guarantee you about. I'll keep talking about my Ruddy, as I assume that cams will come up eventually.
Yeah.
But for Ruddy, when we look at that roster, what do we have to work with? That's what I asked myself, but luckily, Teddy, the lovely bloke that he is, sent me over some information. 4 of these players have played together before down in the UKL. I believe not the first division, under London Transport, something like that at the very least. And they did pretty well until, according to Teddy, they got destroyed by a very bad format. So they were unlucky to get knocked out. And they had to make the roster deadline. That's why this team is together. He's expecting anywhere between 0 and 4 wins, which, you gotta be ambitious.
Yeah.
0 wins in summer 2025. 1 win, and you will have improved.
I mean, I think they can get the win.
You think so?
Some way, or yeah, I think so. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I mean the power of friendship. 4 people who've played together before.
Yeah, maybe it will come in clutch. I think it's not gonna be easy for them, but you can have hope.
I mean, we often say North America is free, right? Hasn't been the case internationally recently. And if you look at the top lane, Mr. Tucker playing from 200 ping, will be interesting. I think if people have more giving Pole Builder, MSI Finals benefit of the doubt from playing on high ping, Mr. Tucker is a Rengar OTP. So what that really includes, who knows? I mean, I don't know if he thinks he's Bwipo from 2019 when he played out of Rengar top, but I'm looking forward to it, and that's maybe what you need to win, right? Pull out the cheese strats.
Yeah, he also plays Udyr, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does play Udyr, yeah, that is for sure, and it can actually be swapped between both top and jungle.
Maybe they will flex it.
Maybe they flex it a bit. I've been told we have some replays about someone flexing their muscles as well, so let's take a look and remind ourselves of what we had here earlier today, as we've been kindly. Be playing Gragas jungle. I think maybe actually you leave it open if you get first pick on blue side, or maybe just first pick in general, because that's how the new side selection works. You could find yourself locking in Gragas and taking it away. From what I remember, it's not something that was high up in the priority pool for Ruddy, from what I've seen at the very least as these replays plays. But for Sloppy Walrus, definitely first prio. Malphite, something we've seen banned a lot as well.
Yeah,
Jace
exactly.
on top.
Jace, then Bessa as well.
Yeah. It is there in the meta as these replays run through. So for Ruddy, I'm looking through the names. It's not someone that strikes me much. Crappy Patty in the mid lane, that's a nice name. I mean, Mana Flow Bando was a nice name as well last split. And I'm hopeful they can get a win, and I'm excited to see what Teddy has been cooking up in the content. And maybe the coaching he says is so solid will actually be rock solid, and they'll come through. Maybe the 200 ping in disguise. They have freedom on their team, the power of freedom, right? I mean, we're seeing what's going on in the world right now. America want to do quite a lot, so maybe Mr. Tucker will add NLC to that list as he looks to conquer it. But we'll see as we get closer to the game. If we talk more about the general games we've seen so far, is there any team that has surprised you positively or negatively?
That's a good question, actually. I feel like it's a lot of going back and forth in the games. It can go, it comes down to very how they mechanically execute the fights, I would say, how slow they play, and I think some teams do it better than other teams. But no, I mean, the first game really surprised me. I thought that they would play better in the bot lane, like Spectra and Vega.
DMG looked really good.
They did. They really surprised me of how well they played and how dominant they played the 2v2 bot lane. And but
I agree with that. I think that's probably my biggest surprise so far. I did think maybe Jack Spectra and Vega V2 would be able to carry them through Pole Builder with the high ping. Drudrid is not a bad player either. It is still 4 who's supposedly good individuals, and maybe Jack Spectra's just put down the keyboard for a bit while working on the LEC. I think he'll definitely, if he gets back to be the best AD carry in the league. But Fateski made quick work of him today. If we look more at the teams and their expectations in general, from what I've gathered from the sentiment from outside, these are teams that many people are not expecting much of. I think for Ruddy, fair enough. You do have a guy on 200 ping and 4 friends who've played UKEL before, but they are hopeful they can turn a head or two at the very least. As I talked about, 1 or 2 wins would be a positive for them. But for La Bombas, I feel like people are sleeping on them quite a bit, right? I think there's more to this team than what we've been shown, or what people expect at the very least.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also to just go back to Miela, she is such a strong individual, and she can really call when she gets the lead. So I'm also excited to see how Luke can kind of work with that and how he plays the map, and if they are gonna play a lot and draft around 2v2 on bot lane, or if he picks a support where he can just roam the map, or how they're gonna play it out.
I think Luke, from what I've watched most of him, is a very aggressive support in general. He likes to trade well in lane, likes to play the engaged supports, and I think by how you're describing Miela, I think Luke will be a good fit for her, and they could be a very dangerous 2v2 as we look to get closer into the game. I have no idea how much time we've got left. Hopefully, we are getting closer to the game. I know last year there was talks about me being the one delaying the game, but I can promise you this time I don't have a secret button hidden anywhere. That's left in my setup back at home, and it's not here in the studio. But hopefully we will find it eventually. So, in terms of the NLC as a whole, right? I'm just gonna start teasing a bit for what we have later on, because there is a team that really does excite me. And I'll drop a few hints. It's a team that's green, it's a team that likes nature, and it's a team that's been here for quite a while. who I think alongside Bulldog are looking to fill that power vacuum that has been left in the NLC, and it's Verdant. I don't know how familiar you are with the organization. Or?
No, I know them because I watched them play last year.
Yeah.
And I mean, they didn't do too well, but.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely grew throughout the year. Let's say it like that, right? Because they did end off on a high, making it to the finals, but the winter split at the very least wasn't what they would have expected themselves. And for Verdant, I think they are poised to do what they have been unable to do for the entirety of the organization history, and that is take an NLC title. They've, if you watched a bit of football, won the FA Cup a few times. They've won the Aurora Cup, and that's all nice. That's, where everyone can participate, and, sometimes teams don't send their best teams or whatever, but they've won it twice. It's a nice silverware, but it's not the real thing. It's not the Premier League, it's not the NLC, and that's what they want. And I think if there ever was a split to get it, this would be the split. They have a great roster that I'll get more into later. They have added Aragon as an assistant coach, who's one of the smartest people I've seen in an NLC studio in my lifetime at the very least, who I think will add well for them. Certainly taught me a thing or few about the games, but then again, I have a lot to be taught. So, maybe it's just easy to add knowledge to my brain, and that sounds like a self-compliment. That really wasn't the intention. Regardless, though, I think they will do well, and I'm looking forward to see them play later on in a very, very tough game. But we should be getting ready soon. And the reason we're kind of skirting around this matchup is, I'm going to be honest, I don't know any other Ruddy players. I've been given some kind info from Teddy, and I've shared it all with you. Yeah. And
now we're here, and now they just have to smurf it. Maybe they will surprise.
Now it's a wait and see, right? It is that wait and see. I can throw out the champions for you. If you do you remember who the AD carry plays in Rankzone? I think is the way you pronounce it.
No.
No, that's a pop quiz. It's he's apparently a big Kaiser guy. If there's one more fun little thing, there was a jungler who apparently really liked a Nocturne. Yeah, in the jungle. I think maybe Rohit apparently really likes to play Nocturne. If that gets locked in, it could be put there as well. And it goes back to what we opened before, right? Maybe you cheese strategy it. If you play if you play Nautilus, maybe you play Malphite as well, right? Both simple champions who know how to go in and press the R button. So we'll see in terms of La Bombas. I'm just waiting to see what Sloppy Walrus has in store. Because for Sloppy Walrus, it is the Gragas. He said he had another Bomber champ up his sleeve. I don't know if you have any predictions for who that could be in the mid lane who Bombers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I hope to see the Gragas and some good combos. That would be nice.
We've asked a lot of questions. We've really flipped the NLC on its head here in terms of the teams we went through. But now let's throw it to the casters and see what they have to say about La Bombas and Ruddy.
And we have to say that we are in draft.
Woo! Here we are. Honestly, I muted my mic in 2 different places and then unmuted. That was a disaster. But hey, we're here in draft. La Bombas versus Ruddy. Obviously, Ruddy on a very last-minute comp put together for them. So excited to see what they are going to be able to bring off the back of this. I know Jamala got a job offer from these guys, so that should tell you. Wait, is that Rammus?
It is Rammus.
Hell yeah.
Wait. Now,
Rammus blind pick is absolutely crazy. Oh yeah, by the way, Ruddy have no bans. There was something to do with their lock-in and stuff, so that's why they have no bans coming in this.
You know what I'm really sad that they don't have? Don't Jake, man. I felt like he was the best performing member in the entire team last season.
Yeah, the Lee Sin.
I truly do.
The Lee Sin. Now, speaking a little bit about actual genuine stuff here, Ryze is open. Ryze has been permabanned all day. Ryze is actually a very strong champion right now and got some love with new items.
League
Actualizer.
and TFT.
Yeah. I'm yet to unlock Ryze actually.
Okay, you suck. Let's move on.
I just never try for it. But yeah, Ryze been unlocked. Obviously, very much empowered by the likes of Actualizer and the mana build. Champion up and available. Now, Udyr and the Ezreal getting picked up was definitely a bit of a weirder one on the front of that. But we're seeing the There's no way. There's no way he got his Gragas.
Bomba.
Bomba, indeed.
Now, I feel like Ruddy have taken precautions because they do not have bans. So they were probably quite positive that the Gragas would come through one way or another. Is he playing from bed, and how does he do that?
It might just have the camera angled really awkwardly.
The last person I've watched super chill was JDM back in 2016, I believe. He was playing for an NA team in Counter-Strike, and he was playing literally with his chair almost completely reclined. That was his CSGO way of playing the game. And that was like nuts. But this guy's proper in bed, man. Look, he's chilling. He's chilling.
He's got a blankie. He's actually set up. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Obviously, going through the next kind of phase of bans. Ruddy still don't have... I don't think they have any bans at all. That or our overlay has just fully crashed out on us. Which I guess is potentially an option off the back of that one.
Alright.
There's the Narc. Okay, yeah, Ruddy just don't have bans. So Narquin getting banned.
No, they have no bans at all. They have
Yeah.
no bans at all. They've missed all 5.
It's for anyone who's wondering why, it's because they didn't lock the content until I think they missed the deadline by like a significant
They missed the
amount.
deadline.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's only this game. I don't think it'll be any other games going forwards. But pretty rough way to start the season off with no bans. But you know,
Also-
they're owning it. The Udyr pickup here. Let's see what the next pickup's gonna be.
I kind of want to put in, because I know Don Jake is in the chat, I want to put my application in for mid lane. I'm a pretty nutty Katarina. I haven't touched the game in, what, a year and a half. So if me and Don Jake go mid jungle, I think we can just stomp these fools. Deal?
Yeah.
Deal.
No.
Don't be jealous because you didn't do it.
I admit I'm not good enough to play on the Ruddy stage. Players like Yankos have played in Ruddy. I'm not capable of that pedigree. The finest talent.
Is that a Lulu?
It's just what that is Lulu's eyebrows.
It's not her eyebrows, bro. It's her hat.
I know it's a hat, but then you can see the eyebrows is like the lowest thing you
No,
can
that's
see.
her hair.
Yeah, no, but below
her
that there's the
hair.
bit of skin, then there's an eyebrow. Damn.
All right.
We
so
need a fix.
Lulu
I mean, you
Aphelios.
got to just see it as Azir's bottom lip. That's it.
All right, let's have a listen to the comms from Team Bomba.
Oh, yes, you can.
You can make runes now, but we have to quit lobby anyway, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is good for me. I've practiced versus both Udyr and Azir on Rames.
You find a connector?
Damn.
Yeah, that's fine.
And who quits? Okay.
Alright.
Okay. Are we allowed to talk about the game still? Okay, good. Okay. All right. They have. I mean, they have good DPS. It's not like I think what we should do this game. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really fucking important to be first at the objective. If we're first at the objective, we can do what we planned.
Oh, swapping off there. But they started talking a little bit about comps there.
No.
Fairly
Right as she was
interesting.
about to leak the strat, man.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I am curious what we think of the comps. What are we making of these team comps? Like, how's the game plan here for these guys?
Well, I feel like it's very obvious for Team Bombas right here that they're playing more of a front-to-back-ish playstyle. I mean, especially when you're looking at Lulu, Aphelios being locked in, you're looking at the front line. Your front lines are Rames, and, well, with my experience of Sloppy Wolvers playing Gragas, this is not going to be anything near a tanky Gragas. It's going to be a one-shot Gragas. However, on the other side, I feel like I think I'm staring down the barrel of 2024, like beginning of 2024. Azir, Nico bot lane, Udyr, which usually used to be tops of the map. It's going to be Renekton though, so a lot of scaling, a lot of resistances coming through from Ruddy, which is a little scary. Because if you're scaling a lot, you need an avenue to play through that early game, and your avenue here is Renekton. So let's see how active this Udyr is going to be on the map, which is not necessarily a hard ganker to try and get that Renekton rolling in the early.
Well, we have to, because of the new, like, pick order stuff, part of the reason we have to do these remakes is we're just having to reload what side the teams are on. I don't know if the setup is quite there for that, but they're going to quickly get themselves reloaded and back in to this game. I think this is just a full redo.
He's just chilling in his bed. I cannot.
I mean, we're starting later. We're behind schedule. Behind schedule, so I assume he's just having a quick nap before we get into the game. Hello there. We're back.
Hello.
Going. We are, yeah. I mean, we're behind schedule, so I mean, I might join him and just hop in my bed for a bit, actually. Cast from bed.
Bro, I was taking a sip. You can't do that.
Every time. I swear I say something to make someone laugh every time they have a drink. It's like my superpower. Have we got anything else we can show off while we wait? Like, is there anything interesting going on?
Shall I open this?
No, we've already been in the case of Labubu.
I got one.
Go on. I thought the producer thought I was asking him. No, I'm asking Trouble for stuff. Show us stuff. He was like, we can only show the Bomber's cameras. Like, don't worry. We'll
Alright,
see what Trouble's got going on.
This is for all the anime nerds out there, okay? I'm a Labubu nerd, but I'm also an anime nerd, okay? And this is a freaking masterpiece. I bought it at Paris Games Week, and whoever makes it, I'm not sure what their name is. I hope I can find it. But they basically burn wood and create images. And this, thank you production, and this is what they made with it.
Oh, that is actually very cool.
From Hunter x Hunter, and in his deck, he has Crollo, Killua, and Gon. And this is absolutely, like, mind-blowing. Like, whoever did this is the brand right here. If you guys want to, like, screenshot and search this, it's so freaking cool. Like, they make so much more cool stuff for, like, other anime as well. So if you're anime nerds... Oh, they had some League of Legends stuff as well. So if you're anime nerds, League of Legends nerds, search them out. They make fantastic stuff. And when I bought it, actually, it was just, like, burnt. So you could just smell... It's, like, real wood. You could smell the wood.
Got the fresh burn smell. Some people are so damn talented, aren't they?
Yeah.
Too artistic.
Yep.
Actually, I'm quite good with a bit of art. I'm not very good at drawing, mind you. I'm more of a colouring guy. Which sounds like I just get colouring in books, but I promise there's actually a bit of skill in what I do.
Oh my god!
He's in bed with a whale! Don't read too much into that.
I just want to know where his mouse pad and keyboard are. Like, if Don Jake's around, can he just sneak us a picture of, like, where his actual peripherals are? Because I'm like, he's literally, like, almost on the wall. So where the heck are the peripherals going, man?
You're asking for Don Jake. Don Jake's on an island somewhere in the Mediterranean. Like,
he's in the chat.
Is he?
This fucker's in the chat. Yes.
He's in the chat? Okay. Oh, fair enough. I was like, I just assumed that guy's got a pina colada and he is just gone.
I mean, he might have a pina colada, but he's in the chat.
Yeah. Jake, you got a pina going, buddy. I feel like I need one. This is going on real. Like, I know we're behind. I know there's been some issues, and apparently we have some ruddy internet issues. Which
classic.
Holy moly, I hope we get sorted fairly soon. But yeah. Damn. You guys in Europe, like, guys sitting they're in a garage in Denmark right now, right? Just sitting in some dude's garage. It's 10 o'clock at night for them over there. It's got to be getting real cold.
I'll give you an even funnier one.
Go on.
I spoke to Aragon and I was like, mate, how are you going to coach your players at 12 a.m. if that's when your game starts? And he said, 12 a.m.? My support is +3. Oh, +3?
Wait,
+3
+3 in time? I thought you meant LP. Like, where is he? Where's 3 hours ahead of here?
I guess Middle East, probably?
Right.
Would be +3?
3 hours ahead time. Might be too long, apparently. Oh, there might be Turkey. Okay. Interesting.
No, Turkey's +2. No, +2 from you. It's +3 from here, from Germany, from CT.
Oh. From EU.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I'm just Googling it. +3.
I was having my sip.
So, Eastern European summertime. So that's like, oh, okay.
Where's Middle East?
It is Turkey, Arabia, Turkey, places like that. Damn, it's a long way.
He's gonna have a banger of a time starting his game at 3 a.m. I'm telling you that. So we're gonna keep a microscope on him to see how sleepy he is when he plays.
Now, to be real, like, he's a gamer. He's probably just got the bad sleep schedule anyway. Like, I'm sure Jamada's waking up for his day about now. Like, it's just strolling out of bed, brushing his teeth, having his breakfast. It's 9 o'clock in the afternoon for him. Evening, even, not afternoon. But to him, it's basically afternoon. And a lion. Lazy bum, he is, that boy. Yeah, so I believe our internet issues are still ongoing. Just having a look.
I just want to go through the chat, and someone says, Hipri, be honest, you played 5 games of League in the last 5 years. Truth or no?
No. I've played more than 5 games of League.
And you still suck?
Oh, yeah. No, like, it's no beating around the bush. I suck at the game. I'm 32. Like, my hands don't do what they're meant to anymore. Like, once upon a time, I kind of had some hands, but I didn't have the understanding of the game. Now I understand the game, but I've got, like, arthritis hands.
Chat. He does not understand the game, man. He's still searching for Jack Show as Zizirod. Trust.
They're both purple.
He's lying through his teeth.
I'm going senile. Now, the other day, I was playing LeBlanc, and I flashed, and then there must have been, like, a second delay before I pressed W. It was like, the most boomer play I've ever done.
Second in League is a lot.
I know, that it's close. It's honestly, it was closer to a second than it was half a second. That's how slow I was on my flash W. I was, honestly, I flashed, and then my brain turned off, and oh my god, that thing is horrifying.
It's
awful. Looks just like its mother.
Okay, I'm asking the chat. Chat, cuteness alert. Yes. 1 to 10. Cuteness level 1 to 10. Go. Wait, I'll hold him here because he's covered. Cuteness. Come on, dude. He has a tail. Check this out. I'm literally showcasing my whole collection, but that looks so cool. And he's so fluffy. So fluffy. I'm gonna hold him here. He's my son. We're gonna cast together. Do you have anything to say? Kill me. I don't think so. Alright.
Okay. So, little issues.
I'll make him stare at you.
Going on. Oh. Can he do different eyes?
Yeah, look. He can do this.
Oh, I kind of like
He can do this.
Yes,
that's cute.
I prefer them going in opposite directions.
Okay, I'll leave him like that because that's also cute.
He looks like he mouths out the words when he's reading.
He's reading with his finger, poor thing.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yo, enough is enough, man.
Yeah, we have some issues apparently behind the scenes, so there is a chance we could have to do another remake. Right, hold on. I'm just gonna say, I think Jamada's co-streaming this one, and he's having a go at me because I called him out on his bad sleep schedule. He said he's been streaming for 12 hours. I'm sorry, babes. Are we throwing to studio? Is that what I just heard in my ears?
Yes.
Let's go to studio while we figure out whatever the hell's going on.
Thank you very much for the Labubus, and yeah, just like you guys, we don't have much more to say on these teams. I can quickly comment on the draft because we forgot to say Ruddy had lost all their bans due to I don't actually know if I'm allowed to say the issue, so I'll keep that private. But just know they lost their bans, and that obviously meant that Gragas was available. Yes. But you know, the prediction I was most impressed with was actually the Rammus you mentioned.
Yeah, the Rammus first pick. I was also surprised, but as I said, I really think that he's strong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of same with Malphite, right? You know, easy clear, you can just engage easy as well. You get very tanky. I mean, broken. That's tank junglers, now what can I say?
Yeah, exactly. Fun champ to play though.
We also got the Udyr correct, and I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember exactly which role he ended up being swapped to, but it was that flex pick that they prioritized early on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that quickly rounds out what we had to say about that draft, because I assume the Cardinals had spent plenty of time going through that. When Trouble starts pulling out her Labubus, that's when you know that it's being paddled. So we obviously, on this new NLC, we have the honor or the opportunity to be able to talk about other things when, you know, the time is right. And I think at a moment like this, when we have done everything to get ourselves ready for the game, we can take a minute to get ourselves ready for other things, right? I mean, the LEC is starting this Saturday.
Exactly.
And those who've seen what I've done this off-season is I've spent 90% of it at uni, and then I've spent actually 80% at uni, 20% making a 4-hour-long rant video about Fnatic, going through their entire history. Because I followed them since I was a kid. And
but that's also craziness.
It is crazy. It's like that obsessiveness when I think it was like after they sucked so much at Worlds, it was so embarrassing, and like Mickey X was liking tweets about how much of a dumpster fire Fnatic was compared to G2. Something broke in me, man. And I sat down, I wrote a 50-page script And like I made that video.
Wait, how long did that take you though?
The weekend.
The whole weekend?
No, most of the weekend.
How many hours? Like 8?
I wrote like quite a bit, but the thing is, none of the script actually made it into the video. That was just getting my thoughts out. And then I started like, oh, I have to be serious about this. And I started like making the video, and I think, it ended up being more than 4 hours. And I think it turned out pretty all right. I'm not gonna sit here and shout it out. If it pops out on your feed, watch it. I think it's a pretty decent league documentary.
That's a crazy
but what I wanted to get into was more. I had people argue with me in the comments because I called the video History and Fnatic's Downfall. And a lot of people actually said that I was being harsh and a hater because Fnatic have not had a downfall because they still make worlds. Do you think Fnatic have had a downfall?
I mean, you're putting me on the spot here because it's also, I didn't see your video.
That's
sorry,
disappointing. That's for next week. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, I will watch it after this, don't worry.
Watch it on the train home. Like it's a 4-hour journey, no? You can watch the whole video.
Yeah, or I can, no. I can watch it if that makes you happy. But no, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say they had a downfall, maybe as harsh as you put it. But I think, I mean, nothing compared to the old roster, right? When they were just winning.
And I think that's the thing for me, right? Because obviously you can always point to teams who've had it worse. You can look in football, right? I mean, Man United have had a downfall. They were the best when I grew up in the UK. And now they're bad, but they're not Leicester bad, who 10 years ago won the entire thing. But does that mean that team has not had a downfall? I don't think so. You could say TSM has had a downfall. They no longer exist. Yeah. CLG, from their deal with Madison Square Garden to no longer existing as well, that's obviously a downfall. But just because teams have had a bigger downfall, or SK for example, I mean that's your former org, but they were kings of Europe back in the day before I even watched League. And I mean now they're mid-table mediocrity at best in the NLC. Obviously not SK of a roster, you guys were fantastic.
Yeah, no, but have you seen the new roster though? Maybe they will pull something out.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe one that will play
the new roster is kind of giving vibes to what some of the teams have done here in the NLC, right? Pull the boys back together for one last hooray. We've got Pobuilder playing in the LEC. We've got Pobuilder playing here. Leader is playing in LEC. Did you see how Leader did in the NLC when he was on Rodisec?
No, I didn't. But didn't he play pretty well, or was it shit?
I mean, I will say Rodisec in winter is probably the most fun I've ever had watching the NLC. But it's not because of that gameplay. That gameplay was, it was obviously incredible watching some of the greatest names we've ever had the honor of honoring as LEC viewers in Perks and Yankos. But I mean, when you then tune into a press conference after the game and Leader is shit talking hums. He's just done, the craziest thing just because he ended on the turret once, and he said, my AD carry just ruined my entire fucking game, and and they got into a yelling match while you have Yankos and Perk sitting there just laughing their ass off with Yamato Cannon, and I will dominate. It is some of the best League content I have ever seen, but sadly, obviously, it didn't last. And now Roddy is giving us content in a different way, you could say.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure.
But I think if there's one thing, like in general, in NLC history you should watch, Roddy have like contributed to a lot of it. Yeah. They had a 1%. You've heard about the Schalke miracle run before in LEC, right? In NLC, we had Rodisec. They did it with 1% chance. They were disgustingly bad at the beginning of the split. And then everything had to go their way. They made it to playoffs. And did they stop there like Schalke? No. They made it all the way to the finals, and they made it to EMEA Masters. That was genuinely one of the best rosters, or like most magical rosters in the NLC. And then sadly for them though, when they were favorites in summer, they lost a tight best-of-5 series to Venom Crest, and they still haven't actually gotten a crown, which is, I don't think this Roddy roster is chasing with, let's be realistic. But yeah, I think it's a team who's, just a few years in the NLC really painted a huge. They've had their impact on the history of the NLC, let's put it like that. For both good and bad, because they've had the best content, they've had some of the worst teams we've seen with, the Dunjake roster last summer. But they've also had some of the most magical moments. And we had the opportunity of throwing it to a break. I don't know if you feel like you have anything more to add. Like, we can keep going if you want. But
no, I'm just excited to see the games.
Yeah, I mean, but sadly it doesn't sound like the game is coming up. But we'll throw it to a short break, hopefully. A short one, and if push comes to shove, we'll sit here and talk more, I guess, Roddy history, NLC history. I can give you a whole spiel, man. We can talk here for 5 hours.
Yeah, I know, and then I will...
Yeah, you can pick my brain on the NLC Wikipedia, but for now, let's send it to a break because I won't bother you all with that. And we'll see you, hopefully, as Trouble and Hitbrain could take it away for the game, and that hopefully is sooner rather than later. So don't go anywhere, or grab some popcorn, grab some drinks, because the action is hopefully returning soon. See you there. Det var så fint. Jeg fik også lidt Roddy. Jeg mener det faktisk med de der first competition. Det var så fedt. Fordi altså, det var sådan, du sad med så et græd og grin, for det var så surrealistisk at se.
Hello, everybody. We are getting ourselves back and ready to go into the game. Apologies for all of the delays. There were some overlay issues that were causing a cascading effect onto our game. But we're unpaused. We are getting ready to go into the game. And I think the first time today, we're actually getting to see how quick the minions spawn because we've been loading in. But they have the Gragas icon loaded up for little bombers.
All right, I'm actually really excited. There's a lot of known faces. I've cast Miela in the first LGC season last year, and she's super aggro. She loves playing for lane dominance. We'll see how she's going to be able to do this through the Aphelios. And of course, Sloppy Wolvers getting his Bomba champion, obviously. Super exciting. We also had a very known Gragas player last year, which was Baus. Very much into the full AP Bomba kind of build. Wazy is dancing on his bed. That's a banger.
Alrighty, well, Clear's starting up. I actually interested to see how Botish was going to do the clear on the Rammus, because some Rammuses, because Raptors spawn at the same time, will go to Raptors, because it's a very, very quick level 1 clear with a W. Seb decides to go for red buff. This obviously means you're a bit faster, more likely to contest the Scuttle Crab top side, because both Rohit and Botish will be clearing upwards this game. So the first game all day we've seen, the jungle clear initially will start in an upward trajectory and not towards bot lane.
I'm not gonna lie, I have seen Aragon lose it over people picking Ambessa into the Renekton. Because this matchup completely unplayable, and he molds on the chance of seeing it as well. So we'll see how oppressive Mr. Tucker can be onto this Renekton, who we've heard is from NA, so he's going to be playing with pretty much high ping. However, in LGC, again, in the first season, we had girls who were playing from NA in the EU servers and made it all the way to the finals and then won in the LAN, so that's pretty good.
Well, had ourselves yet another pause, unfortunately. What time did this show start? I can't remember. I feel like I've been here forever. I feel like I've been here for so long.
We're stuck in a loop. We're stuck in a loop.
It's Groundhog Day. Oh. What is it? Edge of Tomorrow, the Tom Cruise one. It's just Groundhog Day. We just die. You just get reborn the next day. The exact same thing happens again. Oh boy. Okay. Not much to talk about. Have I got anything fun to show? That's the real question. This time it's a player,
we've
not
had
our
dropped
fault.
FPS, right? Yeah, we've had dropped FPS from a player. And now we're getting memed by production who are posting memes about us being stuck here. But I've heard our producers say that we're getting back into the game, so we're gonna hope for that one.
Hey, we're back in game. There we go. Krabby Patty, what a name. Oh my.
Did he just scream in his room?
Oh. Oh.
Did he just crash out in like 1 second of being back?
Guys, how about we just call the broadcast off of me and Trouble stream TFT? Oh no. Now, I will admit this is on the player side. This isn't us. Oh boy. I was trying to see if I had anything interesting to show, and I do have lots of interesting things to show. We're going to who, sorry? I heard, I need an update on that. I missed that. Oh, players. That's there you go. Just having a little look at them, getting us off camera.
I mean, they've seen us enough.
Yeah, honestly, they've seen a lot of us today, unfortunately. In future, people at home, the plan is you don't see as much of me in Trouble. We're just voices in the wind, enigmas. But today's been one of those days where there has been a series of issues. And I hear game sounds! We're back!
That's our favorite. That's our favorite. Let's go.
Let's go. Bated breath. How does the Azir Gragas matchup go?
No, it needs to last for more than 10 seconds. And talk.
How does the Azir Gragas matchup go? It's one I haven't actually played or seen.
I don't think many people have seen the Gragas versus Azir matchup. However, what is really
pretty
cool
good
about
apparently
Gragas is that he can close the distance really easily. He has a lot of sustain through his W and a lot of poke through his Q. Plus, Azir is not necessarily a champion in the early levels, and he gets to bully really squishy champions, which Gragas is not. So I feel like Sloppy Wars is going to have a pretty fun time into Krabby Patty's Azir.
Oh boy. I looked away for 2 seconds and Sloppy Warrior solo killed Krabby Patty. Which is the weirdest sentence I think I've ever said in my life. Yeah, Azir down. That's crazy. Well, that's on me for quickly looking at a bit of information.
That sort of responds to your question like pretty quickly. I think he responded to your question within 1 minute, which is faster than DHL does their job. You know, at bigger packages.
That's because they don't do their job. Are we sponsored by them? I hope not, because I might have just made enemies.
No.
Thank God for that. I really gotta be careful what I say at times.
Even though with the sequence that we're delivering games, we're very close to getting sponsored by them. Don't you worry.
That's moving to like every speed. That is. It's just never coming.
All right, as Ruddy is speedrunning the absolutely incredible record split that they had with Don Jake.
They are struggling in lanes. Mr. Tucker versus Cyclops. Having a pretty close matchup here, actually. Topside, you know, lane advantage right now currently sitting to Cyclops. Just having himself a slight CS lead. Lane Wave, sorry, is in maybe a slightly more comfortable position for them, just underneath their tower. Ignite was used, though, by Mr. Tucker to be able to get that health bar on Cyclops that low, where teleport's still available there for the Ambessa, so Mr. Tucker needs to be very careful here. Can't quite see how close to 6 they are, mind you, but if I'm going off Tucker about halfway.
Should be fine for now because that wave is pushing underneath his tower.
Yeah.
So once Cyclops has the whole wave pushed, he'll be absolutely fine. Also, Mr. Tucker has his jungler heading towards the top side of the map. So unless he gets dived and killed by an Ambessa with flash up, then he should be fine taking that wave underneath his tower.
Yeah, he's also got Q as well, so you can just heal up. Although Cyclops has 6, it would be a bit of an in to go for it, but the threat is there. Tucker no 6 available to them, so be in a world of potential getting caught. There's the 6 hit there onto the Renekton, so he's just going to back off.
Alright, pretty chill game so far, apart from the 2 kills bot and mid. However, again, I want to reiterate how Miela is one of the more aggressive AD carries, and we have seen a plethora of Aphelioses throughout the regions in general.
Oh,
today the flash forward.
Cyclops in a little bit of danger here. They're going to go in for just an easy solo kill. What? He disappeared as Wesley goes down too.
Wait. He had a flash. Cyclops had a flash.
I don't think he expected that much damage coming out. That was brutal.
And this is where Aragon puts his glasses on and says, I told you so.
Yeah.
This matchup is shit. Never want to have Ambessa into Renekton or pick Ambessa while Renekton is open. So I'll give you that one.
We are going to see Bombos grab himself this Dragon number 1 for themselves. That's an easy pickup for them in response to Rohit showing in the top side of the map. Even if he didn't get assist on that kill. As Krabby Paddy is, you know, you can see being quite zoned off by Sloppy W. Sloppy Walrus just on the Gragas being too much of a pain for them here as Mr. Tucker comes in forwards. Got the Ignite coming up fairly soon. Cyclops, this could get a little dicey for them here on the top side. Pickaxes and longswords across the boards. It's Mr. Tucker, that boot advantage has a bit of move speed. It's a little bit of damage here from Cyclops with the electrocute going off. That fight actually goes a little bit rotten as now he has the backup, finds the lockup into the taunt. And Cyclops should be getting the kill. It's the aftershock proc from Botish to pick it up for 1 though on the scoreboard in favor of Le Bombers.
That was a really great pickup right there. Tucker, or Mr. Tucker, excuse me, had to blow his flash. Is he playing on a controller? Is Wasey playing on a controller? I need confirmation now. What? I can't focus. It's the first time I've been on a 9-year-old career. I can't focus.
We're only like 11 hours into the broadcast, trouble. You can't be lagging yet. We've still got another game.
It's a never-ending loop.
Looking for the potential gank here. Nice ult over to make sure you don't accidentally taunt the clone. But it looks like Milia is going to be able to pick up her first kill. Her 3rd kill of the game. I have not been paying attention to the bot lane, apparently. That is an incredibly fed Aphelios.
Yep, she's actually huge. Been doing great on that Aphelios. On the other side, Ruddy is going to try and trade for the grabbies on the top side, as I feel like Sloppy Walrus, Miela and Luke have had so much pressure respectively in their lanes, and we did mention that even though the entirety of Ruddy is actually scaling and trying to get to that late game for the big fights, they actually have Renekton that can try to breach that early to mid game. However, since Tucker had to blow his flash, play on 200 ping, stomp that laning phase, hasn't happened yet. Has fallen down about 13 CS as well, which is 2 whole waves on the tops of the map. It's looking a little grim in that early game.
Well, Krabby Paddy. Pretty equal in terms of CS, but the 1-0-1 on to Sloppy Walrus is definitely making life a little bit harder here side of Krabby Paddy. Himself the lost chapter already finished up into literally just murk treads on Krabby Paddy, just trying to stem the bleeding somewhat here in the mid lane. And to be fair to Rohit, I think they're playing towards their only side that is any real hope for them, is that Milia dodging away on a true shot barrage there from Ranksaw. And even with all of that landing onto Milia, still able to get the better end of the trade. There is the bomb coming in. Sidesteps away on the shuffle. Fair play.
Damn, I think a plain Gragas well is like seeing a good Ezreal. I don't think Voltish is in time.
He's in time! Taunt into the kill! Botish gets the kill! Really nice performance here on the Rammus. Meanwhile, the bot lane is going to be the attention. Luke able to get the slowdown. Millia now going to try and see if they can put stun damage out. Have to grab him to work with. There's going to be the Pop Blossom onto the multiple members. But Millia still keeping the damage going inside the awakened ultimate from the Phoenix stance. It's going to slow them enough not to find any return kills.
Okay, a nice return kill right there onto Luke. No flash onto this Lulu. Instantly gets capitalized upon. And a couple of kills going over to the side of Roddy, but this one will be going straight to grey screen.
Public execution used there from the side of Cyclops. Secure that kill. Nice and easy. There's that. Ooh, ooh. Sloppy, look for a potential E angle. There are multiple people panning over there. Actually does show us that Weasley was in the area here on the Nico. Isn't going to do the, hasn't got ultimate, so isn't going to go for a minion strat. Millia now got themselves the Yunta Wada is finished up on this Aphelios and to start stacking up that crit where Ranxor hasn't actually got that Triforce finish. Meanwhile, Botish looking for the taunt angle. Does have the flash, comes in for the taunt. There's going to be the Graviton from the ultimate. And it's going to be another kill over to Millia. 4-0 on that Aphelios.
Damn, first item completed. Double dagger in the inventory. Getting a lot of attention from Botish as well. 204 onto this Rammus has been running the Rift. 6 out of 8 kill participation onto this Rammus, and now he's also going to secure that Dragon Miela with more than enough money in her inventory to be able to carry this game. And I feel like, again, Ruddy, even though they've been having a bit of an unfortunate early game, they do have the scaling. However, if you both are enough behind, there will be very few windows you can bounce back. And right now, we're talking about 11 minutes into the game and 5,000 gold lead. Sorry, 4,000. I can't do math, even though I studied at university. Forgive me.
Happens to the best of us. Jumping in, finds the knock-up into the Wild Growth. Second knock-up. Pop Blossom doesn't hit. Absolutely diddly squat. And Millia secures yet another kill. Down they go. Meanwhile, Cyclops flashless here on the top side. Able to get a nice trade out there from Mr. Trucker. Does get the heal in. Rohit flashes over the wall. Jumps in the awakened damage. And Cyclops looks to see if they can find the kill. But the Q from Mr. Tucker secures the kill. Down goes another one on the top side. Scaling obviously is there for Ruddy, but also Aphelios, a Giga Scaler themselves, heavily accelerated this game. Can't tell the individual gold lead, unfortunately, but still, they are so far ahead right now, and I worry. I genuinely worry for Ruddy. You know, they had a pretty rough split last year, their final split, and being unable to field the comp they wanted, the team they wanted, or I think that's a bit mean towards the players, but their initial team.
Oh, it's a really big production, big. Sorry, go on.
I just said.
I just had 2 Gragases in my face.
Getting confused. Running off to a potentially rough start here versus La Bombers, another one of our teams that, you know, a lot of people have been excited about. We have a couple of our, like, quote-unquote constant teams, and this is definitely one of them, but it feels like, in this case, La Bombers have actually fielded what looks to be a very, very solid team off the bat.
Yeah. However, they do have a lot of the champions that they have a huge comfort on, right? Yeah. Luden's also completed for Sloppy right there onto the Gragas. Got Eclipse top lane as well, but also Miela on her Aphelios and Sloppy on Gragas. Like, these are the 2 champions I definitely don't want to leave open. However, talking about leaving open, again, this was a game where Ruddy had no bans available to them, so you have no other choice but to leave them open and try to counter them, which they've been trying to do. And Mr. Tucker on the 200 ping special has been doing quite a good job on the top side.
Yeah, well, you do see the plate go down, the tower fall, but in the top side, I felt like Cyclops with that ultimate had the advantage. Was able to pull himself out the kill off the back of that one. And at the end of the day, Bomber, they get a kill top side, they get plates here in the mid lane. They're not going to get this tower, though. They're going to get it pretty low. able to take that that bot lane tower as well. You're now closing in on the Infinity Edge. You completed your top lane quest, so you're going to get extra gold as well. And there was the kill on the top side in the pit in the corner of the screen. And now more gold injected into Milia. And, you know, she really is the focal point of this comp and of this team. Lulu in the pocket. Very, very fed. Heavily enabled to win this game for the team. As looks like Wesley pretending to be the Renekton. He's going to play a little bit of threat.
Let's see right now. Of course, Miela has to be very careful with the positioning. As I mentioned, she has been given the tools to carry. And every time she has, I've seen her carry. I'm not going to lie to you. There are not many tools on the side of Ruddy. I'm very worried to catch someone like Aphelios, apart from Krabby Patty having flash up on Azir.
It really is the absolute ultimate shuffle coming in from Krabby Patty, but through the Lulu with the Ardent Sensor, Barrier, Flash, Hails, like, there's so many tools to keep Milia alive, but I don't think the burst is there right now. Especially, you've got like AP onto your Udyr. It's an AP Udyr angle, so you haven't got like a Tiger Stance burst that would just one-shot through everything. I actually worry if they have the damage right now to even kill an ADC on the side of Ruddy. They are significantly down.
Yeah, I feel like this is always the classic with Udyr. You go Leander straight into full tank, so I feel like this is what Rohit is going to go for. However, again, they do have the scaling. Getting there is a different question. As Wazy is going to catch Voltish.
They're going to look for it. Milia is untouched. Luke's going to use the Wild Growth on themselves, but in comes the teleport here from Tucker. But Bumba jumps forward, gets himself the ultimate off. Sloppy Walrus entering into the fray and is immediately cut down. Shuffle onto two, but Milia remains untouched. They're able to get one, but Krabby is going so damn low. Don't get a good ultimate off there, but that's going to be the knock up into Weasley as Milia secures yet another kill. Mr. Tucker tries to jump forwards, but doesn't quite get the damage off. Cyclops has that public execution available. And it is just a 1-for-1. Honestly, for the side of Ruddy, that's a bit of a dub.
That was huge, actually. That's a 5,000 deficit they find themselves in, and to be able to trade 1-for-1 is kind of big, because all they traded is a 1 and 6 support to place on a controller for a mid laner. That was 2 and 0. So big W right there. The kill, if I'm not wrong, I think it went over to Nico though, who's playing the controller. So not the biggest W, but when you're 5,000 gold down before 20 minutes into the game, then you will take the 1-for-1 trade. I feel like getting onto your second item right here, onto the Ezreal, completing the tier item is going to be the most important. Getting those 2 items will forever be a spike, power spike for a champion like Ezreal. However, Miela super close to her second item, which I'm going to assume is going to be something like anything.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that's coming in fairly soon off the back of this one. 17 minutes in, well, 18 minutes in, sorry, and third dragon has been secured here for the side of La Bombas. Krabby Patty is going to answer with a tower in the top side. Is it? Are they? Yeah, they are. Going to answer with a tower in the top side. Maybe pull back some of the gold, but 4,000 still sitting in the favor of La Bombas. There's the Infinity Edge and an extra agility cloak as well. So a bit more crit coming in here onto Milia.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see Azir to speak permanently on a side lane. I feel like you get Azir in a side lane, this is kind of like the Chovy-esque essence. Put him on a side lane, everyone forgets about him, suddenly comes back, has 3 items, can actually get that super big shuffle that we've been talking about with Flash available. Potentially catching Miela out of position, getting the Aphelios down is super important for Ruddy. However, what they do not have the luxury of is time. 3 dragons already down for the side of Bomba, and this is going to be the one thing that they can't overlook. They have to fight for the next one, or it's going to be sold for Bomba.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. Infernal as well on a team who are already this accelerated. You're going to get absolutely smashed around by that. The final outer turret will be falling here to La Bamba. Able to get that. Krabby Patty's not going to be able to mount the fence. Sloppy War is 173 CS, starting to get, you know, a fair amount of extra gold in the pocket. Gonna throw down the Rift Herald. Gonna need more plates. Probably won't amount to the tower. Haven't really got the wave, and it looks like the collapse is coming in from the side of Ruddy. But a bunch of extra plates going over to the members of La Bomba. They're getting even more gold in the pocket.
That's a 5,000 gold lead right now. 5,500 gold lead for Bomba's Wazy. He's trying to find the Ramos right there. Boltish gets safely back to base. And this is going to allow Rohit to walk into enemy jungle, grab that blue buff. Anything is a consolation prize at this point, especially when you're behind. The infinity that we mentioned already finished from Niella. An extra cloak, crit cloak, sorry, in her inventory as well. Double item for the Gragas, double item for the Ambessa. It's actually going to be pretty scary. Luckily for them, a lot of the big spike items that we talked about have actually come through. So for Mr. Tucker, you've got the Eclipse, but you also have the Black Cleaver, which is going to help a lot in terms of damage for that Ezreal as well. Mana Moon completed for that Ezreal, so 2 item spike is always huge for a champion like Ezreal. And now we're playing the waiting game of Krabby Patty and having the second item. The Lad's Rod already in the inventory. Again, the only thing you don't have, if you're ready, is time. So they're going to have to pull a very, very big upstream skirmish to try and stop that dragon from going over to Bomba.
We might be looking at, again, another fairly fast game. Our middle 2 games were relatively slow-paced, 40-odd minute games. We could be looking at a game that's a little bit more accelerated just to the amount of gold sitting on this team as they're going to get themselves caught out here. No, nice use of the Swirl Seed to stop Botish getting into range there with a Q and getting the taunts off. I think it really is just the dragon waiting room at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, we don't have an overlay for dragon. We don't have them, unfortunately, so this is very much a big old waiting game.
Let's see, Wazy going back to base, does have his rocket belt as well. That is actually 2 Udyrs. It was the Nico and the Udyr backing at the same time. It wasn't the clone, so you saw correctly. It's going to be the Spirit Visage completed for the Udyr. So again, a very traditional build. You build the Leandries, helps a lot with Phoenix. You clear really fast, you do a bunch of damage as well, and then you go into full tank territory, and you're pretty much invincible. Once you get to that 3-4 item territory, that Udyr becomes really, really annoying and actually burst squishes down really quickly. However, talking about squishes, 6-0-1 on this Aphelios. Anti-heal in the inventory, and that Azir on the other side, ever so close to that to that Death Cap. But I don't think Krabby Patty is going to have a Death Cap by the time that dragon spawns, because it must be really, really soon.
Yeah, everybody's pressuring around. Everyone's getting himself positioned for this dragon spawn. Use the Scryer's wards just to try and spot out exactly where the members already are. They do see them here. It's all in just Sloppy Walrus. One-shots the ADC.
Bomba.
There it is, the Bomber indeed. And now you don't have that consistent damage. I think you have a deer actually, but Sloppy Walrus is on the flank. He might find Krabby Patty here. They're going to jump in forward into the belly bomb, into the one shot. Milia secures the triple. Down they go, 1 by 1, Ruddy fall. It's a double, not a triple, but 4 members fall regardless. That's going to be Soul. This could just be enough for Bombers to take over the game. They're going Baron, 100%.
Damn, I feel like Ruddy had no chance right there. Sloppy Walrus with a fantastic flank inside the jungle to catch Ranxor. We said how important it is that this Ezreal actually got these 2 items. The poke is really significant, but it can't be if you're dead. Crucial Barrage still available. Let's see if he's going to throw it. 4K, 3K. He's walking up, not throwing it. Way too late. No chance of stealing right there. Bombas get away with everything. Kills, Baron, Dragon Soul, the whole thing.
Here we are. 25 minutes in. 24 minutes, not even at the 25-minute mark. Soul and Baron now onto Bomber. 3.5 items versus 2 on your ADC. Probably is just about it here for the side of Ruddy, unfortunately. It was a rough one. The they lost their initial team comp. They had to field a comp very last minute, and unfortunately, they didn't have enough time to submit the team. Going in for a fight as Robit's health bar just evaporates there, Familia. She is way too fed in this game, and there is no answer to this. The chakrams are built up onto the Aphelios, and the towers are not long for the world. The shuffle comes out from Krabby Patty, but it is too little. It is too late. Throwing down shot after shot, absolutely stripping health bars from the members of Ruddy. As the inhibitor has been opened up, the Baron back wave is still with them. And La Bombas looking to open the series in a very dominating style. They're going to go in. 4-man ultimate comes in for the perfect help. Public execution is open enough. The Taunt comes down as members are falling. Milia finds himself a triple kill. Mr. Tucker launches in, looking for the kill, but there's the ace. Sloppy Walrus is going to lock that one in. 13-0 when you're ADC. 25 minutes on the clock. And we get a quick old game. Absolutely brilliant performance from La Bombas.
Okay, that was a great game from La Bombas. Great debut in the NLC. Super happy to see Miela doing well as well. Again, I've seen her in the LGC and she did great there. Unfortunately, she couldn't get far enough with her team, but right here, she seems to be doing amazingly well. When she's played for, she seems to be shining, and it's actually really exciting to see her versus more aggro botlines as well, to see how she fares up with her duo up against them. But we also have to address the elephant in the room. Ruddy is full of rookies. This particular one that I tried to get it together, the roster got together super last minute as well. So let's give them some time to see what they have to offer.
Yeah, it's very early days. It's very last minute team comp getting locked in here from Ruddy. So, you know, not overly surprised of the performance of this one, just due to the fact they also had no bans to work with. But, you know, we're early days. It's only day one of the season. I always kind of say this, especially now that we're back to slightly longer seasons where they'll have time to develop. They'll have time to look at some of these issues and fix stuff and, you know, figure out exactly what it is they're going to need to do to pull out a victory. Where, to be fair, I also think this was a very hard matchup for them as their day one matchup. La Bombas looking like an incredibly strong team. You know, there's a lot of fans who are big fans of Sloppy Walrus. Milia, a pretty accomplished ADC in her own right, hasn't really had too much time to get here into the ERLs, but showing up with a pretty amazing start off the back of this. 13-0 on the Aphelios, and genuinely looking like a real menace going forwards. I feel like the Bombers might be up there as one of our teams to beat going forwards.
I mean, hey, I'm not a results-based Andy, but I will say Jack Spectra, Miela on Aphelios, you know?
Results-based analysis, maybe, but you can't argue with it off today's games anyway. We're going to throw it over to a break and then back with our deaths to break down and get us ready for our final game of the day. See you in a moment.
Analyst desk, and yeah, that was a game of League of Legends. I think the breaks lasted longer than the game itself. Main takeaways, I mean, Wesley, he looked nice and cozy. He's ready to go to bed after this, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, crazy scenes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the prediction of the bot lane, Miela and Luke,
they
played
did
well.
look good. They did look good.
They did, and but yeah.
Yeah, you got the Udi as well. We talked about that, and I think it looked all right. I mean, all things considered, that there's not much that looked all too well here for Ruddy. Mr. Tucker, 200 ping, the best performer on Ruddy. I believe he got a solo kill, right? I mean, that's not a bad start to your NLC career, so that's something to work with at the very least. And yeah, hopefully with bans, right, you'll do a little bit better next week. And Ruddy at the very least was an entertaining game to watch, even with all the breaks. And yeah, Miela, really good performance. Luke obviously doing what what any good enchanter should do, buffing up their AD carry. And I mean, Sloppy Ball was on Gregors.
Yeah, but I also think the Rammus did some nice plays here.
The Rammus Lulu was actually kind of disgusting with the movement speed, not gonna lie.
It worked pretty well with this comp, so...
It might be simple, but sometimes, you know, simple is all you need. I can also issue a public apology for calling Ruddy and the Miracle Run in 2024 spring. That was not Ruddy saying, as I might have said. It was indeed Ruddy. And if we look at the heat map, yeah, much of the chaos happening around the bot side, of course, with the bot lane. Yeah, is that a 13-0 scoreline? Yeah, it is. My eyes do not deceive me. Cyclops had his issues. I think not the strongest debut, but hey, he's got to go into the league, right? He's new to all of this. He's a viewer as well. And Mr. Tucker was, you know, surprisingly good. I've been told that he was a Rengar one trick and placed the Udyr to flex, but the Renekton looked solid. So hopefully Ruddy can build on this. I mean, not much to start with. You may be starting with a dirt block if you're thinking of this in Minecraft terms, but it's something, right, to build a house with.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, it's the workers taking over, you could say, right? Former people who've worked for Ruddy now stepping in.
Yeah, and again, it's only the first match, so they have a lot of matches.
Everything can happen, and without any bans, I mean, we have to cut them some slack, right?
Yeah, it's hard when you can't even get one down.
Yeah, it is pretty hard when you're playing against that. The famous Gregors guy, and you can't ban the Gregors. Yeah, you know it's kind of cooked. But yeah, that was the game. La Bombas got off to a good start. Let's talk about the big one. This is the final game of the day. For me, definitely the most exciting match. I was very excited for Dia Gaming 2 versus Bulldog, to be honest. That was a banger as well. I talked about the Power Vacuum earlier. I talked about Verdun, but a new player who we have here in the NLC, or a new team rather, Arctic Pandas, who essentially is representing Finland, 4 Finnish players, and a Estonian, I believe, in the support role, coached by Hiva, another Finn. So they have a gaming house in Finland, and I mean, you've played in a gaming house as well, right? With SK Varosa. Does that give yourself an advantage when you're getting closer to your teammates, having more time to practice?
Yeah, I think it's a huge advantage to kind of sit together, to scrim together, to do team activity, to kind of just live there and be able to see each other in real life, and yeah, just feel the vibe when you're scrimming, when you're playing officials. It really gives like a good boost, and yeah, a really good vibe.
Yeah, I think for NLC level, this is a pretty solid team as well. I don't have much to say on Boltok's debut, coming from the Finnish National League, which has been, for the past few years, actually one of the stronger, if not the strongest, I will say. They've at the very least had good highs with teams like Bastu 5 being really good. But if you look at the core, Niels, Simply, and Kevo, well, it's a core that has known each other for many, many years now. NLC 2020, when ENS had a team there, they played there in the summer, and I believe they didn't make it out of groups, but at the very least, it is a while ago, and they knew each other very well. And I assume they're happy to play together because they want to do it again. And we can see some scenes here from the gaming house.
Someone
looking
is very happy
to get underway. And just before we move on, they have a special edge as well, right? Xpetu is a part of the team as well as a co-streamer, but he's also someone who has a different, more statistical approach to the game, right? Very good at analyzing data and looking through the numbers and understanding them correctly. And I believe they have some interesting builds, if I recall correctly, from Xpetu's Twitter. So maybe we see some different strategies you haven't seen before in LCK, just, you know, copied from there or other things like that. I'm hoping they pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, I hope so too. That would be really nice to see something.
It would be cool. Should we get to the main one? I think on paper, these are probably my favorites to win the entire split.
Yeah, I can send some bias.
Yeah, you can send some bias, and that says something because there's not even any Danes on this team. But I can promise you, I'll find a way to sneak Denmark in some there. Because let's start off with probably the least known player on this Verdun roster. Gugu in the bot lane is someone who I saw last year looking phenomenally good in the Danish league. While his team didn't perform too well in League Championship Denmark, well, his performances definitely stood out, and his high elo for support as well, being high challenger, was also very, very impressive. But there are big names in this roster, and if we look in terms of NLC history, well, Mishi, Fury, and Babista has all had their time here in NLC. And you know, I talked a bit about the players who played together before at Arctic Panda. Well, Babista and Mishi has played together in the NLC under the M&M banner in the past. So there is some, you know, innate synergy there that they're able to kickstart off already. And these are very good players. I mean, Fury has been in the NLC finals with Bifrost just 3 years ago and has been, I think, a good ERL mid across the different divisions and league he's played in. And Verdun have me very, very excited. And here's the Denmark mention, don't ban Nita, the head coach, well, he's Danish as well. So, of course, you can't get much better.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that statement.
I mean, very much the info dump right there on those two teams. But it is two teams who got me very excited for this league. I don't know if you have anything you feel like you want to add on this. Is there any of these players who stood out to you in solo queue when you've played against them? Or, this guy seems extra mechanically intense? Have you just, shot on them all in solo queue? Or?
No, I haven't. But I know Nille, the top laner, and I feel like he always, he is a very consistent player, as from what I've seen when he played. So yeah, I'm just excited to see.
I mean, he has had his time in the spotlight in the NLC as well. Been here many times. I remember one split under Verdant where he was actually one of the star performers for them, where they really like to play towards the top side, and it worked out wonders for them in that split, if I recall correctly. So it is definitely a lot of big names here in the NLC if you watched us for more than since Lost Tones joined last year, because obviously the NLC did very much exist before 2025, but obviously that's the highlight, right? I mean, you can't really beat it. In terms of my expectations for what I'm looking at here in the games, I am looking for a surprise from Arctic Panther. I want to see something with this Expecto Bond, and maybe it's just because the Twitter's been building up to it, but yeah, I want to see something different. I don't know if it's a champion or build I'm expecting, something, a hole he's seen in the meta, because something like the Rammus, I haven't seen it before in competitive before you brought it out here today and mentioned it. Is there anything else you think might have been slept on so far in the meta?
No, I think the Rammus pick is really good, and then as we saw earlier, like the Jace is banned, the Ambessa can also go to jungle, and if you play it in top lane. But I would really want to see a Jace actually. Yeah. I think it's a nice, viable, really good jungler now, and it's nice to see something else in the jungle than always the same champs, the same picks. If you pick tanks, like you always see Maokai, Sejuani, but like pulling Rammus out, I think it's also fun.
Sinsao still in the meta as well, right? We saw him earlier today, and I assume like is Jarvan still the typical, if
Jarvan.
you wanted someone to play for your team, well he's right there for you. I have a lot to say on many of these players. It's simply about just picking a case and starting for who has impressed me most. I think Nila we've touched on as, I think he's the biggest name out of these 10 players, to be honest. I think he's had such a strong and long-lasting NLC history that is really impressive. Kevo should be up there as well, and I think for any Finn who's choosing in to this league this year, well, this is a team you have to be cheering for, right? The Swedes have gotten their team now. If you're from the UK, you have Ruddy or Bulldog you can support as well. I don't think we have a Danish organization actually, and I'm 100% certain of that because I would know if we had one. So, but sadly, I mean, we have Dums as, the involuntary Danish team this bit, right? With Scuffed and Batuso in the top end. So gotta shout out my Danes. I think we have two fundamentally very sound teams, and I draw that back to the coaching, right? We've mentioned Dom Banita, he's been around here as well. Aragon, who's had a career as a competitive top laner before, actually playing for M&M as well, if I'm not mistaken, back in the day. And on the side of Arctic Panther, when you have Hiva, who's been, in the NEC, coach Fnatic as well. Obviously, that was in Fnatic's dark times. There's a reason he wasn't mentioned in the video. But it is obviously two coaches who have a lot of success where they've been in for most of their career, or at the very least provided solid League of Legends or coached at a level above the NLC. So I would expect that if any teams are to look, close and not give us a clown fiesta, this would be the one. But do you think that's possible to deliver a clean game in season 16, or has the chaos really taken over?
No, I don't think the chaos has taken over yet. But I think, clean game, maybe not. I mean, a bit of clown fiesta is always fun to watch. Not as fun to review in the game after, but no, it's fun to watch. But I hope for a clean game.
Have you ever tried that before, like where you've had a scrim where you feel like this is a fun game to play and it's chaotic, but we're gonna spend 5 hours WOD reviewing because there's so much to talk about?
Yes, for sure, and I knew I was definitely getting flamed in that WOD, But hey, sometimes it happens,
Is that a feeling you just get when you misplay like a Baron or a Drake and you're like, I know coach is gonna be ripping into me for this one?
Yeah, when I have Smite up and I can't even press Smite and enemy steals and we lose the game. That's a tough one. Then you just gotta tank it.
Definitely. I can imagine. I mean, we've all had Baron stolen for us, right? When we've been jungling. I know my friends has been flaming me when I miss my smites. I think it's happened to all of us. I believe we should have the draft ready sooner rather than later. There was a danger while we were in the other game. There was apparently some electricity issues, but those have been sorted out, so the game should go ahead. I'm waiting for final word on production that we can send it over to the casters. And I do hear that is draft ready. That's the best news I've heard all day, so let's get into it. I will say match of the day, so don't miss it as Verdant take on Arctic Panther. Casters, take it away.
Here we are getting ready to go into in the swing of things in the draft here. Seeing Jace the Varus getting banned away, the Caitlyn Silas also banned away on the other side of the running. But now just going to ban that Felios as the last one. Still things like Ryze, Orianna, but we've seen very, very dominant within the day. Obviously, Ryze hasn't been played, but it's been banned in a significant amount of our game's trouble.
Yeah, and I see so many known faces. Particularly, I wanted to hit on Debu because he left a mark in the Northern League of Legends Championship scene. I'm talking 2019. This guy would pull out elite support. He's one of the most aggressive supports that you have seen. And seeing Mishi and Gugu on the other side, Mishi more of the Ezreal kind of guy, but Kevo is also more of the Ezreal kind of AD carry. So I would love to see that mix and match of basically the types of champions clashing against each other, and obviously seeing who actually gets to go for the Ezreal type of AD carries.
Well, very excited about that, but apparently Arthur Panda are actually being very talkative, so we're going to pass over to them in their chat and see what they're saying.
Ei ole kyllä silleen pakko pitää flexia mennä.
Katsotaan vähän mitä tulee.
Pikataan kolmosella aika varmasti. Et me otetaan vaan Ryse.
We don't want to pick jungle yet, no?
Yeah,
We haven't played a lot of Nikon, we have Rumble, so I think it's better to go engage if anything.
It's better to go hard engage support. We have jungle options. We could do the Aatrox into the Ambassador. We could do.
We have a lot in jungle.
Most likely Ambassador.
I know that voice.
Right into Rumble.
That's Verdant.
You can hear Aragon in the background, can't you?
We have a lot.
Who?
Aragon.
Yeah, I don't want to pick here if possible.
Come
but
on,
if
man.
I'm
Heatbrain, you're so easy to bait, man. Like
I'm tired, Trouble.
That was literally 1 out of 10 rage bait, and you took it like a champ. That's crazy.
I'm so hungry and tired. Mel getting picked up though. Haven't seen a Mel for. Oh no, it's been hovered. I'm being rage baited by the pick. Although I'd love to
Hold
see
on a
Mel.
minute. Fury's like the Silas Akali guy. No way he disappoints by going Mel. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean Silas is banned. To be fair.
What's happening with the supports and only showing their heads? I mean,
this guy
the
also play. I don't think it's set up properly. I think the images are a little off.
He used to play LeBlanc as well.
Yeah, no, he's played LeBlanc. I swear he also plays a bit of Yone in there as well, if I remember correctly.
Oh yes, he's kind of like the Silas, Yone, Akali,
He's the
like
fun
anything melee, assassin-y.
Yeah.
That's the type of player that Fury is. Of course, on the other side, we have the Corki and the Ambessa. Ambessa, obviously, into the Rumble, and now the Vi being hovered. I wonder what this gets locked in with, because usually when you have a Vi, you pair it up with either something that doubles her in terms of diving in with her, or doubles with her in terms of sending aerial support, things like the Waze, the Zeras, the Vel'Kozes, and things like that. So we'll see what AP choose to go with now that the Vi has been properly locked in.
Also, just to be completely open with everyone, the overlay is a little messed up on order. So if you're wondering why certain players are not in their role, they are in their role. It's just the overlay is a bit messy at the moment. We need to fix that, hopefully for next week. So we'll actually have top, jungle, mid, ADC and support in the right order. Hence why it looks a little bit on the old Bazaar front across the board. Although, actually, I'm pretty sure that's Panda in the right order, right? I think so.
Yes, they are. 100%.
Yeah,
No,
Verdant
no.
definitely in the wrong order. Wait, who am I missing? Who's in the wrong order?
No, I'm pretty sure Debu's a jungler. That's why I remember he's a least,
Yeah.
not a support.
Yeah, that makes
He's a
sense.
jungler.
Okay.
That's why I remember he's a least, because I'm like, wait a minute. Back then, elite support? I don't think so. But he's a jungler. So that's the only thing we're swapping around. It's Boltox and Debu. They're the only ones not in their right places.
Yeah. Verdant is
That's
a
on
little bit
AP.
all over the place. Fury is mid laner, but here we go. Bans coming through. The Orianna, the Galio getting banned off is now moving over to the next pickup phase.
Kali here could be a choice.
I mean, it's a lot of dive. I actually like the Akali. I think the Akali's
I
good.
mean, Galio and Orianna kind of spell Akali to me in the mid lane with these two bans.
Although I will say, if you're picking Akali, you have an issue of LeBlanc does really well into Akali, and we know that's the champion in Fury's wheelhouse. So there's a world where maybe you wait and you're just looking, as they've done very smartly, they're playing for mid lane counter pick, because you want to make sure that if you get Akali, you want to get it in a matchup where you will be able to take over the game, even if typically Akali's laning phases do suffer somewhat. As final pickup coming in here for the start. Final couple of pickups coming in for Verdant, locking in the Jarvan as their jungle option. So you have a bit of that slow cooker option with the Cataclysm into the Equalizer. And on the other side, Verdant, final rotation coming in on the pick front here. Fury not getting himself a... Alright, Aragon doesn't want his mid laner to have fun. Gonna pick him Talia.
There's no way. There's no way he picks him Talia. There's no way. There's not. I don't. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. There is only one correct choice. There is zero interrupts apart from Alistar. Who cares about Alistar? Lock Katarina in now. It's a free win. Listen to Cole's Trouble. It is actually a free win. It's a free win. I'm telling you right now.
I think the hovers right there on the Rise definitely a better pick in my opinion. Obviously, you still get kind of some of the range issues, but mate, you need to see Rise at the moment. Rise is crazy good. But running through a couple of different options, I think Katarina might be the biggest copium take of the world.
Dude, no, he chose the wrong Noxus champion. This is unforgivable. Unforgivable.
Swain is an odd one. I am curious about this. Obviously, very slow moving, very immobile, so things like the Cataclysm and the Equalizer are going to cause you some real issues.
I don't particularly like Swain here because the champions on the other side are not necessarily champions that want to be diving forward into you. So Verdant have not necessarily chosen hard dive champions. The whole thing that Jarvan is going to do is most likely force summoners if displacement spells have been used. You use your Cataclysm to engage and then you EQ out. This is a lot of like what the LCK, LPL junglers are doing when they're playing Jarvan. So I feel like choosing a Swain, you usually choose that into teams that one, have way too many melee champions, and two, champions that want to dive into you so you can constantly refresh your ult. Yeah. I don't know about this one, man. I think it was the wrong Noxus character, I'm not gonna lie.
I think the Katarina was cope, but I do think that the Swain...
But he wasn't.
I agree that the Swain probably... It's not always going to be it on that front. I think you're very right. You know, he wants to be in the mix of things, and it's very easy to put him in a timeout. Like Jarvan can just like Cataclysm, flag and drag away, and just leave him in timeout with his ult on. There's lots of ways.
Put him in jail.
Yeah. Just, nope. Don't want to deal with that. Alistar can headbutt him away as well. You know, they have tools that actually just mean that Alistar, Swain is going to have a harder time of it. But you know, I think right now we're still in the phase of like, we are figuring out exactly who's looking strong and who's not right now in the tournament. And if I'm 100% honest, I'm not 100. I haven't had a good read yet on like who's showing up. And Verdant obviously is a bit of an exciting team for us as NLC casters, because one of our boys is coaching them right now. And, you know, on the other side, I think there's also some pretty solid players over there. So I'm excited to see what these guys have got cooked up coming into this game. As we're probably now going into our 5-minute pre-game ramble at this point.
There you go. Let's go. Okay, so I think there's two aspects to this. One is that I feel like a lot of teams were mismatched potentially today. Obviously, you have like your super strong teams, your middle of the table teams, and the teams that are on the weaker side. And I feel like a lot of the teams that played against each other were kind of mismatched. That's why we haven't necessarily gauged correctly where the power lies in those teams. And two, it's just the best of one, right? So a lot of teams are still figuring out the meta, what suits them. A lot of the teams were formed pretty late. They're still trying to find the way that they want to play the game. So if you were best of ones, and I hope we will have a pretty good idea of like what our top teams are. I'm gonna be completely honest looking at this. I think like FF15 are definitely gonna bounce back. Like Jack Spectra, Bob Belter, you know, Drew Toot, like this team is like formed by people who like they've won EMEA Masters, right? Jack Spectra's won EMEA Masters, so like really strong people. I did enjoy also watching La Bombas. I think they played them up really nicely, and have really high hopes for Miela as well because she shined a lot. And for Verdant actually as well, I'm keeping my eyes peeled on them because even though I hate watching Aragon, I love watching the players.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I do think also our two middle matchups, like both Dia, Bulldog, Lightside, and Leo, I don't have like a good read on exactly how well they're going to do versus other teams, but I feel like those four right now all have had very interesting matchups where they were very close to one another in terms of skill and ability. I think there's obviously lots of stuff that needs to be improved across the board, but I don't think there's a single team in NLC right now who don't have that same thing. So I think, you know, the middle of the pack is quite exciting to me because it really could go anywhere. Like, one of those teams could literally drop down to the bottom, and the others could genuinely be a pretty good contester later down the line versus some of our top teams.
Or you can have Don Jake sub himself in, and then suddenly Ruddy wins the whole damn thing.
Right, I told you, he's in the Mediterranean with a pina colada. Like, bro is not playing today. I also just saw that in Twitch chat, someone posted, why does Trouble have like 50 Annabelles behind her?
Okay, I think they're referring
I know
to my
the
skull
Labubu.
pandas. No, it's these ones. It's the skull pandas. They look like little dollies.
Wait, they're not Labubus?
No, these ones are not. What?
Oh.
Bro, are you blind?
They're just dolls in a glass case.
No, the other ones are Labubus, man. It's just these ones are not. These ones are ladies.
Oh,
Girlies, look.
they're actually more scary. That's horrifying.
What?
That's the kind of thing you'd see standing at the end of your bed at night. You'd wake up and
You
it's
know
just
what?
like there.
I'll just put it here.
Ah.
Oh, you've pissed me off.
Oh,
There we go.
God. The quicker we get done with this, the quicker I can get off and don't have to look at that thing anymore. It's horrible.
How is it? Bro, why? It's a little lady wearing her fairy coat. Why is that it's a girly.
That ain't a girly.
Dude,
That's a demon.
I don't know what I don't know what your
I don't like dolls.
around.
I don't like little dolly things. They're just like, you know, especially when they're like
Chucky.
Yeah, I know. I don't watch Chucky, funnily enough, because I don't do it. That's not my thing. Ugh.
Can I say that when I was younger, okay, story time since we're waiting. When I was younger, I sneaked into my grandpa's bedroom and I wanted to watch what he was watching. He had fallen asleep. He was watching Chucky. I think I was 6. He had fallen asleep. He had fallen asleep, and I went onto the bed and I sat down and I was like, oh, he's watching dollies. So I just sat there and watched the whole of Chucky, by the way, on my own as a 6-year-old. And that's it.
Thanks.
I watched Chucky when I was 6.
I don't do horror films even now as an adult. I don't like them. I'm a big scaredy boy. I am.
All right. Now, of course, a lot of people might be a little bit confused on how picks and bans work as well. I just want to remind people that the pick and ban system has switched, which means that teams have the right to choose their side or their pick selection. So you can be blue side, but pick second, and you can be red side and pick first. That's why you saw in the picks and bans Verdant being on blue side, which just meant that they were picking first, but they were actually on red side as a Afro. Gonna find Debu in his jungle.
Wow. I haven't seen an invade in a very long time just due to the timers, but Mafro able to pull off a lovely little invade, chunking out Debu, getting them out of the jungle. And Tilia already has like a big range lead over a lot of laners, and I feel like playing into the Swain, you're gonna have even more range to play with. All you have to dodge is the claw, which is fairly easy to dodge. It's quite a slow moving projectile, and then you just continue to play at range.
I'm just really worried, man. Like, there's so much range to play through for Verdant. Like, who's really gonna pal on top of Swain? Simply's gonna have to, like, put his big carry shoes on. He's also a big veteran when it comes to the NLC. He's been playing for years. Alongside all the other players, like, the only one who's a bit new to the scene is Botox. Mila's been around forever. Dibu's been around forever. Simply and Kevo as well. So it's actually great to see the whole Finnish team coming through.
Shove coming in here for sort of after Panda. Lovely little shot. Shove starting off the back of that one. Oh, headbutt pole comes in from Gugu. Nishi gonna throw the slow down, but looks like Arts Panda actually committing the heal in that trade and just trying to get as much damage out as possible. They do have their jungler in the area, and this shove is what's going to help them potentially force here onto Mafro and get him off this Scuttle Crab, as Dibu now looking to find that turnaround trade, knowing that Dibu has the backup of his lane. Isn't going to be able to get much. There it is.
No.
Fury with the solo kill onto Simply in the mid lane.
Talia solo kill onto Simply, and the biggest win right here over that solo kill. The flash is down for Simply. He's currently a sitting duck to a very easy gank of a flagged drag as Mapper is wrapping around. Nice W right here from Fury.
Oh, good flash from Fury. Dibu, if he flashes after, he is going to get smoked. Mafro doesn't have his mid lane though.
Mapper should lose his chickens right here for sure.
He wants to carry on fighting. There's a vision of Empire. There's so many tools to make sure that he's going to lose this fight. He just needs to give it up, head towards his blue side, and get a bit of more clearing done in the pocket there.
Let's see, back towards his blue buff as Dibu is taking his top side of the map. And let's put the solo kill again over in the mid lane. Did he just land a sick W or what? Actually, the overextension from Simply right there.
Yeah, he did.
Gets tagged by the W straight into the rocks and eats the entire queue. I mean, huge mistake because he tried to flash for the claw, but there just wasn't enough damage on the Swain to get the kill.
Right now, no one's really gained too much of a major advantage. Obviously, we saw that like slightly cheeky invade at the beginning from Mafro, but he actually hasn't fully recovered from the back of that. He's looking to see if he can get himself a Raptor camp, and it looks like Dibu's just going to have to give that one up. So, gets himself that little bit of extra camp while all of his camps are on cooldown. A bit more gold in the pocket here for Mafro. He may look for a gank angle here onto Swain, although there were pings, so they know definitely he's there. But Mafro, regardless, is going to be looking for it. Simply going to get caught here by the slow. Going to pop the ultimate as well off the back of that one. Fury doesn't have his ulti, as I think the flag and drag went out, so it's just going to be a seismic shove to send Simply away. Getting the ult out of the Swain isn't the end of the world, but Simply able to survive that gank and turn it around was pretty nice from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a level 4 Jarvan, right? Even though he does have pretty good base damage, especially with the first auto, it doesn't do damage, and especially when Swain goes into that ult form, the healing becomes a little bit too unbearable. If you notice in that skirmish as well, Fury instantly moved out of the ult and tried to W backwards simply to throw him away from the Jarvan as well. So Mafra definitely needs his level 6 to try and get anything off of Simply, which by then there's a huge potential that the flash will be up for Simply as well as Kevo and Voltux.
Oh, Misty. There's a fair amount of HP here. Throws out the W for the slope. But is going to be sitting A-OK. Use the barrier there, though, just to keep themselves alive. This bot lane from Panda doing really, really solid down here.
Alright, junglers are meeting each other one more time. I feel like we haven't necessarily seen, as you mentioned, a lot of the invades, but Mafro and Dibu have been extremely active on the map, and it is to be expected, right? With Vi, you're kind of scrapping about to get to that level 6 as fast as possible, but Jarvan is one of those champions that is more than happy to just ditch his entire jungle, just constantly make plays around the map, which hasn't necessarily resulted in anything yet. He's fallen about 5 CS behind, especially since he was forced off his chicken camps as well. However, this is a bit to the win of his mid laner. Fury is about 400 gold up, from the first blood as well. But all in all, it's been a pretty quiet game. Now, as you see, AP will move their top laner over into the river to try and contest for the next cattle card.
Yeah, it looks like Dibu's actually playing very well with his team. Like, their team is always covering him when he goes for these, when he goes for crabs and any kind of plays. Where I feel like Mafro being a little bit more kind of going for invades when the time's right, but doesn't seem to really have that full team backup yet. Has now finally unlocked the Cataclysm. Also, same for Dibu, ultimate available on the Vi. I've got tools to work with for potential ganks, and so far no one's really snowballed ahead of the lead on this game. So it looks like Mafro is going to jump in. That's going to stop Simply's base. Forces out for the smite. In comes the ult. In comes the lockdown. He has that Cataclysm. Mafro just going to throw it down and look to see if he can get the kill onto Simply in return. But the flash comes in. Dibu's able to flash after as well and secure that pickup. Arctic Panda get away as Verdant end up getting completely caught here as now they're looking for the kill onto Kevo. He's able to jump off the wall. Fury's going to follow though with that Weaver's Wall, and it looks like Voltox is going to now turn it around onto Fury, who was incredibly low HP. Mishi bleeding out, but he's able to survive. Gugu now seeing if he can get an escape off, flashes over the wall. Verdant limp away from the play.
Damn, Verdant are dizzy as hell. We saw Mafro misplace his flag, which means that he would have to either dash into the Swain or not be able to escape anymore, and then he dives straight into the ult to simply just stealing off of it. And then everyone keeps jumping through, but then Fury overextends and no one else from his team could actually help. But by the time they can, they have to flash out, and Mishi loses his flash for that as well. It was a big confusion coming through from Verdant. And the true winners right here are from the side of AP as they cash out their first kill, which goes over to Debu onto this Vi. And if you know me, I'm an avid Vi hater, but this champion does truly need to be ahead in the early game. 600 gold up for the Finnish jungler.
Yeah, not a bad start. I, on the other hand, quite like Vi. I think Vi is very good at securing. It's a guaranteed pick onto a certain person.
You just
point and
like
click ability. Yeah, I mean, I liked Arcane. I can't really argue with that. I wouldn't say that's my reason for liking Vi. Right. Are we going to see anything really break out earlier? I mean, we had an attempt at some action, but it didn't really result into too much here. Lots of summoner spells were burnt. Dragon obviously being secured from the side of Arctic Panda. But if you look at where the gold leads are, like you were saying, it's the Vi who's got the biggest lead of 500 gold, but yeah, it's a pretty damn close game, Trouble. No one really getting anything significant over the other. And for me, I feel like this game is going to explode at some point. We just need to wait for that moment for it to do so.
Yeah, I feel like the Dragons are going to play a huge significance here as well, because on the first one, they've kind of traded the Void Grubs for the first Dragon. However, it's going to be very important to see how the next ones are going to land. There's going to be most likely fights. We're looking for the first item conclusion to come through, and I feel like Verdant might just be stronger on the first item completion. You're looking at Rumble, Javan and Aaliyah in particular are really happy with their first item because they have a lot of damage inherent in their kit. So the first item just amplifies that, while things like the Swain, the Corki, the Ambessa, they really thrive on that 2+ item power spike. So I'm assuming that Verdant will very soon win a fight, especially since a lot of the flashes are down, Debu's flash, Corki's flash. You really need to make use of that Cataclysm.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they do go for it. If they do go for that punish. It looks like Mafro right now is on the top side though, so not going to really be able to take advantage of Kevo's flash timer. Although I believe this is actually just a full play coming out from Mafro at their camp, so may look for a reset and just to run it down for a lane gank, but instead that lane gank might just be looking towards that top angle. The problem is there's a ward in this third bush. So if Mafro steps too far forward, they will see him, and there it is. Spotted on the ward, and this has now given Arctic Panda the opportunity to now go for a gank angle here onto the members of Verdant underneath their tower. But Pulve has come out. Mishi, no flash. Barriers available. They're able to clear out the ward. They do have the Weaver's Wall on Fury. They've seen everyone on the ward, so they know that this is going on. I think it's just gonna simmer off.
I feel like that was an inception moment where Jungle gets pinged top lane from the side of AP. However, because AP backed off on the top side of the map, Verdant knew that they were seen. They had seen that their jungle was on the top side of the map. Therefore, they were going to make a play over on the bottom of the map. That's why Mishi and Gugu made a play to force out a trade and also push out the wave. And also, Mishi and Gugu is a very funny name because for the ones who know, you know, Mishi is the Mishigu. He had a goo at the end of his name. And then 2 years later, he ends up playing with support that's called Gugu. So if he hadn't changed his name, together they would have been Mishigu Gugu.
Mishigu Gugu. A lot of goos in there.
Mishigu Gugu.
Yeah.
Would have been epic, but
it's honestly, for my sake and for how late it is, I'm kind of glad as Mafro caught the public execution, went a little bit too wide. Mafro, he's still alive. Gugu's coming in, and now they're going to put them on the Barbie. Cooked up by the equalizer. Simply joins in, misses the claw. Macro's low HP, caught by the tidal wave as they trade out 1-for-1. Jungler for jungler. Mid lane also died, actually. Simply falls. Verdant able to get themselves a minor advantage in a very, very chaotic fight.
Yeah, huge whoopsie right there from Nile. Just about hits the Ambessa ult on the Vi ulted target. And Mafra survives for so long. He buys so much time. The support makes it there from Verdant, and they end up turning around the entire skirmish right there in their favor, which honestly is something that they really needed, because since that first blood from Fury, it hasn't really been going their way.
Not at all. Been a nice little recovery here from the side of Verdant. What can you expect from the likes of a team being coached by Adam, our boy Aragon?
It is
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the draft.
Unite, but Love Waters also unite.
I want to know your thoughts on the draft, because this is going to be one for the hate and love watchers here. We'll see what your response is. I know Aragon's always been very vocal about drafting. Like, whenever a team drafts bad, that guy will sound off.
Good and
He
bad.
will farm the, he will sound the alarm of a bad draft. What are you making of this Verdant draft?
Okay, however, I do know that the head coach is Don Bunny. And I've known this guy ever since, what, 2020, 2021? And he's been an incredible coach at drafting. So I don't know if this whole thing is Aragon or Don Banita has a lot of say in it, but Don Banita's drafts are usually very, very good. And I think so far they've done a great job at having a very engaged jungler.
Yeah.
And they like to juggle, they can also start fights. You've got a roaming mid, which Fury usually is, right? He likes to be more active either on assassins or things like Talia. And right now they're also engaged on starting this dragon, which will be their first one, as they had to swap the previous one with the void grabs. But AP are already in the river, and that's
Sending all in, they're just going to go all in. Tidal wave, they surf down. Cooking coming down from the equalizer. Mishi gets eaten up by the bubble, and his health bar is evaporated, but he's able to secure 2 kills. Fury puts up the Weaver's wall. Boltox is able to flash away, and Bobista secures another kill for the team. Arctic Panda end out getting smoked by Verdant in the fight. Beautiful, beautiful play coming in from the side of Verdant there. And quickly, quick point coming in off the coach. I did forget that Aragon is assistant coach. So here's my promise to everyone, and promise to you. If it's a bad draft, Aragon did it. If it's a good draft, he had nothing to do with it. I think we agree on that.
It was Don Banita.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, there we go. All right, so I feel like Mafro is the strip in this game. He's the guy who tries to bait the fish, and then the rest of it just jump onto the fish that shows up. And this time around, they absolutely wreck AP. 2 kills onto Mishi on that Yunara as well is pretty huge. First time already completed that Blade Fury thing. Very fast snowballing into the second one as well. Fury on Talia, one of his most prominent champions throughout the years that he's been playing. And on the other side, we see that AP have engaged onto that Reef Herald on the top of the map. Let's see when Verdant is going to start the Dragon as they put Simply.
Yeah, let's find the knock up there onto Simply. Simply is caught inside the cage, but yeah, he's got too much down healing. If he gets a claw off, that's rough. But what it has done is given Mishi free time just to fire on that tower and slowly chip away at the plates and get even more gold injected in. But here comes the Rift Herald, going to take down that tower. First tower going over to the side of Arctic Panda. Go for charge number 2. Even more plates going over to Dibu here, but he may actually get hit by Babita on the way out. Has got a fair amount of shielding. Yeah, he's fine.
I don't necessarily know if I like this sequence, blowing that ult for the Swain that you know you can't kill because you usually paired out the Jarvan with an Alistar, so you don't necessarily have too much damage to burn through that. And you're a little bit delayed onto the Dragon right here, which means you're going to lose the top side of your jungle, you lose your top side tower, and you will lose an extra pair of tower platings over on the top of the map in return for a late Dragon and some Dinara platings and tower down the bottom of the map. So I think best case scenario was really good right here for AP. They actually got the best case scenario due to the overextension from Mafro right here. But getting all those Dinara tower platings means that Runans has been completed right now and an extra crit cloak in the inventory.
Yeah, that third item gonna be pretty big there for the Yanara. Now gonna play clearing up more gold, more investment coming in. Verdant though, now at this point, while the kill lead is much better for them, you can see Verdant, the gold lead actually isn't that significant. It's what, 1,500 gold over to the side of Verdant. Most of that gold, I mean, it's awkwardly spread, and both mid and ADC have about 1,000 gold lead between the pair of them. So, well, 2,000 between the pair of them, 1,000 over their lane opponent each. Mishi will be extending that gold lead. The Weaver's Wall comes up. That may block Mishi in on the wrong spot. He has to jump away to safety. His Voltax getting jumped onto, but Fury now getting engaged, simply trying to make his way over. If he can find a good claw, that might be the angle. As Nilly coming in, Kevo getting chased off by Mafro. Mafro should be able to finish that kill off onto him. Nice seismic shove backwards as Gugu will be the sacrificial lamb here for Verdant, but they're able to trade it out. Mishi went down though. Fury, I need to see a replay because I am 90% sure Fury inted his ADC. I am 90% sure he walled him in between the tower and Mishi had to flash the wall.
That might be the case as Debu burns. I mean, huge overextension right there. You can't 1v1 a Rumble as a Vi with Rumble on 1.5 items, so...
Oh, Rumble's in danger. Fury's making his way over, but Blister's trying to put some extra damage out, but it's not going to be enough. Mafro's chasing forward, so shield's coming now. Mafro gets hit by the bubble. Nearly took a tower shot, though. A flag, a drag, a follow-up could be enough to maybe find some level of turnaround. No Cataclysm available, but Mishi's coming in. That's simply getting caught by the knockup. Mafro, two-man knockback comes through from the side of Fury. Mishi's chasing his way forward, able to get in onto Simply, and Simply goes down. Mishi gifted a kill. The bubble lands, though, from Boltox, as Gugu cannot close the gap. They're able to trade out. Another member falls. I don't know how worth this is for Verdant.
Okay, this is a very messy game where both teams are basically throwing hands. Let's just call it what it is. They basically got their boxing gloves on and they're just punching each other non-stop, whether that's objectives or not. So Aragon might have a lot of sitting down to do on his play. Clear love style. Get the belt out, slam your hand on the table, do something, you know. They need a little bit of discipline. But all jokes aside, this whole thing, it was a domino effect starting from the tier 1 mid lane tower that Verdant really wanted to take down, and then Fury was like, oh look, there's a fish in the jungle. So then he overextended with his ult to try and catch Nami, but then Vi was there, so this whole skirmish, a couple of people died, but it was pretty much net even because no big objective ended up going either.
There you go. Blue buff going down. Cheeky little steal off the back of that one. Still haven't been able to crack this mid lane open though, and for a team that's brawling this much, giving AP the ability to have somewhere safe to turtle underneath is going to be a fairly major issue for them. Looks like seeing if they could find the pick angle onto Mafro, but the Jarvan just flag and drag to safety. Dibu though, going for an invade. Gugu making his way over, so Dibu is going to just be able to look for a steal, although backup was almost there. Oh, good. It's going to be a red buff stolen away though, in exchange for the blue buff stolen, so all's fair in love and war.
And even yet again, a lot of the exchanges have been pretty fair in this game. Like, the goal could not be more even. 40k versus 40k, 7 kills, 9 kills, 1 dragon to 1 dragon. And majority of the gold lead is about 1,000 gold onto this Yunara. 2.5 items, 2.5 items for both of those early carries, and we're still waiting for the next dragon to come up, which means mid lane trio is of pivotal importance right here as both teams are trying to ping pong that way back.
Group up, coming in. Jumps in onto Fury. Fury flashes away. Equalizer's going to bunch some spread out, but there's the tidal wave. There's the lockdown. This fight is absolute carnage, and Simply on the Swain is getting some level of value off this. No backup coming forward, so they find the knockup, and Missy's going to chase forwards onto Kevo. Doesn't quite get enough. They get the flag, they get the drag, the double kill comes through, as Kevo does fall in the long run. Simply on the Swain. We doubted But I have to admit, that was a perfect setup for him.
3-4-3 though in the end. And again, every single skirmish, every single fight ends up being dead even. However, mid lane wave is going to get pushed out here by Simply. And honestly, even though I thought that this Swain is absolutely not going to work whatsoever, Simply seems to somehow make it work and get actually in melee range of his opponents right here. However, the dragon has still remained up. Champions are respawning. And we're going to have yet another fight. So Hitbrain, give it your everything. It's the last game of the day, and they're giving us the all.
Alrighty. This might be a moment where one team gets a big enough lead over the other. Or this might just be a dragon and a steal. We'll have to see. Dibu's looking in to jump onto Fury. Once again commits the ultimate. Dragon has been secure. Fury is going to go down in the middle of all of that. Tidal Wave hits onto two members. Gugu trying his hardest, but they don't quite have the backup yet. Mishi is just going to be the target. He's trying to rip through Simply's health bar. Has been able to do so. Bobster has to just put the damage up as Gugu is now getting fired onto. The public execution misses onto Mishi, but it doesn't matter because Nilly is going to be able to take him out. Kevo free firing onto Bobster. Down he goes, and finally, Arctic Panda take themselves a big advantage over their opponent. The gold lead is starting to grow. Dragon was given up, but that matters not, because Baron is on the cards.
Big fight, Simply living for so long allows Kevo and Nilla to capitalize on targets. Mafro is still alive, but Boltox is securing that bush right there that did catch him. Let's see if Kevo's gonna walk up. He's gonna W forward. They're trying to find Mafro. They're popping rocket after rocket, but suddenly Fury's coming back in, and I'm starting to let the play take it over.
Yeah, well, honestly, I've done so much shouting today. I was happy to let you have a go at play-by-play, but there it is. Baron secured for the side of Arctic Panda. And I know it's getting late, and I know we both want dinner, but Baron isn't the closer it used to be last season. Again, minions are a lot squishier with the Baron buff than they were last season, so it's on Arctic Panda to use this Baron plus a team fight if they want to close this game out cleanly and quickly.
Let's see how they're going to use, they're going to choose to utilize that. So far we have Nille over in the mid lane pushing that one wave out, and then we have Kevo plus Boltox over on the bot side. However, if Nille overextends right here, no flash, no ult, there wouldn't really be a way out. He's respecting for the time being. He's going to pop the blue ward in there, but Mafro has his eyes on him.
Yeah, they finally knocked that onto him. Nilly taking a whole lot of damage. Missy's just going to rip through that health bar. There goes Nilly. Shut down for Verdant. And that Baron buff is going to be somewhat weakened off this, but they're going for a base race. You can't base race versus the Baroned up team. They're just going to cut through the towers. Missy's going to put some damage in. Fury actually cancelled the reset here, as multiple people have reset on the side of Arctic Panda to try and see if they can get some level of defense. And it's just going to be a tower trade across the map. In fact, I think Verdant might be the ones coming up on the upper hand of the tower trade.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of crazy considering we said, hey, how are you going to choose to utilize your Baron? Because there was a pretty good push from AP over in the bottom, but all Nila had to do was respect the fact that he had no vision. But he ends up getting caught in the mid lane, and again, we see those mistakes over and over again. When you do keep the Baron because it doesn't have the power it did before, you cannot be dying on your Baron rotations, or you're going to have to wait for another minute until it spawns again. However, before those 5 minutes, we've got 2 minutes for the next Dragon. None of those teams are anywhere near Soul, but it will be so point if Verdant manages to secure that.
Alrighty. He's himself in a bit of danger. Has got himself a Nami. It's the pop up, but he's going to get low. Ignite was used there from Babista, and he is taken out by the Equalizer. So much damage. Got the Shadow Flame, you've got the Leandries, you've got the Bloodletters finished up onto Babista. Doing some serious damage. I also forgot for Bloodletters got a icon update as well. Looks a bit fresher.
Hey, it looks a little bit more pink.
Yeah, it looks nice. I like it actually.
It looks cool. It looks alright. It's too small, you know. The items look too small right now, so you can barely tell a lot of the details. I can't remember Spider something on X was actually posting the full art of all the items, and the actual details on all of these items are mind-blowing. You can see them into like really big images. And that was my sideline for this game. I think Yprin's getting very deep into very hungry territory.
It's so late. I had a very important text from my sister I had to respond to. We've been going for so long, and I put off responding, but I was like, I need to do this right now. I was hoping you'd yap long enough. Sorry, I'm almost done.
All right, no
sending my
worries.
text.
I shall yap long enough as Lucy just gets his level 14 right here. Again, just ping-ponging on waves, because we are playing for the next dragon, spawning in about 15 seconds. Verdant again has to liquefy themselves in that bot side river as well, and now we're fighting back and forth for that mid lane wave push, which, okay, people are asking why it's very important is because you can take control of movement and push further after your opponent. Now what is happening right here from AD is if this is not being sold and it's being only sold point, they decide to use that pressure and push both mid and top and potentially get towers there.
Yeah, no Baron up minions anymore, but being able to open up the base here could be devastating for the side of Verdant, but not going to be the case. Simply carries on pushing here, has crystals to be able to get himself a couple of extra shards. They're going to throw out the Weaver's Wall off the back of that one. They're going to chase forwards. Fury throws down. Ulti, not going to matter. Tower goes regardless. More gold in the pocket. Bobista in the bot side is just going to be shoving away.
Pierce the sky and punch the stars.
Yeah, punch the stars, whatever considered. He has some pretty cool lines, actually, in this game, as we're getting closer to the next Baron right here. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Both teams playing over towards the top side of the map. And it's all gonna be on items. Huge spikes right here. Hourglass completed for Swain. It's gonna be big. Hex Trigger completed from Bessa. Also big. Anything defensive when you're playing around those objectives can actually end up being win or loss, and the next Baron could very well just spell whichever team wins the game. I feel like this has been the closest game we have seen the entire day, and we waited for so long for this. We deserved it.
Yeah, to be fair, we've had a few bangers, but this is definitely the closest one. Gugu gets the 2-man pole out. There's going to be the redemption to heal up the members of AP. Simply pops ultimate. Tidal Wave only hits onto one, but they do get the execution off the back of that one from Nilly. And everyone is starting to go low. Kevo flashes over the wall. Mafro pins him in the Cataclysm. Mishy has to do some serious work, but he will fall. Bubble makes the connection. Simply finds the pullback. Ultimate is still ticking away. Down go the members of Verdant. Arctic Panda triple kill onto Nilly, and they are into the base.
Simply is a freaking raid boss this game. He's gonna TP back in. They're gonna try to do as much damage as possible. Getting the inhibitor very important, and you get pressure to that mid lane, and it allows you a bit of extra time to set up vision for the next Baron. Mishy will be kicking himself. He literally dived head first into an Ambessa and Swain, and he absolutely disappeared. I think he just put out one auto attack. He dashed in, put down one auto attack. They completely destroyed him. So really bad positioning right there from Mishy. Instantly capitalized by AP, and now they have the upper hand. Only 2,000 gold lead doesn't really mean anything, but a lot of the summoners that are useful right here have gone down. So let's see. No flashes available. And Baron's still up.
I'm going to look at the item front. We are closing in on a full item Kevo as well. Corki, a champion who... his scaling curve is one of the most linear of an ADC. Like, every item is a significant improvement upon the other. Where, like, some champions, like Sivir, they stay quite low and then curve up hard when they get to, like, a third item, right? But, like, Corki is, like, every item he buys is just that slightly little bit better. And Corki also a champion who typically didn't really get to 100% crit, but because of the changes to Essence Reaver, doesn't need the Triforce and has 100% crit to melt through Macro's Hellfire. Knock up to the side away from Boltox onto 2. Kevo free fire away. Guardian Angel in the pocket as well. He is going to be untouchable. Boltox with a bubble landing onto Fury. His tidal waves, his bubbles, his Nami performance here from Boltox has been MVP worthy. Beautiful performance.
Actually, they've been spacing so well. Boltox, Kevo, the way simply dips in and out. Mila diving into the backline. Debu, not done as much as I would have thought with the Vi. Knowing his limits on the champion has been incredible, and now only Fury left to defend the base primarily because the mid lane wave is pushing, bot lane wave is pushing, top lane wave is pushing. As AP are playing with the Harvey themselves. 20 more seconds until they can properly siege with their Baron buff.
There it is, Baron in the pocket. More items in the pocket. Look towards the dragon from the pings coming in. And then they're denying of the Ocean Soul. Going to be a big factor here. Another BF sword picked up for Kevo. Assuming that's going to be leading towards a Bloodthirster as that final item. But the question is even if Kevo's going to get to said Bloodthirster. Ocean Drake spawns up, and I just don't think Verda are in a position to defend this one, even attempt to try and stop it. Their hope is hoping that they can get to a very good fight.
It's going to be very heavily reliant on Cataclysm, Rumble ult, and Nif Fury and get a very clutch W. However, with the Guardian Angel, it makes it really difficult to pin down this Corki. He's got extra utility and extra heals from the Nami, extra speed from the Nami, barrier, Guardian Angel, and a W. It's just actually so impossible to pin him down. Yes, you do have CC and engage from the set of Burden, but nothing that can be point and click and stick onto AP, as they're gonna hold the wave here. Or they're just gonna redirect it. Oh, they're trying to find him. This is the most hilarious thing about Wall from Talia. The minions are trying to redirect themselves and find a way as Deepu is blocking the cannon. That is genius. He's blocking the cannon to help them all push together.
That is really nice. And now, slowly but surely, these towers are getting whittled away. Nile got a push in the mid lane. Down goes the crystals. Down goes tower number 2. Inside the base, Inhibitor's going to be quick to follow. And the Baron up waves are crashing into the members of Verdant. Can they hold the line? Can they keep this going? The last couple of fights have just been so favored to Arctic Panda. They've got to get through the Guardian Angel of Kevo. They've got to get through the wall of defense that his team are putting up, and immediately Macro throws the ultimate down. Equalizer comes out. Tidal Wave goes a little bit wide there, but Kevo remains untouched. Redemption will heal the team up. The base has already lost one of the Nexus towers. Dibu is able to hold the line, keep himself going as Kevo's going to secure himself a killing spree. That's another one for Nilly off the back of that. Simply underneath the tower, keeping Macro in place. He gets pulled back. He gets cut down. Double kill for Millie. Triple kill coming in for Kevo. And that is going to be the end of the base. That is going to be the win for the members of Arctic Panda.
Damn, huge dub right here from the Finnish roster. And honestly, what perseverance through this entire game. It was a bit of a roller coaster. It was super even throughout the entire game. And then AP just turned it up. I feel like their dipping and diving in these team fights was incredible. The spacing, the awareness of the abilities, like absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, honestly, a really huge game. Sorry about the cable. My headphones started to run out of power, like, in the last 5 minutes of that game, and I was like, I won't be able to hear anything. So
Why is it like this?
I don't know. It has a detachable battery, and it just doesn't charge for some reason. This game,
it just looks like you're charging yourself.
I am. Honestly, I need charging. I need food, and I think that is a pretty solid place where we're at. Have I got anything to do before we wrap this one up? Oh, we're seeing results. Okay, thank you. Sorry, couldn't hear you. There we go. Here's the results at the end of the day. FF15 team, who were very excited for a lot of player people excited for them, did lose their first game to DMG. DL versus BRG, absolutely, BDG. Really great game. I thought they had it. Yes, that's tomorrow. Trouble's Rongaroo brain is absolutely cooked. But yeah, I think the big one with these last two, Ruddy versus Bomber. La Bomber obviously have a lot of people excited about them getting that victory. And then Verdant versus Arctic Panda. Really, really exciting little game. I have to admit, I feel like Arctic Panda might be my team to watch this split. I think, you know, we got a lot of our content teams that people are excited about, but Arctic Panda, that looks like a really well-coordinated team. I mean, they look like they are ready to go.
They've got like veterans in the scene who have played for so long, and some of them have played, like, I think Kevo and Debu, if I'm not wrong, were played together back in 2019 or something. So some of them have previously played together, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of them are friends as well.
I'm sure they are. But for us, that is us done here. Thank you very much for sticking around through thick and thin and all of the disasters we had at a little bit there. But we'll get everything ironed out. We'll be back next week. We're on 2 days next week, Wednesday and Thursday. So make sure you tune in for some more NLC action. But until then, good night. See you later. Wednesday and Thursday next week. There's a couple of weeks that have that, but most weeks is Thursday. So next week is Wednesday, Thursday, and then the next Wednesday, Thursday. Trouble, I'd love to chat to you more, but I'm so fucking done. I'm gonna go eat. See you later.